handlebars rigid, and just hoped they wouldn't fatally collide with a rock or tree. Up on the ledge, several guards stood and fired at the fleeing motorcycle with their carbines, cursing as it disappeared into a blowing cloud of dust. A half-dozen other horsemen continued the chase, leading their mounts down the steep incline. It was a slow descent for the horses, but once past the initial drop, the guards continued the pursuit with speed. On the motorcycle, Pitt and Giordano hung on for dear life as the machine barreled down the mountain at nearly 80 miles per hour. Pitt finally released the rear brake, which he had instinctively held locked up since they went over the edge, realizing it was doing little to slow their descent. After several seconds of a near-vertical plunge, the incline gradually eased. The slope still fell away sharply, but they no longer had the feeling of free falling. Pitt began to twist the handlebars slightly to avoid shrubs and rocks that dotted the hillside, regaining a minor control over the bike. Bounding over a sharp rut, both men flew out of their seats but were able to recover before the next dip. Pitt felt like his kidneys were being crushed with each bump, the stiff springs and hard leather seat offering little in the way of comfort. Several times the motorcycle careened to one side or another, teetering on the brink of flipping over. Each time, Pitt nudged the front wheel just enough to keep them upright, while Giordano would shift to aid balance. Pitt couldn't avoid every obstacle, and several times the sidecar crashed over small boulders. The streamlined nose-off sidecar soon looked like it had been battered with a sledgehammer. Gradually the steep incline abated and the rocks, shrubs, and scattered trees gave way to dry grass. Pitt soon found himself feathering the throttle to maintain speed as the terrain softened. The wind was as harsh as ever and seemed to blow directly into Pitt's face. The swirling dust was thick and constant, limiting visibility to a few dozen feet. "We still have a tail," Pitt shouted. Giordano nodded yes. He had stolen glances behind them every few seconds and had observed the initial contingent of horsemen start their ascent down the mountain. Though the pursuers were well behind now and long since obscured by the blowing blankets of dust, Giordano knew the chase was just beginning. Pitt knew it as well. As long as the old motorcycle surged on, they would remain well ahead of the pursuing horses. But it might be a contest of illusion, and Pitt could only hope that their tracks would be obscured by the Uran storm. The fact remained that their lives were pinned on an aged motorcycle with limited gas. Pitt inquisitively reflected on the Czech motorcycle. The Jaguar originated before the war, growing out of a factory that produced hand grenades and other armaments. Known for their lightweight but powerful engines, the post-war Jaguars were fast and technically innovative bikes with a reputation for durability, at least until the factory was nationalized. Despite gulping on a tank of flat gas, the old motorcycle purred along with barely a sputter. "I'll take what you give me," Pitt thought, realizing that the more distance he put between himself and the horsemen, the better. Gritting his teeth, he squinted into the blowing dust and squeezed the throttle harder, holding tight as the old motorcycle roared into the swirling gloom. 25 Darkness settled the broad, rolling steps. High clouds floating above the blowing dust blotted out the moon and stars, pitching the grasslands into an inky black. Only a tiny pinprick of light poked sporadically through the dry ground storm. Then the shaft of light would disappear, devoured by a blowing blanket of dust. In its wake was left the accompaniment roar from a two-cylinder, four-stroke motor, whose constant rumble throbbed on without missing a beat. The Czech motorcycle and sidecar bounded over the sea of grass like a jet ski hopping the waves. The aged bike groaned over every bump and rut but charged steadily across the hills. Pitt's hand ached from holding the throttle at full, but he was driven to coax every ounce of horsepower out of the old motorcycle. Despite the lack of a road and the wallowing sidecar, the old cycle charged across the empty grasslands at almost 50 miles per hour. At their sustained speed, they were widening the gap between their pursuers with every mile. But at the moment, it was an inconsequential point. The motorcycle's tires left an indelible track in the summer grass, which offered a conspicuous trail to their whereabouts. Pitt had hoped to discover a crossroad that he could use to obscure their tracks, but all he found was an occasional horse path, too narrow to hide their tire marks. Once, he saw a light in the distance and attempted to steer toward it. But the brief ray vanished under a dust cloud, and they were left running across the darkened void. Though no roads appeared under the dim glow of the headlamp, Pitt could see that the landscape was gradually changing. The rolling hills had softened, while the grassland underfoot had thinned. The terrain must have moderated, Pitt noted wryly, as it had been a while since he had heard Giordano curse from the jolts. Soon the hills disappeared altogether and the thick grassland turned to short turf, which eventually gave way to a hard gravel surface dotted with scrub brush. They had entered the northern edge of the Gobi Desert, a vast former inland sea that covers the lower third of Mongolia. More stony plain than billowy sand dune, the arid landscape supports a rich population of gazelles, hawks, and other wildlife, which thrive in a region once swarming with dinosaurs. None of that was visible to Pitt and Giordano, who could just barely make out rising granite uplifts among the sand and gravel washes. Pitt leaned hard on the handlebars, steering around a jagged stone outcropping before following a seam through giant boulders that eventually opened into a wide flat valley. The motorcycle picked up a burst of speed as its tires met firmer ground. Pitt was blasted by thicker swirls of dust, though, which made the visibility worse than before. The three-wheeled machine charged across the desert for another hour, smacking shrubs and small rocks with a regular battering. At last the engine began to hiccup, then gradually stuttered and coughed. Pitt coaxed the bike another mile before the fuel tank finally ran as dry as the surrounding desert and the engine whizzed to a final stop. They coasted to a stop along a flat sandy wash, the silence of the desert enveloping them. Only the gusting winds whistling through the low brush and the blowing sand skittering over the ground tested their hearing, blown raw by the motorcycle's loud exhaust. The skies above them began to clear and the winds settled down to just sporadic bursts. A sprinkling of stars peeked through the dusty curtain overhead, offering a snippet of light across the empty desert. Pitt turned to the sidecar and found Giordano sitting there caked in grit. Under the twilight, Pitt could see his friend's hair, face, and clothes saturated with a fine layer of khaki dust. To his utter disbelief, Giordano had actually fallen asleep in the sidecar, his hands still tightly gripping the handrail. The cessation of the engine's blare and the non-stop swaying eventually stirred Giordano. Blinking open his eyes, he peered at the dark, empty wasteland surrounding them. "I hope you didn't bring me here to watch the submarine races," he said. "No," Pitt replied. "I think it's a horse race that is on tonight's billing." Giordano hopped out of the sidecar and stretched while Pitt examined the wound to his shin. The arrow had just nicked the front off his shin before embedding itself in a cooling fin on the motor. The wound had stopped bleeding some time ago, but a splatter of red-based dust ran down to his foot like a layer of cherry frosting. "Leg okay?" Giordano asked, noticing the wound. "A near miss. Almost nailed me to the bike," Pitt said, pulling the broken arrow shaft from the engine. Giordano turned and gazed in the direction they had travelled. "How far behind do you suppose they are?" Pitt mentally computed the time and approximate speed they travelled since leaving Xanadu. "Depends on their pace. I'd guess we have at least a 20-mile buffer. They couldn't run the horses faster than a trot for any sustained amount of time. Guess there wasn't a short road down the back of that mountain or they would have sent some vehicles after us. I was worried about a helicopter, but they couldn't have flown in that dust storm anyway. Hopefully, they got saddle sore and threw in the towel. Or at least stopped until morning, which would give us a little more time to thumb a ride out of here." "I'm afraid there doesn't appear to be a truck stop in the vicinity," Pitt replied. He stood and turned the motorcycle handlebars in an arc, shining the headlight across the desert. A high, rocky uplift stretched along their left flank, but the terrain was empty and as flat as a billiard table in the other three directions. Personally speaking, Giordano said, after that marble in a washing machine ride down the mountain, a small stretch of the legs sounds glorious. Do you want to keep marching into the wind? He asked, pointing along the motorcycle's path, which led into the face of the breeze. We have a magician's trick to perform first, Pitt said. What trick is that? Pitt said with a sly smile, how to make a motorcycle disappear in the desert. The horsemen had quickly given up any effort to keep pace with the faster motorcycle and settled their mounts into a less taxing gait, which they could maintain for hours on end. The Mongol horse was an extremely hardy animal, bred over centuries for durability. Descendants of the stock that conquered all of Asia, the Mongol horse was nail-tough. The animals were renowned for being able to survive on scant rations yet still gallop across the steppes all day. Short, sturdy, and, on the whole, mangy in appearance, their toughness was unmatched by any Western thoroughbred. The tight group of horses reached the base of the mountain, where the lead horseman suddenly held up the pack. The dour-faced patrol leader peered at the ground through the heavy eyelids of a bullfrog. Shining a flashlight, he aimed the beam at a pair of deep ruts cut through the grass, studying them carefully. Satisfied, he stowed the light and spurred his mount to a trot along the trail of ruts as the other horsemen fell in behind. The commander figured that the old motorcycle could travel no more than another 30 miles. Ahead of them, there was nothing but open steppe and desert, offering few places to hide for over 100 miles. Conserving the horses, they would track the fugitives down in less than 8 hours, he estimated. There was certainly no need to call in mechanized four-wheel drive reinforcements from the compound. It would be a meager challenge for his fellow horsemen. They all grew up learning to ride before they could walk and had the bowlegs to prove it. There would be no escape for fugitives. A few more hours and the two men who had embarrassed the guards at Xanadu would be as good as dead. Through the black night they forged on, riding into the blustery winds while tracking the linear trail left by the motorcycle's tires. At first, the taunting sound of the motorcycle's throbbing engine beckoned on an occasional gust of the rustling winds. But the sound soon evaporated over the distant hills, and the riders were left to their own quiet thoughts. They rode for 5 hours, stopping only once they reached the gravelly plain of the desert. The motorcycle's tracks were more difficult to follow over the hardened desert surface. The riders frequently lost the trail in the dark, halting their progress until the tire marks could be located under the glow of a flashlight. As dawn broke, the buffeting winds that had blinded them with sand the entire journey finally began to diminish. With the morning light, the trail became more visible, and the horsemen hastened their pace. The patrol leader sent a scout ahead, to alert the others in advance if trail was lost over particularly hard stretches of ground. The horsemen followed the trail through a sandy wash sided by a rocky bluff. Ahead, the terrain opened into a broad level plain. The motorcycle tracks snaked through the wash then stretched into the distance, clearly rutting the hard, flat surface. The riders began picking up speed again when the commander noticed his scout perched at a stop a few dozen yards ahead. At his horse's approach, the scout turned to him with a blank look on his face. "Why have you stopped?" the patrol leader barked. "The tracks have disappeared," the scout stammered. "Then move ahead and find out where they resume. There is no continuation of the tracks. The sand, it should show the tracks, but they just end here," the scout replied, pointing to the ground. "Fool," the patrol leader muttered, then spurred his horse and wheeled to the right. Riding in a huge arc, he circled around the front of his stationary troop, finally looping his way back to where they stood waiting. Now he was the one with a confused look on his face. Climbing off his horse, he walked beside the motorcycle's tracks. The heels of his boots pushed easily into a light layer of sand that coated the hard plain. Following the twin trails of cycle and sidecar, he studied the ground until the tracks came to an abrupt end. Scanning the area, he saw that the soft layer of sand covered the ground in all directions. Yet the only visible markings were those made by the guards' horses. There was no continuation of the motorcycle tracks, no human footprints, and no sign of the motorcycle itself. It was as if the motorcycle and its riders had been plucked off the ground and vanished into thin air. 26 Perched a nest, Pitt and Giordano peered down at the proceedings from 60 feet above the desert floor. Cautiously scaling the nearby rocky edifice in the dark, they had discovered a high indented ledge that was perfectly concealed from the ground below. Stretched flat in the hollowed stone bowl, the two had slept intermittently until the horsemen arrived shortly after dawn. Lying to the east of the horsemen, the morning sun aided their stealth, casting their pursuers in a bright glow while they remained nestled in the ridgetop's shadow. Pitt and Giordano grinned as they watched the horsemen mope in utter confusion around the abrupt end of the motorcycle trail. But they were far from out of the woods yet. They watched with interest as two riders took off ahead, while the other four horsemen split up and searched along either side. As Pitt had hoped, the horsemen focused their search forward of the trail's end, not considering that the two fugitives had backed down the trail before taking to the rocks. "You realize, Houdini, that you are just going to make them mad at us," Giordano whispered. "That's all right. If they are mad, then maybe they will be less observant." They watched and waited for an hour as the horsemen scoured the grounds ahead before regrouping at the trail's end. At the patrol leader's command, the riders spread out along the trail and retraced their original steps backward. Again, a pair of horsemen rode off to either side, with two of the riders approaching the edge of the rock ridge. "Time to lay low," Pitt whispered as he and Giordano hunkered down into the hollow. They listened as the clip-clop of horse hooves drew closer. The hidden men froze as the sound paused directly beneath them. They had done their best to brush away their tracks before climbing the rock, but it had been done in darkness. And they weren't the only things at risk of exposure. Pitt's heart beat a tick faster as he heard the riders converse for a moment. Then one of the horsemen dismounted and started climbing up the rocks. The man moved slowly, but Pitt could tell he was moving closer by the sound of his leather boots scuffing against the sandstone boulders. Pitt glanced at Giordano, who had reached over and clasped a baseball-sized stone near his leg. "Nothing," the man shouted, standing just a few feet beneath the concealed ledge. Giordano flexed his rock-holding arm, but Pitt reached over and grabbed his wrist. A second later, the mounted horseman shouted up something to the rock climber. By his tone, Pitt guessed he was telling the man to get moving. The scuffle of hard leather on soft rock began to move away, until the man reached the ground a few minutes later and remounted his horse. The clopping hooves echoed again, then gradually faded into the distance. "That was close," Giordano said. "Lucky thing our climber had a change of heart." "That knuckleball of yours would have left a sting," Pitt replied, nodding toward the rock in Giordano's hand. "Fastball." "My best stuff is a fastball," he corrected. Gazing off toward the trail of dust kicked up by the horsemen, he asked, "We stay put?" "Yes. My money says they'll be back for another visit." Pitt thought back to what he had read about the Mongol conquests of the 13th century. A feigned retreat was the favorite battlefield tactic of Genghis Khan when facing a powerful opponent. His army often orchestrated elaborate staged retreats, some lasting several days. The unsuspecting enemy would be drawn to a defenseless position, where a punishing counterattack would destroy them. Pitt knew that taking to the desert on foot would place them at a similarly deadly risk against the mobile horsemen. He wasn't going to take that chance until he was sure they were gone for good. Crouched in their stone lair, the two men rested from their night adventure while patiently waiting for danger to dissipate on the horizon. An hour later, a sudden rumble shook them awake. The noise sounded like faint thunder, but the sky was clear. Scanning to the north, they saw a high cloud of dust trailing the 6 horsemen. The horses were galloping at top speed, pounding down the path off original trail like it was the home stretch at Santa Anita. In seconds, The pack raced past Pitt and Giordano's position until they reached the end of the motorcycle trail. Slowing their pace and splitting up, the horsemen fanned out and searched the area in all directions. The horsemen all rode with their heads hung down, scanning the ground for prints or other clues to Pitt and Giordano's disappearance. They searched for nearly an hour, again coming up empty. Then almost as suddenly as they appeared, the horsemen regrouped and headed back north along the trail, moving at a canter. "A nice encore," Giordano said as the horses finally disappeared over the horizon. "I think the party is finally over," Pitt replied. "Time for us to hit the highway and find a burger stand." The men hadn't eaten since the day before and their stomachs rumbled together in empty harmony. Climbing down the rock ridge, they moved toward the trail, stopping at a clump of tamarisk shrubs growing in thick concentration. Pitt grinned as he eyed the center branch, which was sprouting from the buried shell of the sidecar. A haphazard ring of rocks circled the partially exposed portions of the vehicle, obscuring its sides from the casual observer. "Not bad for a nighttime camouflage job," Pitt said. "I think we were a little lucky, too," Giordano added. He patted his coat pocket, which held the horseshoe he had removed from the sidecar's cowling. Pitt's scheme to make the motorcycle disappear had worked better than he'd expected. After running out of gas, he knew it was just a matter of concealment. Backtracking along their trail on foot, he'd found a hardened gravel gully a few hundred feet behind, then returned to the motorcycle, brushing away the original tire tracks along the way with a thick strand of scrub brush. Then he and Giordano had pushed the motorcycle and sidecar backward along the same path to the gully, stopping periodically to brush away their footprints under the beam-off headlight. To the pursuers following the tracks, there was no way of telling that the motorcycle had actually moved backward from its last marks. Pitt and Giordano had pushed the motorcycle and sidecar down the gully as far as they could, then set about burying it. Giordano had found a small tool kit beneath the seat of the sidecar. Working under the light of the headlamp, they disassembled the sidecar from the motorcycle. Laying it flat in a nearby hollow, they were able to bury the motorcycle under a few inches of sand. The task was made easier once Pitt fashioned a shovel blade from the seat back. The lightly blowing sand, cursed till now, aided their cause by covering their interment project in a light layer of dust. The sidecar proved more troublesome to hide once they discovered a hard layer of bedrock lying 6 inches beneath the surface. Realizing they would never get the sidecar buried without a shovel and pickaxe, they dragged it to a cluster of tamarisk bushes and buried what they could in the center of the thicket. Giordano stacked rocks around the perimeter while Pitt dug up a thick shrub and planted it on the seat, its droopy branches covering the sides. Though far from invisible, the ad-hoc camouflage had done the trick, as evidenced by a set of hoofprints that scratched the sand just a few feet away. As the midday sun beat down on them, sending a battery of heat waves shimmering off the desert floor, the two men looked nostalgically at the half-buried sidecar. "Didn't think I'd miss riding in that contraption," Giordano said. "Not so bad, given the alternative," Pitt replied, scanning the horizon for signs of life. A barren emptiness stretched in all directions, punctuated by an eerie silence. Pitt brought his left arm up in front of his face, positioning his wrist so that his Dog's watch was flat at eye level. Then he pivoted his body around toward the sun, turning his body until the bright yellow orb was aligned with the hour hand on his watch, which read 2 o'clock. An old survival trick, he knew that south must be halfway between the hour hand and 12 o'clock if he was standing in the northern hemisphere. Peering over his watch at the terrain, he visually lined up 1 as south, 7 as north, and west was between the two at 4 o'clock. "We go west," Pitt said, pointing toward some red-hued hills that ambled across the horizon. "Somewhere in that direction is the Trans-Mongolian Railway, which runs from Beijing to Ulaanbaatar. If we head west, we'll have to run into it eventually." "Eventually," Giordano repeated slowly. "Does that sound like we don't have a clue how far that could be?" "Because we don't." Pitt shrugged, then turned toward the hills and started walking. 27 The Gobi Desert hosts some of the most hostile temperature extremes in the world. Blistering summertime temperatures of over 110 degrees plummet to -40 degrees in the winter months. Even in a single day, temperature swings of 60 degrees are not uncommon. Taken from the Mongolian word meaning waterless place, the Gobi rates as the world's 5th largest desert. The arid lands were once an inland sea, and, in later eons, a swampy stomping ground for dinosaurs. The southwest Gobi still rates as a favorite destination for globe-trotting paleontologists in search of pristine fossils. To Pitt and Giordano, the vacant undulating plains resembled an ocean, though one made of sand, gravel, and stone. Pink sandstone bluffs and craggy red rock outcroppings bounded a gravel plain blanketed with brown, grey, and ebony pebbles. Framed against a crisp blue sky, the barren land teemed with its own brand of wasteland beauty. For the two men trekking across the desolate mantle, the scenic environs were a calming diversion to the fact they were in a potential death zone. The afternoon temperature bounded over the 100-degree mark as the sun seared the rocky ground. The winds had dwindled to a slight breeze, offering all the cooling power of a blout oak. The two men didn't dare shorten their sleeves or long pants, knowing the ultraviolet ray protection was more important than a slight improvement in comfort. They reluctantly kept their coats as well, tying them around their waists for the chilly night ahead. Tearing a section of the jacket lining out, they fashioned silk bandanas on their heads, which made them look like a pair of wayward pirates. But there was nothing humorous about the task at hand. On their second day without food or water, crossing a baking desert by day while facing near-freezing temperatures at night, they faced the double dangers of dehydration and hypothermia. Strangely, their hunger pangs had gone away, replaced by an unrelenting and unquenchable thirst. The pounds of dust swallowed during the motorcycle ride had hardly improved matters, adding to their dry, constricting throats. To survive the desert heat, Pitt knew that conserving their strength was critical. They could survive 3 days without water, but overexpending themselves in the heat of the day could cut that time in half. Since they were well rested from their morning concealment, they could push their pace for a short while before stopping, Pitt decided. They still had to find civilization in order to survive. Pitt picked out a physical landmark in the distance, then began walking at a measured pace. Every half hour or so, they would seek out a rock formation that offered shade and rest in the shadows, allowing their bodies to cool. The pattern was repeated until the sun finally dipped toward the horizon and the oven-like temperatures fell from high to medium. The Gobi is a large desert and sparsely populated. But it isn't entirely a void. Tiny villages pepper the regions where shallow wells can be dug, while nomadic herders roam the fringes where scrub grass grows. If men kept moving, they were bound to run into somebody. And Pitt was right. Somewhere to the west was the railroad line from Beijing to Ulaanbaatar and a dusty road that ran parallel to the tracks. But how far was Pitt kept them trudging on a westerly tack, checking their heading with the sun and his watch. As they marched across the flats, they came to a set of ruts running perpendicular to their path. Hallelujah, a sign of life on this alien planet, Giordano said. Pitt bent down and studied the tracks. They were clearly made by a jeep or truck, but the edges of the ruts were dull and caked with a light layer of sand. They didn't drive by yesterday, Pitt said. Not worth the detour. These tracks could be 5 days old or 5 months old, Pitt said, shaking his head. Resisting the temptation to see where they led, the two men ignored the tracks and continued on their heading to the west. They would cross a few more tire tracks that trailed off in different directions to places unseen. Like most of Mongolia, there were few formal roads in the desert. Traveling to a destination was simply a matter of point and go. If a satellite in space ever mapped the myriad of lone tracks and trails across Mongolia, it would resemble a plate of spaghetti dropped on the floor. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the desert air began to cool. Zapped by the heat and lack of fluids, The weakened men were invigorated by the cool air and they gradually picked up their pace across the gravel. Pitt had aimed them toward a rocky three-peaked spire he used as a compass landmark, which they reached shortly after midnight. A clear sky with a bright half-moon had helped illuminate the way under darkness. They stopped and rested on a smooth slab of sandstone, laying down and studying the stars overhead. "The Big Dipper is over there," Giordano said, pointing to the easily identifiable part of the constellation Ursa Major. "And the Little Dipper is visible just above it. Urhic gives us Polaris, or the North Star, at the end of its handle." Pitt rose to his feet and faced toward the North Star, then raised his left arm out from his side. "West," he said, his fingers pointing to a dark ridge a few miles away. "Let's get there before it closes," Giordano replied, grunting slightly as he stood up. The horseshoe in his coat pocket jabbed his side as he rose and he subconsciously patted the pocket with a knowing smile. With a new compass bearing on the horizon, they set off again. Pitt checked the sky every few minutes, making sure the North Star remained to the right of them. The lack of food and water began to show on the two men, as their pace slowed and casual conversation fell silent. The wound in Pitt's leg began to let itself be known, firing a sharp throb with every step of his left foot. The cool night air soon turned chilly, and the men slipped into the coats they had toted around their waists. Walking kept them warm but consumed crucial body energy that was not being replenished. "You promised me no more deserts after Mali," Giordano said, harking back to the time they nearly perished in the Sahara Desert while tracing a discharge of radioactive pollutants. "I believe I said no more sub-Saharan deserts," Pitt replied. "A technicality. So at what point can we hope that Rudy calls in the Coast Guard? I told him to assemble our rememing equipment off the Vrishkajan and, if he could commandeer a truck, then meet us in Ulaanbaatar at the end of the week. I'm afraid our mother hen won't miss us for another 3 days. By which time we will have walked to Ulaanbaatar." Pitt grinned at the notion. Given a supply of water, he had no doubt the tough little Italian could walk to Ulaanbaatar carrying Pitt on his back. But without a source of water, and soon, all bets were off. A cold breeze nipped at them from the north as the night temperature continued to plummet. Moving became an incentive to keep warm, though they took satisfaction in knowing the summer nights had a short duration. Pitt kept them heading toward the ridge to the west, though for a time it seemed as if they weren't moving any closer. After 2 hours of trudging through a valley of loose gravel, they began climbing a series of low rolling hills. The hills gradually grew in size and height until they crested a high bluff, which abutted the base of the target ridge. After a brief rest, they assaulted the ridge, hiking most of the way up before they were forced to crawl on their hands and knees across a rugged section of boulders near the peak. The climb exhausted the men, and they both stopped and gasped for air when they finally reached the top. A slow-moving cloud blotted the moonlight for several minutes, pitching the ridge top into an oily blackness. Pitt sat down on a mushroom-shaped rock to rest his legs, while Giordano hunched over to catch his breath. While still tough as nails, neither man was the spry stallion of a decade earlier. Each silently coped with a litany of aches and pains that racked their legs and body. "My kingdom for a satellite phone," Giordano rasped. "I'd even consider the horse," Pitt replied. As they rested, the silvery half-moon slid from behind the cloud, casting their surroundings in a misty blue glow. Pitt stood and stretched, then gazed down the other side of the ridge. A steep incline sloped into some craggy low bluffs that overlooked a bowl-shaped valley. Pitt studied the small basin, detecting what appeared to be several dark round shapes sprinkled across the central valley floor. "A one. Check my mirage down the way," he said, pointing to the valley floor. "Tell me if it matches yours. If it includes a beer and a submarine sandwich, I can already tell you the answer is yes," Giordano replied, standing upright and walking over to Pitt. He took a long patient look down the slope, eventually confirming that he saw nearly 24 black dots spread about the valley floor. "It ain't Manhattan, but civilization it appears." The dark spots looked to be shaped like J's. A small settlement, or a group of nomadic herders, perhaps, Pitt speculated. Big enough that somebody's got to have a coffee, but Giordano replied, rubbing his hands together to keep warm. I'd bank on tea, if I were you. If it's hot, I'll drink it. Pitt glanced at his watch, seeing it was nearly 3 am. If we get going now, we'll be there by sunup. Just in time for breakfast. The two men took off for the dark camp, working their way cautiously down the short ravine, then snaking their way through the rock-strewn hills. They travelled with a renewed sense of vigour, confident the worst of their ordeal was behind them. Food and water awaited them in the village below, which was now in sight. Their progress slowed as they wound around several vertical uplifts that were too steep to traverse. The jagged rocks gave way to smaller stands of sandstone that the men could climb over and through. Hiking around a blunt mesa, they stopped and rested at the edge of a short plateau. Beneath them, the black-shadowed encampment sat less than a mile away. The first strands of daylight began lightening the eastern sky, but it was still too early to offer much illumination. The main structures of the encampment were clearly visible, dark grey shapes against the light-coloured desert floor. Pitt counted 22 of the round tents he knew to be Mongolian Juz. In the distance, they appeared larger than the ones they had seen in Ulaanbaatar and around the countryside. Oddly, there were no lights, lanterns, or fires to be seen. The camp was pitch black. Scattered around the encampment, Pitt and Giordano could make out the dark shadows of animals, denizens of the local herd. They were too far away to tell whether the animals were horses or camels. A fenced corral held some of the herd close to the Juz, while others roamed freely around the area. "I believe you asked for a horse," Giordano said. "Let's hope they are not camels." The two men moved easily across the last stretch of ground. They approached within 100 yards of the camp when Pitt suddenly froze. Giordano caught Pitt's abrupt halt and followed suit. He strained his eyes and ears to detect a danger, but noticed nothing out of the ordinary. The night was perfectly still. Not a sound could be heard but for the occasional gust of wind, and he saw no movement around the camp. "Gibbs," he finally whispered to Pitt. "The herd," Pitt replied quietly. "They are not moving." Giordano peered at the host of animals scattered about the darkness, looking for signs of movement. A few yards away, he spotted a trio of fuzzy brown camels standing together, their heads raised in the air. He stared at them for a minute, but they didn't move a muscle. "Maybe they are asleep," he offered. "No," Pitt replied. "There is no odor either." Pitt had visited enough farms and ranches to know that the smell of manure was never far from a herd of livestock. He took a few steps forward, creeping up slowly until he stood alongside the three animals. The creatures showed no fear, remaining still even as Pitt swatted one on its furry rump. Giordano looked on in shock as Pitt then grabbed one of the animals around the neck and shoved. The camel didn't resist at all but keeled stiffly over onto its side. Giordano ran over and stared at the animal, which lay motionless on its back with its legs in the air. Only they weren't legs sticking up but pieces of 2x4s. The fallen camel, like the rest of the herd, was made of wood. 28 disappeared. "Wooks do you?" They disappeared. As Borgin's anger rose, a vein in the shape of an earthworm protruded from the side of his neck. "Your men tracked them into the desert." Though he physically towered over Borgin, the gruff head of security wilted like a shrinking violet under his boss's tirade. "Their tracks simply vanished into the sand, sir. There was no indication they were picked up by another vehicle. They were 50 kilometers from the nearest village, which was to the east as they were traveling south. Their prospects for survival in the Gobi are non-existent," Babold said quietly. Tatiana stood listening at the bar in the Kumarov study, mixing a pair of vodka martinis. Handing a glass to her brother, she took a sip from her own drink, then asked, "Were they spies for the Chinese?" "No," Babold replied. I don't believe so. The two men apparently bribed their way onto the Mongolian state security escort. The Chinese delegation seemed not to notice their absence from the motorcade when they departed. It is noteworthy that they also match the description of the two men who broke into our storage facility in Ulaanbaatar 2 nights ago. The Chinese would not have been so clumsy, Borgen commented. The men were not Chinese. I saw them myself. They looked Russian. Though Dr. Ganjuma at the laboratory claimed they spoke to him in English with an American accent. Tatiana suddenly choked on her drink, setting the glass down and coughing to clear her throat. Americans, she stammered. What did they look like? From what I saw out the window, one was tall and lean with black hair while the other was short and robust with dark curly hair, Borgen said. Bebold nodded. Yes, that is an accurate description, he mumbled, neglecting to relay how close he was to the two men when he got clobbered by the shovel. Those sound like the men from NUMA, Tatiana gasped. Dirk Pitt and Erwan Giordano. They were the ones who rescued us from the fishing boat on Baikal. The same men who came aboard the Primorsky and captured the Russian scientist shortly before we departed Siberia. How did they track you here? Borgen asked sternly. I do not know. Perhaps through the lease of the Primorsky. They have stuck their noses where they don't belong. Where did they go in the compound? He asked, turning to Bebold. They drove into the garage with a flat tire, then entered the research facility. Dr. Ganjuma phoned security immediately, so they were only in the lab a few minutes. They somehow eluded the responding guards, and were probably examining the residence when you spotted them entering the sanctuary. Borgen's face flushed with anger, the vein on his neck rising to new heights. They are hunting for the oil company employees, I am certain, Tatiana said. They know nothing of our work. Do not worry, my brother. You should have never brought those people here in the first place, he hissed. It is your fault, Tatiana roared back. If you hadn't killed the Germans before they fully assessed the field data, we would not have needed further assistance. Borgen glared at his sister, refusing to admit the truth of her words. Then these oil people must be eliminated, too. Have them accelerate the analysis, I wish them gone by the end of the week, he said, his eyes raging with fire. Do not worry, the Americans know nothing of our work. And they will not survive to talk anyway. Perhaps you are right, he replied, his temper cooling. These men of the sea are a long ways from the water now. But us to be sure they stay that way, send the monk down there immediately for insurance, he added, speaking to Bebold. A prudent decision, brother. To their dry and dusty demise, he mused now, raising his glass and sipping the martini. Tatiana swallowed the rest of her drink but silently wondered if the demise of the Americans would come as predicted. They were determined men, she had come to realize, who would not face death easily. It felt as though they were walking through the backlot set of a Hollywood western, only they were surrounded by camels instead of cattle. Climbing through a fenced corral, Pitt and Giordano were amused to see a large trough to water the wooden livestock. The early morning sun cast long shadows from the large immobile herd that was strategically placed around the village. Pitt gave up counting when he reached 100 head of the prop camels. Reminds me of that guy in Texas who has all those Cadillacs half buried in his yard, Giordano said. I don't think these were put out here for art, if that's what you call it. They made their way to the nearest go, which was more than double the standard size. The circular felt tent was nearly 100 feet across and stood over 10 feet tall. Pitt found a white-painted entry door, which on all Mongoljis faced south. Rapping his knuckles on the doorframe, he shouted a cheery hello. The thin doorframe didn't flex at all under his knocking, which echoed with a deep resonance. Pitt placed his hand against the felt wall and pushed. Rather than simply a forgiving layer of canvas over felt, the wall was backed by something hard and solid. The big bad wolf couldn't blow this thing down, he said. Grabbing an edge of the canvas covering, he ripped a small section off the wall. Beneath was a thin layer of felt, which he also tore away. Under the layer of felt he exposed a cold metal surface painted white. "It's a storage tank," Pitt said, touching the metal side. "Water or oil," Pitt replied, stepping back and eyeing the other phonages dotting the encampment. "They may be large by nomadic tent standards, but they are still relatively small for oil tanks," Giordano remarked. "I bet we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. These things might be buried 30 or 40 feet down, and we're only seeing the tops." Giordano scuffed the ground and loosened a small rock, which he picked up and rapped against the tank. A deep empty echo reverberated through the tank. "She's empty." He took a half step, then lobbed the rock at the next closest jar. The stone bounced off the side, producing a similar pinging sound. "Empty as well," he said. "So much for your pot of coffee," Pitt replied. "Why would some empty oil tanks in the middle of nowhere be disguised as a fake village?" "We may not be far from the Chinese border," Pitt said. "Maybe someone is concerned about the Chinese stealing their oil? I'd guess the target audience is an aerial survey or satellite imaging, at which heights this place would look pretty authentic. The wells must not have panned out if these tanks are all dry." Wandering around the phony village, the men realized there was no food or water to be found and the mystery lost its allure. They worked their way through the string of fake jars, hoping to find some emergency supplies or something more than an empty oil tank. But all the tents were the same, masking large metal tanks half buried in the sand. Only at the very last tent did they find that the door actually opened, revealing a pumping station dug 20 feet into the ground. A maze of pipes led to the other storage tanks, fed from a single 4-foot diameter inlet pipe that protruded from beneath the desert floor. "An underground oil pipeline," Pitt observed. "Dug and placed with the help of a tunnel boring machine." Giordano posed. "Now, let's see, where have I seen one of those lately? It's quite possible that our friends at Avaga Oil have struck again. May have something to do with the deal they are cooking up with the Chinese, but for what purpose I can only guess." The two men fell silent again, fatigue and disappointment damping their spirits. Overhead, the rising sun was beginning to bake the sand and gravel floor around the mock village. Tired from their all-night trek and weak from lack of food and water, the men wisely decided to rest. Ripping sections of the felt covering from one of the tanks, they bundled a pair of crude mattresses together and lay down in the shade of the pumping house. The homemade beds felt like a cloud to their tired bones and they quickly drifted off to sleep. The sun was dropping toward the western horizon like a fluorescent billiard ball when the two men finally roused themselves. The sleep break did little to restore their energy levels, however, and they departed the village in a lethargic state. They began hiking with noticeable effort, yet moved at a snail's pace, as if each man had aged 40 years in his sleep. Pitt took another bearing with his watch against the sun's rays and led them in a westerly direction again, foregoing any thoughts of trying to trace the underground pipeline. They moved in unspoken unison, willing their bodies forward with each step. As the first hints of delirium began to fog their minds, the winds gradually began to kick up again, jabbing and swirling in sporadic gusts as a prelude to the force that was to come. The northerly wind brought with it a cold chill. Both men had carried a thin section of felt from the storage tank and wrapped their heads and torsos in the fabric like a poncho. Pitt targeted a distant S-shaped ridge for a bearing as the sun slid away, focusing his efforts on maintaining a straight course. As the winds picked up, he knew his North Star compass would be obscured, and the last thing they needed in their state was to be wandering around in circles. An annoying mantra, "move or die," began to repeat endlessly in his head, urging him forward. Pitt could feel the swelling in the back of his parched throat and tried to put the unyielding thirst out of his mind. He glanced at Giordano, who bawled ahead with listless eyes. Both their energies and exhausted mental capacities were concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Time seemed to fade away for Pitt, and consciousness nearly as well. He drifted along, then felt his eyes pop open, not sure if he had fallen asleep on his feet. How long he was out, he had no idea, but at least Giordano was still there, trudging along beside him. His mind began to wander, thinking of his wife, Lauren, who served in Congress back in Washington. Though lovers for many years, they had only just recently married, Pitt reasoning that his days of globe-trotting adventure were behind him. She'd known the wanderlust would never leave his blood, even if he didn't. Within months of his ascension to the head of NUMA, he grew restless with managing the agency from its Washington headquarters. It was Lauren who urged him to take to the field, knowing he was happiest when working with his first love, the sea. Time apart would make their love stronger, she told him, though he doubted she meant it. Yet he wouldn't interfere with her career on the Hill, so he followed her words. Now he wondered if doing so would end up making her a widow. It was an hour later, maybe two, when the winds decided to make an appearance in earnest, blowing hard from the northwest. The stars above quickly melted away in the dust, obscuring their only source of light. As the blowing dust settled over them in a cottony haze, Pitt's landmark ridge disappeared from view. It was no matter, though, as Pitt stared down at his feet with numb fatigue. They moved like zombies, lifeless in appearance but unwilling to stop walking. Giordano moved methodically forward alongside Pitt, as if an invisible tether kept the two men linked together. The winds grew intense, stinging their face and eyes with blasting sand that made it painful to see. Still they trudged ahead, though well off their westerly track. The exhausted men began zigzagging to the south, in a subconscious effort to flee the biting wind. They staggered on in a timeless whirl until Pitt detected Giordano trip over some rocks and fall down next to him. Pitt stopped and reached out to help his friend up. A burly hand rose up and grabbed Pitt's, then yanked hard in the other direction. Pitt sprawled toward Giordano, tripping over him and falling into a bed of soft sand. Lying there dazed, he noticed the blasting sand was no longer peppering his body. Unseen in the turbulent night, Giordano had tripped over a rock piling, behind which lay an indented cove protected from the howling winds. Pitt reached out and touched the rock wall with one hand as he felt Giordano crawl alongside and collapse. With a last ounce of energy, Pitt unwrapped his felt cloth and draped it over both their heads for warmth, then lay back on the soft sand and closed his eyes beneath the screeching desert sandstorm. Both men fell unconscious. 29 Giordano was dreaming. He dreamed that he was floating in a still pond of tropical water. The warm liquid was unusually dense, like syrup, making his movements a slow and laborious effort. The water suddenly lapped at his face in a series of small hot waves. He jerked his head to escape the surf, but the warm moisture followed his motion. Then something about the dream became overly vivid. It was an odor, a very unpleasant one at that. A smell too powerful to reside in a dream. The repulsive aroma finally spurred him awake and he forcefully cocked open a heavy eyelid. Bright sunshine stung at his eyes, but he could squint enough to see there was no aqua blue water lapping at his body. Instead, a giant pink swab descended on him with a hot wipe across one cheek. Jerking his head away, he saw the pink swab roll behind a picket fence of large yellow teeth housed in a snout that appeared a mile long. The beast exhaled a breath that bathed Giordano's face in a putrid cloud of onion, garlic, and Limburger cheese. Popping open both eyes and shaking off the cobwebs, he stared past the expansive snout into two chocolate-brown eyes shrouded behind long eyelashes. The camel blinked curiously at Giordano, then let out a short bellow before stepping back to nibble at a fringe of felt protruding from the sand. Giordano struggled to sit up, realizing the syrupy water in his dream was a layer of sun-warmed sand. A drift of sand nearly a foot thick had piled up in the little cove during the sandstorm the night before. Weakly pulling his arms out of the morass, Giordano nudged the figure next to him similarly buried under felt and sand, then scooped away handfuls of brown silica. The felt rustled a bit, then was thrown back, exposing the drawn and haggard face of Pitt. His face was sunburned, his lips bloated and chapped. Yet the sunken green eyes sparkled at seeing his friend alive. "Another day in paradise," he rasped TLN off a parched mouth, taking in their surroundings. The overnight sandstorm had blown itself out, leaving them bathed in sunshine under a clear blue sky. They heaved their bodies upright, the sand falling off them in rivulets. Giordano sneaked a hand into his pocket and nodded slightly in reassurance, finding the horseshoe still there. "We've got company," he wheezed, his voice sounding like steel wool on sandpaper. Pitt crawled weakly from under the blanket of sand and peered at the beast of burden standing a few feet away. It was a Bactrian camel, as evidenced by the two humps on his back that sagged slightly to one side. The animal's matted fur was a rich mocha-brown, which darkened around its flanks. The camel returned Pitt's stare for a few seconds, then resumed its nibbling on the blanket. "The ship of the desert," Pitt said. "Looks more like a tugboat. Do we eat him or ride him?" Pitt was contemplating whether they had the strength to do either when a shrill whistle blared from behind a dune. A small boy bobbed over the sand, riding a dappled tan horse. He wore a green dell, and his short black hair was hidden under a faded baseball cap. The boy rode up to the camel, calling it by name as he approached. When the camel popped his head up, the boy quickly looped a pole-mounted lasso around the animal's neck and pulled the rope tight. Only then did he glance down and notice Pitt and Giordano lying on the ground. The startled boy stared wide-eyed at the two haggard men who resembled ghosts in the sand. "Hello." Pitt smiled warmly at the boy. He climbed unsteadily to his feet as a pool of sand slid off his clothes. "Can you help us?" "You talk English?" the boy stammered. "Yes. You can understand me." "I learn English at monastery," he replied proudly, enunciating each syllable. "We are lost," Giordano said hoarsely. "Can you share food or water?" The boy slipped off his wooden saddle and produced a goatskin canteen filled with water. Pitt and Giordano took turns attacking the water, taking small sips at first, then working up to large gulps. As they drank, the boy pulled a scarf out of his pocket, which was wrapped around a block of sun-dried curds. Cutting it into small pieces, he offered it to the men, who gratefully split the rubbery milk residue and washed it down with the last of the water. "My name is Noyon," the boy said. "What is yours?" "I am Dirk and this is Awan." "We are very happy to meet you, Noyon." "You are fools, Dirk and Awan, to be in the Gobi without water and a mount," he said sternly. His youthful face softened with a smile, and he added, "You come with me to my home, where you will be welcomed by my family. It is less than a kilometer from here. A short ride for you." The boy slipped off his horse and removed the small wooden saddle, then prodded Pitt and Giordano to climb aboard. The Mongol pony was not tall, and Pitt easily pulled himself onto its back, then helped hoist Giordano on behind him. Noyon grabbed the reins and led them north across the desert, the roped camel following behind. They travelled just a short distance before Noyon led them around a thick sandstone ridge. On the opposite side, a large herd of camels was scattered about a shallow plain, foraging for scrub grass that sprouted through the stony ground. In the center of the field stood a lone ger, shrouded in dirty white canvas, its southerly door painted a weathered orange. Two poles with a rope tied across acted as an adjacent corral, securing several stout brown horses. A rugged, clean-shaven man with penetrating dark eyes was saddling one of the horses when the small caravan rode up. "Father, I have found these men lost in the desert," the boy said in his native tongue. "They are from America." The man took one look at the bedraggled figures of Pitt and Giordano and knew they had flirted with Erleg Khan, the Mongolian lord of the lower world. He quickly helped them down off the horse, returning the feeble shake of the hand offered by each exhausted man. "Secure the horse," he barked at his son, then led the two men into his home. Ducking and entering the Jur, Pitt and Giordano were amazed at the warm decor of the interior, which was in stark contrast to the tent's drab exterior. Brightly patterned carpets covered every square inch of the dirt floor, melding with vibrant floral weavings that covered the tent's lattice-framed walls. Cabinets and tables were painted cheerful hues of red, orange, and blue, while the ceiling support frames were painted lemon yellow. The interior was configured in a traditional Jur layout, symbolic of role superstition plays in daily nomadic life. To the left of the entrance was a rack and cabinet for the man's saddle and other belongings. The right section of the Jur, the female side, held the cooking implements. A hearth and cooking stove was situated in the center, attached to a metal stovepipe that rose through an opening in the tent's ceiling. 3 low beds were positioned around the perimeter walls, while the back wall was reserved for the family altar. Noyon's father led Pitt and Giordano around the left side of the Jur to some stools near the hearth. A slight woman with long black hair and cheerful eyes tending a battered teapot smiled at the men. Seeing their exhausted state, she brought damp towels to wash their face and hands, then set some strips of mutton to boil in a pot of water. Noticing the bloody bandage on Pitt's leg, she cleaned the dressing as the men downed cup after cup of watery black tea. When the mutton was cooked, she proudly served up a giant portion to each man, accompanied by a tray of dried cheeses. To the famished men, the flavor-challenged meal tasted like French haute cuisine. After devouring the mutton and cheese, the man brought over a leather bag filled with the home-fermented mare's milk, called erg, and filled 3 cups. Noyon entered the Jur and sat down behind the men to act as interpreter for his parents, who did not speak English. His father spoke quietly in a deep tone, looking Pitt and Giordano in the eye. "My father, Tsengel, and my mother, Arianna, welcome you to their home," the boy said. "We thank you for your hospitality." "You have truly saved our lives," Pitt said, sampling the erg with a toast. He decided the brew tasted like Wan beer mixed with buttermilk. "Tell me, what are you doing in the Gobi without provisions?" Tsengel asked through his son. "We became separated from our tour group during a brief visit into the desert," Giordano fibbed. "We retraced our steps but got lost when the sandstorm struck last night. You were lucky my son found you. There are few settlements in this region of the desert." "How far are we from the nearest village?" Pitt asked. "There is a small settlement about 20 kilometers from here." "But enough questions for now," Tsengel said, seeing the weary look in both men's eyes. "You must rest after your meal. We will talk again later." Noyon led the men to 2 off-small beds, then followed his father outside to tend the herd. Pitt lay back on the cushioned bed and admired the bright yellow roof supports overhead before falling into a deep, heavy sleep. He and Giordano woke before dusk to the recurring smell of mutton boiling on the hearth. They stretched their legs outside the Jur, walking amid the docile herd of camels that roamed freely about. Tsengel and Noyon soon came galloping up, having spent the afternoon rounding up strays. "You are looking fit now," Tsengel said tln off his son. "Feeling fit as well," Pitt replied. The food, liquids, and rest had quickly revitalized the 2 men and they felt surprisingly refreshed. "My wife's cooking. It is an elixir," the man grinned. Tying their horses to the hitching rope, then washing at a bucket of soapy water, he led them back into the Jur. Another meal of mutton and dried cheese awaited them, accompanied by cooked noodles. This time, Pitt and Giordano consumed the meal with much less relish. The erg was produced earlier and poured in larger quantities, consumed out of small ceramic bowls that never seemed to empty. "You have an impressive herd," Giordano remarked, complimenting his host. "How many head?" "We own 130 camels and 5 horses," Tsengel replied. "A satisfactory herd, yet it is a quarter the size of what we once owned on the other side of the border. In Chinese Inner Mongolia." "Yes, the so-called autonomous region, which has become little more than another Chinese province." Tsengel looked into the fire with a glint of anger in his eyes. "Why did you leave?" Tsengel nodded toward a faded black and white photograph on the altar, which showed a boy on a horse and an older man holding the reins. The penetrating eyes of the boy revealed it was a young Tsengel, alongside his own father. At least 5 generations of my ancestors have herded on the eastern fields of the Gobi. My father owned a herd of over 2,000 camels at one time. But those days have vanished in the winds. There is no place for a simple herder in those lands anymore. The Chinese bureaucrats keep commandeering the land without regard to its natural balance. Time and again, we have been pushed out of our ancestral grazing lands and forced to drive our herds to the harshest portions of the desert. Meanwhile, they suck the water out wherever they can, for the noble cause of industrializing the state. As a result, the grasslands are disappearing right under their noses. The desert is growing day by day, but it is a dead desert. The fools will not see it until the sands begin to consume their capital of Beijing, by which time it will be too late. For my family's sake, I had no choice but to cross the border. The grazing conditions are sparse, but at least the herder is still respected here, he said proudly. Pitt took another sip of the bitter-tasting atrag as he studied the old photograph. It is always a crime to take away a man's livelihood, he said. His gaze drifted over to a framed print mounted at the back of the altar. The portrait of a rotund man with a stringy goatee peered back, drawn in an ancient stylized hand. Tsengel, who is that on the altar? The Yuan Emperor, Kublai. Most powerful ruler of the world, yet benevolent friend of the common man, Tsengel replied, as if the emperor was still alive. Kublai Khan? Giordano asked. Tsengel nodded. It was a far better time when the Mongol ruled China, he added wistfully. It is a much different world today, I'm afraid, Pitt said. The airag was taking its toll on Tsengel, who had consumed several bowls of the potent brew. His eyes grew glassy and his emotions more visceral as the mare's milk disappeared down his throat. Finding the geopolitical conversation becoming a little too sensitive for the man, Pitt tried to change the subject. Tsengel, we stumbled upon a strange sight in the desert before the sandstorm struck. It was an artificial village surrounded by wooden camels. Do you know the place? Tsengel responded by laughing with a throaty guffaw. Ah, yes, the richest herdsman in the Gobi. Only his mares don't produce a drop of milk, he smiled, taking another sip of airag. Who built it? Giordano asked. A large crew of men appeared in the desert with equipment, pipe, and a digging machine. They dug tunnels under the surface that run for many kilometers. I was paid a small fee to direct their foreman to the nearest well. He told me that they worked for an oil company in Ulaanbaatar, but were sworn not to tell anyone of their work. Several of the crewmen who talked loudly had disappeared suddenly and the rest of workers were very nervous. They quickly built the wooden camels and large tanks that look like jars, then the men vanished. The tanks in the village stand empty, collecting only dust from the wind. That was many months ago, and I have seen no one return since. It is just like the others. Hic others? Pitt asked. There are 3 other camps of metalgers located near the border. They are all the same. They stand empty, but for the wooden camels. Are there existing oil wells or oil drilling in the area? Pitt asked. Tsengel thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I have seen oil wells in China many years ago, but none in this area. Why do you think they disguise the storage tanks and surround them with wooden livestock? I do not know. Some say that the metalgers were built by a wealthy herder to capture the rains and that the water will be used to bring back the grasslands. A shaman claims the wooden animals are an homage, placed in appeasement for the desecration of the desert that occurred by their underground digging. Others say it is the work of a tribe of madmen. But they are all wrong. It is simply the work of the powerful, who wish to exploit the wealth of the desert. Why do they disguise their efforts? Why else but to disguise their evil hearts? The Arab had nearly finished Czengel off. He slurped the remains of his bowl, then rose uneasily to his feet and bid his guests and family good night. Staggering over to one of the beds, he collapsed onto the covers and was snoring loudly minutes later. Pitt and Giordano helped the others clean up the remains of the meal, then strode outside for a dose of fresh air. "It still doesn't make any sense," Giordano said, gazing at the night sky. "Why hide some empty oil tanks out in the desert to collect dust? Maybe there is something more important than the storage tanks that is being hidden. What might that be?" "Perhaps," Pitt replied, kicking his toe into the ground, "the source of the oil." Despite Czengel's loud snoring, Pitt and Giordano slept soundly in the Jur, the boy Noyon glvmg up his bed to sleep on pillows on the floor. Everyone awoke at sunup and shared a breakfast of tea and noodles. Czengel had arranged for Pitt and Giordano to accompany Noyon to the nearby village, where the local children were shuttled to a monastery for schooling 3 days a week. Pitt and Giordano would hop a ride with Noyon to the monastery, where a supply truck from Ulaanbaatar was known to make semi-regular visits. Slipping some dusty bills into her hand, Pitt thanked Ariana for the food and comfort, then said goodbye to Czengel. "We cannot repay your kindness and generosity. The door to a Hader's Jur is always open. Be well in your travels, and think kindly on occasion of your friends in the Gobi." The men shook hands, then Czengel galloped off to tend his herd. Pitt, Giordano, and Noyon mounted 3 of the stout horses and loped off toward the north. "Your father is a good man," Pitt said as he watched Czengel's dusty trail disappear over the horizon. "Yes, but he is sad to be away from the ground of his birth. We are doing well enough here, but I know his heart lies in Hulunbuy, the land to the southeast. If he can prosper here, then I'd say he could make it anywhere," Giordano said, eyeing the barren landscape around them. "It is a struggle, but I will help my father when I am older. I will attend the university in Ulaanbaatar and become a doctor. Then I will buy him all the camels he desires." They crossed a grainy plain, then threaded their way through a series of sharp sandstone uplifts. The horses plodded their way along without guidance, following the route the way a Grand Canyon mule knows every step to the Colorado River. It wasn't long before Pitt and Giordano found their backsides chafing in discomfort. The horses were outfitted with the traditional Mongol saddles that were constructed of wood. Like most children of the Mongolian steppes and desert regions, Noyon had learned to ride before he could walk and grew up accustomed to the hard, unforgiving riding gear. For outsiders like Pitt and Giordano, it was like riding a park bench over an infinite row of speed bumps. "You sure there's not a bus stop or airport around here?" Giordano asked with a grimace. Noyon thoughtfully considered the question. "No bus, other than at the village. But airplane, yes. Not far from here. I will take you to it." Before Giordano could say another word, Noyon kicked his horse and galloped off toward a ridge to the east. "That's all we need, an extra side trip," Pitt said. "Shouldn't cost us more than a ruptured spleen or 2. Who's to say there's not a Learjet waiting for us on the other side of that ridge?" Giordano countered. They turned toward Noyon's dusty trail and spurred their horses to run, the animals eagerly galloping after the lead horse. They charged up to the base of the ridge, then flanked around its northern tip. The horses' hooves clopped loudly as they crossed a wide section of level sandstone. Winding around some large boulders, they finally caught up with Noyon, who sat waiting in the shadow of a rocky spire. To Giordano's chagrin, there was no jet or airport, or sign of any means of air transportation, for as far as the eye could see. There was just more flat gravelly desert, punctuated by the occasional rocky bluff. At least the boy was fruitful in one regard, Giordano thought. They had in fact travelled only a short distance off their original path. Pitt and Giordano slowed their horses to a walk as they approached Noyon. The boy smiled at them, then nodded toward the backside of the ridge behind him. Pitt gazed at the ridge, noting only a rocky incline covered in a layer of red sand. A few of the rocks were oddly shaped and seemed to reflect a faint silvery hue. A lovely rock garden, Giordano mused. But Pitt was intrigued and rode closer, noting two of the protrusions were proportionally shaped. As he drew near, he suddenly saw that they were not rocks at all but a pair of partially buried radial engines. One was attached to the blunt nose of an inverted fuselage while the other was mounted to an accompanying wing that disappeared under the sand. Noyon and Giordano rode up as Pitt dismounted and brushed away the sand from one of the buried cowlings. Looking up with amazement, he said to Giordano, "It's not a Learjet. It's a Fokker Trimotor 31." The Fokker F-A she had crashed, undisturbed for over 70 years. The inverted plane had collected blowing sand by the truckload, until her right wing and most of her fuselage was completely buried. Some distance behind, the port wing and engine lay hidden, crushed against the same rocks that had torn it off during the forced landing. The nose of the plane was mashed in like an accordion, the cockpit filled to the brim with sand. Buried in the dust, the crushed skeletons of the pilot and copilot were still strapped in their seats. Pitt brushed away a thick layer of sand from beneath the pilot's window until he could read the faded name of the plane, Blessed Betty. "Heck of a place to set down," Giordano said. "I thought you said these old birds were indestructible." "Nearly." The Fokker Trimotors, like the Ford Trimotors, were a rugged aircraft. Admiral Byrd used one to fly over the Arctic and Antarctic. Charles Kingsford Smith flew his Fokker F-7, the Southern Cross, across the Pacific Ocean back in 1928. Powered by the Wright Whirlwind motors, they could practically fly forever. Pitt was well versed about the old airplane. His own Ford Trimotor was wedged in with his collection of antique cars back in Washington. Must have been done in by a sandstorm, Giordano speculated. As Noyon watched from a respectful distance, Pitt and Giordano followed the sand-scrubbed belly of the fuselage aft until they found a slight lip on the side. Brushing away a few inches of sand, they could see it was the lower edge of fuselage side door. Both men attacked the soft sand, scooping away a large hole in front of the door. After several minutes of digging, they cleared away an opening around the door, with room to pull the door open. As Giordano scooped away a last pile, Pitt noticed a seam of bullet holes stitched across the fuselage near the door. "Correction to the cause of crash," he said, "run a hand across the holes." "They were shot down. I wonder why." Giordano mused. He started to reach for the door handle when Noyon suddenly let out a slight wail. "The elders say there are dead men inside. The lamas tell us that we must not disturb them. That is why the nomads have not entered the aircraft." "We will respect the dead," Pitt assured him. "I shall see that they are given a proper burial so that their spirits may rest." Giordano misted the handle and gently tugged open the door. A jumbled mass of splintered wood, sand, and broken pieces of porcelain tumbled out of the dark interior, settling into a small pile. Pitt picked up a broken plate from the Yuan dynasty, which was glazed with a sapphire blue peacock. "Not your everyday dinnerware," he said, recognizing it as an antiquity. "At least 500 years old, I'd wager." Though admittedly no expert, Pitt had acquired a working knowledge of pottery and porcelain from his many years of diving on shipwrecks. Oftentimes, the only clues to identifying a shipwreck's age and derivation were the broken shards of pottery found amid its ballast pile. "Then we have the world's oldest, as well as largest, jigsaw puzzle," Giordano said, stepping back from the doorway to let Pitt peer in. The interior of the plane was a mess. Mangled and splintered crates lay scattered over every square inch of the main cabin, their shattered porcelain contents strewn across the floor in a carpet of blue and white shards. Only a few crates wedged near the tail had survived the violent crash landing intact. Pitt crawled into the fuselage and waited a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dark interior. The dim cabin and stale dusty air inside lent an eerie feeling to the Fokker's interior, which was augmented by the rows of wicker seats hanging empty from the ceiling of the inverted aircraft. Ducking his head slightly, Pitt turned and moved first toward the intact crates near the tail section. The broken bits of porcelain crunched under each footstep, compelling him to move tentatively through the debris. He found 5 crates that were still intact, with fragile and at tension, British WSER1 stenciled along the sides. The lid on one crate had been jarred loose, and Pitt grabbed the loose section of wood and pried it open. Inside was a large porcelain bowl wrapped in a loose cloth. Over 700 years old, the bowl had a serrated edge and was glazed greenish-blue over the white clay base. Pitt admired the floral artistry of the design, then placed the bowl back in the crate. As the debris on the floor seemed to confirm, the plane was carrying a packed cargo of antique ceramics and, thankfully, no passengers. Pitt moved back up the inverted aisleway, where Giordano joined him at the side door. "Any clue to the cargo?" he asked in a hushed tone. "Just that it was headed to the British Museum. A few boxes survived in back. Appears to be all antique porcelain." Pitt moved forward, creeping past the first row of seats and toward the cockpit bulkhead. Much of the cargo had been thrown forward when the plane crashed, creating a mountain of debris in the front of the cabin. Pitt stepped over a large fractured pot and spotted a dusty leather jacket lying amid some debris on the floor. Stepping around broken shards, he hoisted a broken crate out of the way to take a closer look, then froze in his tracks. Under the dim light seeping in from the doorway, he could see that the jacket was still occupied by its original owner. The mummified remains of Leigh Hunt lay where he'd expired, decades after he pulled himself out of the crash in agonizing pain from a broken back. His left arm tightly clutched the yellow wooden box while his bony white right hand was wrapped around a small notebook. A tinkled grimace was etched into Hunt's face, his features well preserved by the dry desert air and a thin layer of silica. "Poor devil. He must have survived the crash, only to die later," Pitt surmised in a hushed tone. "That box and notebook evidently meant something to him," Giordano replied. With an uneasy reverence, Pitt carefully removed the box and notebook from the skeletal grip, handing the wooden box to Giordano. Noticing a dirty worn fedora lying on the floor nearby, he gently placed it over the face of the corpse. "I don't presume the pilots fared any better," he said, looking forward. Carefully stepping over Hunt's body, he moved to the forward bulkhead and tried to peer through the cutout into the cockpit. The entire compartment was filled with sand, which had blasted TLN off the pilot's windows when the plane crashed. "It would take the better part of a day to excavate that," Giordano said, looking over Pitt's shoulder. "Maybe on our next visit," Pitt replied. He had little doubt that the bones of the pilots would be found preserved beneath the heavy layer of sand. The 2 men made their way back down the fuselage and climbed out the side door into the bright sunshine. Noyon was pacing back and forth nervously but stopped and smiled with relief when Pitt and Giordano exited the craft. Giordano held the yellow wooden box up for Noyon to see, then gingerly pried off the lid. Inside were the bronze tube and the tightly rolled cheetah skin, in the same pristine condition as when discovered by Hunt. "Not exactly the crown jewels," he said, eyeing the contents with minor disappointment. Holding the bronze tube up toward the sun, he saw that there was nothing inside. "This ought to tell us something," Pitt said, holding open the notebook. He flipped open the cover and read the title page aloud. "Excavations at Shangtu. Commencing the 15th of May, 1937. Field Diary of Dr. Leigh Hunt, Expedition Leader." "Read on," Giordano said. "I'm dying to know if the cheetah skin was destined as a footstool in Dr. Hunt's library or as a pillow for his mistress's boudoir. My friends, we must be on our way if we're to catch the bus to the monastery," Noyon interrupted. "The mystery will have to wait," Pitt said. He slipped the diary into his shirt pocket, then walked over and closed the Fokker side door. "How about our friends inside?" Giordano asked. "I'll call Dr. Sargoth when we make it back to Ulaanbaatar. He should know who to contact in the Mongolian government to ensure a proper excavation is carried out." We owe it to Dr. Hunt to see that a professional retrieval is made of the artifacts he gave his life for, as well as see that he and the pilots are given a proper burial. Pitt scooped a pile of sand in front of the airplane door to keep it sealed while Giordano stuffed the wooden box into a leather saddlebag. Then they remounted the horses that Noyon had held, settling into the uncomfortable wooden saddles. "You sure there weren't any down pillows inside those rear crates?" Giordano asked with a wince. Pitt just shook his head with a smile. As they trotted toward the village, he turned and gazed a last time at the dusty remains of the old plane and wondered what secrets Hunt's diary would reveal. An hour's ride took them to the diminutive settlement of Senge. The village, such that it was, would be found on few maps, as it was nothing more than a few just crowded around a small watering hole. The SPRMG flowed year-round, offering permanent sustenance for the resident herders and their flocks who otherwise would be forced to migrate several times a year in chase of fertile grasslands. As was the usual case in the rural countryside, the camels and horses milling about the village greatly outnumbered the human residents. Noyon led Pitt and Giordano to a ger flying an orange banner, where they tied the horses to a staked rope. Several small children were busy playing chase with one another nearby, stopping for a moment to ogle the strange men before resuming their game. Climbing off his horse, Giordano swayed like a drunken sailor, his legs and rear aching from the hard saddle. "Next time, I think I'll try the camel and take my chances with the humps." Pitt was equally sore and glad to be standing on his feet. "A season with the herd and you'll be riding like an arrot," Noyon said, referring to the local horseman. "A season in that saddle and I'd be ready for traction," Giordano grumbled. An elderly resident of the village spotted the men and hobbled over on a game leg, speaking rapidly to the boy. "This is Otgonbayar," said Noyon. "He invites you to visit his ger and enjoy a bowl of arag." The low whine of a truck echoed off the surrounding hills. Then a small faded green bus crested a ridge and turned toward the village, trailing a cloud of dust. Noyon looked toward the approaching vehicle, then shook his head. "I'm afraid our bus has arrived," he said. "Please tell Otgonbayar that we appreciate his invitation but will have to join him another time," Pitt said. He walked over to the old man and shook his hand. The old man nodded and smiled in understanding, exposing a pair of toothless gums. With a loud squeal of its brakes, the bus ground to a stop and the driver tapped the horn. The playing children ceased their roughhousing and marched single file to the bus, hopping inside after its accordion side door swung open. "Come on," Noyon said, leading Pitt and Giordano aboard. The 1980s-era Russian-built bus, AKV's Model 3976, was a forgotten relic of the Soviet Army. Like many vehicles that ended up in Mongolia, it had been passed along from the old Guardian state long after its useful life had been reached. With faded paint, cracked windows, and bald tires, it showed nearly every one of the 250,000 miles that had been placed on her. Yet like an old boxer who refuses to quit, the beaten hulk was patched up and sent back onto the road for another round. Climbing up the steps after Noyon, Pitt was surprised to find the bus driver was an older Anglo man. He smiled at Pitt through a white beard, his ice-blue eyes sparkling with mirth. "Hi, boys," he said to Pitt and Giordano. "Noyon tells me that you're from the States." "Me, too. Grab a seat and we'll be on our way." The bus held 20 passengers and was nearly full after scooping up kids from 3 neighboring encampments. Pitt noticed the seat behind the driver was occupied by a black and tan dachshund, stretched out on its side in a deep sleep. The seat opposite the aisle was empty, so he plopped down there, Giordano sliding in beside him. The driver closed the door and quickly wheeled out of the village. Driving clear of the working herd, he mashed the accelerator down as he shifted through the gears. With a shrill whine from its engine, the old bus soon crept up to 50 miles per hour as it bounced over the hard desert surface. "Boulangerine Monastery ain't exactly a destination resort," the driver said, looking at Pitt and Giordano in the rectangular miner mounted above his visor. You boys on one of those horseback adventure tours of the Gobi? You could say that, Pitt replied, though I hope we're done with the horseback portion of tour. We are just looking to return to Ulaanbaatar at this point. Not a problem. A supply truck from UB will be at the monastery tomorrow. If you don't mind spending the night with a cadre of high-rolling monks, then you can hitch a ride on the truck in the morning. That would be fine with us, Pitt said as the bus lurched over a rut. He watched in amusement as the Dachshund flew into the air, then landed back on the seat, without raising an eyelid. If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing out here in these parts? Giordano asked. Oh, I'm helping a private archaeological foundation from the States that is helping rebuild the Buddhist monasteries. Prior to the communist takeover of Mongolia in 1921, there were over 700 monasteries in the country. Nearly all of them were ransacked and burned in the 1930s during a devastating purge by the government. Thousands of monks disappeared in the annihilation, either executed on the spot or shipped off to Siberian work camps to die in captivity. Those not murdered were forced to renounce their religion, though many continue to worship in secrecy. Must be difficult for them to start anew with their church relics and holy scripts long since destroyed. A surprising number of ancient texts and monastery artifacts were buried by alert monks in advance of the purge. Important relics are turning up every day as some of the old monasteries reopen. The locals are finally becoming comfortable that the government abuses of the past are not going to recur. How did you get from laying bricks to driving a school bus? Giordano asked. You have to wear a lot of hats out in the boondocks, the driver laughed. The group I'm helping with isn't simply a bunch of archaeologists but also includes carpenters, educators, and historians. Part of our agreement with rebuilding the monasteries is that we also establish schoolrooms for the local children. The structured education available to children of the nomadic herders is pretty spotty, as you can imagine. We're teaching reading, writing, math, and languages, in hopes of giving these rural kids a chance at a better life. Your friend Nguyen, for example, speaks 3 languages and is a whiz at math. If we can offer him accessible schooling for the rest of his childhood, and keep a PlayStation from falling into his hands, he'll probably grow up to be a fine engineer or doctor. That's what we are hoping to offer all of these kids. The bus crested a blunt ridge, exposing a narrow valley on the other side. At its midpoint, a splash of thick grass dotted with purple shrubs added a sparkle of color to the otherwise monotonous desert. Pitt noticed a cluster of small stone buildings built in the thicket, sided by a handful of white Jews. A small herd of camels and goats were corralled nearby, while several small suvs were positioned at the southern end. Bulangin Monastery, the driver announced. Home to 12 monks, 1 lama, 17 camels, and an occasional hungry volunteer or 2 from the US of O. He threaded his way down some coarse tire tracks, then pulled the bus to a stop in front of one of the Jews. Schools in, the driver said to Pitt and Giordano as the kids clambered off the bus. Nguyen burst by, waving at the 2 men, before hopping off the bus. Afraid I need to go teach a geography lesson, the driver said after all the children had departed. If you boys head to the large building with a dragon on its eave, you'll find Lama Sayantanai. He speaks English, and will be glad to look after you for the night. Will we be seeing you later? Probably not. After I take the kids home, I promised an overnight stopover at one of the villages to give a talk on Western democracy. Was nice chatting with you, though. Enjoy your visit. Many thanks for the lift, and for the information, Pitt replied. The driver scooped up the sleeping Dachshund and grabbed a book of world geography from under his seat, then waltzed toward the waiting classroom inside the JER. Nice fellow, Giordano said as he stood up and then stepped off the bus. Pitt followed, noticing a placard above the driver's visor that read, "Yilkan _ US Nolm is Klai e Kusala." Yes, Pitt agreed with a searching nod. But he drives like Mario Andretti. They made their way across the compound toward 3 pagoda-shaped buildings whose upturned roofs were laid in an aged blue ceramic tile. The central and largest of three buildings was the main temple, flanked by a shrine hall and a storeroom. Pitt and Giordano walked up a short flight of steps leading into the main temple, admiring a pair of curvaceous stone dragons that were mounted on the cummer eaves, their long tails curving up the steeply angled roof. The two men mindfully entered the temple through an immense open door, where a chorus of low chants greeted them. As their eyes adjusted to the dim illumination provided only by candlelight, they saw two broad benches that ran lengthwise across the temple, ending near a small altar. A half-dozen elderly monks sat on each bench, facing one another across the center aisle. The monks sat cross-legged, dressed in bright saffron robes, their shaved heads held perfectly still as they chanted. Pitt and Giordano tiptoed clockwise around the temple, taking a seat along the back wall and watching the remainder of the mantra. Tibetan Lamaism is the practiced form of Buddhism in Mongolia, the religious ties between the two countries forged centuries ago. Prior to the government purge, nearly a third of Mongolian males were practicing lamas, living an ascetic existence in one of the many unadorned monasteries scattered around the country. Buddhism nearly vanished during the communist reign, and a whole generation of Mongolians is just now being reacquainted with the spirituality of their ancestors. Pitt and Giordano could not help but feel the mystique inside the temple as they observed the ceremony, which differed little than that practiced by lamas hundreds of years before. The scent of burning incense enchanted their noses with an exotic aroma. The interior of the ancient temple exuded a warm glow from the candlelight, which flickered off the red-painted ceiling and the bright crimson banners that hung from the walls. Tarnished statues of Buddha in various incarnates dabbled the nooks and altar. Then there was the haunting sound from the lips of the noble lamas. The craggy-faced monks repeated in unison a line from their prayer books, which lie open in front of them. The mantra slowly grew louder and louder, the voices rising in intensity, until an elderly lama with thick glasses suddenly rapped at a goatskin drum. The other monks joined in the crescendo by ringing tiny brass bells or blowing into large white conch shells until the walls of temple shook. Then, as if an invisible hand suddenly turned down the volume, the crescendo slowly fell away to complete silence, the monks meditating in quiet for a moment before rising from their benches. The lama with the thick glasses set down his drum and approached Pitt and Giordano. He was nearly 85 yet moved with the strength and grace of a much younger man. His deep brune eyes shined with warmth and intelligence. "The Americans who wander the desert," he said in heavily accented English. "I am Sayantanai. Welcome to our temple. We have included a prayer for your safe travels in our worship today." "Please excuse our intrusion," Pitt said, startled at the lama's knowledge of their arrival. "The path to enlightenment is open to all," the lama smiled. "Come, let me show you our home." The old lama proceeded to guide Pitt and Giordano around the temple, then led them outside for a walk around the grounds. "The original monastery dates to the 1820s," he explained. "The occupants were more fortunate than most during the Great Purge. Government agents destroyed the living quarters and the food stores, then drove away the faithful. For reasons unknown, the temple was left untouched, abandoned to stand empty for many decades. The sacred texts and other articles of worship were secured by a local herdsman and buried in the sands nearby. When the ways of tolerance were resumed by the government, we reopened the temple as the centerpiece of our monastery. The buildings look hardly the worse for wear after all those years," Giordano noted. "Local herdsmen and underground monks secretly maintained the temple during the years of repression. The remote location helped keep the site out of the prymgis of the most troublesome government atheists. But we have much work yet to do to restore the compound," he said, motioning toward a stack of lumber and building materials. "We live in the Jis now, but will someday have a permanent residence structure. You and a dozen disciples." "Yes, there are 12 monks here plus a visiting aspirant. But we hope to provide housing for an additional 10 young men before long." The lama led Pitt and Giordano to one of the smaller buildings beside the main temple. I can offer you accommodations in our storeroom. The Western archaeological team visiting us is working at a nearby site for several weeks. They have left behind several cots that you may use. You wish to catch a ride on the supply truck tomorrow? Yes, Pitt replied. We are anxious to return to Ulaanbaatar. It shall be arranged. I must return to the temple for a tutoring session. Please make yourself comfortable, then join us for our evening meal at sunset. The Lama quietly turned and strode to the temple, his loose red robe flapping in the breeze. Pitt and Giordano climbed a short flight of steps and entered the storeroom, which was a narrow windowless structure with a high ceiling. They had to step around a giant iron bell just inside the doorway, a weathered relic in need of a bell tower. Past the bell, they found flour, noodles, tea, and other foodstuffs stacked along one wall. On the opposite side were bins of blankets and furs, stored for the frigid winter months ahead. In the back, they found several canvas cots beneath a painted image of Sakyamuni, the Buddha sitting cross-legged on a lotus flower throne. Odd, that he knew we were in the neighborhood, Pitt said. It's a small desert, Giordano replied. Look on the bright side. We don't have to sleep on the ground and we have plenty of time to relax until our ride shows up. As a matter of fact, I think I'd like to test out our new accommodations straight away, he said, stretching out on one of the cots. I've got some reading to do first, Pitt replied, making his way toward the door before the snoring began. Taking a seat on the front steps of the storeroom, he gazed in thought at the ancient temple and the dust-strewn valley stretching beyond. Then he pulled open the rucksack and began reading the diary of Dr. Lee Hunt. 32 Good B.A., Dirk. And to your friend A1. Nguyen bounded up the steps and bowed. Pitt stood up and shook the boy's hand, marveling at the maturity of the 10-year-old. So long, my friend, Pitt replied. I hope that we shall meet again. Yes. Next time, you ride the camels, the boy grinned, then ran down the path toward the waiting school bus at the edge of the monastery. The doors closed behind him and the old bus roared off up the ridge toward the setting sun. The rumble woke Giordano from his nap and he padded onto the porch, stretching his arms to awaken. Nguyen and the kids headed home from school, he asked, catching a glimpse of the bus before it disappeared over the hill. He just came by and said farewell. Wanted me to tell you that his best camel is available for riding excursions at any time. Pitt stuck his nose back into Hunt's diary with a mesmerized look on his face. How's the kiss and tell saga of our petrified archaeologist? One that you won't believe, Pitt said. Giordano saw the serious look in Pitt's eyes and took a seat on the steps. What did you find? Dr. Hunt, his Mongolian assistant, and a team of Chinese laborers were excavating the remains of a vanished city in northern China named Shang. Never heard of it. You might know it by its more romanticized Western name. Xanadu. Not another one, Giordano said, shaking his head. Did it really exist? Most definitely. It was the summer palace of Kublai Khan. He built the joint about 120 miles northwest of Beijing to get out of the summer heat. It was surrounded by a walled hunting ground and an adjacent village of upwards of 100,000 people. By the time Hunt came along, it was no more than a pile of rock and dust on an empty plain. So the artifacts on the plain date from Kublai Khan's reign. They must be worth a small fortune. That is, the few items not broken into 1,000 pieces during the plane crash. Quite possibly. Though Hunt himself was disappointed with the haul. He tits that there was really nothing of significance uncovered until the very last day of the excavation. That's when your wooden box and the cheetah skin were dug up. Pitt had the open wooden box sitting on the porch, the cheetah skin and bronze tube sitting inside. He pulled out the animal skin first. Hunt made little mention of the cheetah skin, but look at this, he said, laying out the fur, then flipping it over. On the skin side was a series of 8 small paintings in separate boxed panels. The first image showed a large Chinese junk sailing down a river trailed by two smaller vessels. The subsequent paintings showed the ships at sea, then anchoring in a small bay. The final panel showed the large ship on fire in the bay. A rippled banner of a blue dog fluttered in flames from the ship's foremast. On the shore, some boxes were stacked near the ship, but they, too, were surrounded by fire flames and smoke consumed the land all around the bay. Seems to relay a voyage that ended in a firestorm, Giordano said. Perhaps they ran into some adversaries who were skilled with Greek fire. Or it looks like they might have moored close to a forest fire ashore and were caught by blowing embers. There was no interpretation by the British archaeologist. None. I wonder if he even examined the backside of the skin before he died. Any significance to the box? It wasn't the box that was noteworthy but the bronze tube. Or, rather, something that was inside the bronze tube. A silk scroll of some sort was apparently rolled up inside. Painted on it was a treasure map to an unbelievable find. The canister was empty when we found it. Do you suppose it's still with Hunt on the plane? Here, read Hunt's last entries, Pitt said, passing the diary to Giordano. 3 brief passages were written on the last page of text. The 5th of August, 1937. En route to Ulaanbaatar by aircraft. With a heavy heart, I must write of a dreadful discovery. Tsendine, my loyal associate, partner, and friend, has betrayed me in the end. The silk scroll is gone, stolen from its canister, which I carefully guarded since its excavation. Tsendine was the only person who could have removed it, striking a dagger in my back before the plane left the ground. With it, the trail to GK is lost. I shall endeavour to recall the clues and reconstruct the map by memory. Then I will outfit a small party in UB and make the search attempt. Perhaps if nothing else, I will run into Tsendine on the slopes of Birkenkardun and obtain fair retribution. My only hope. The entry ended mid-sentence, resumed later in a shaky hand. Giordano noted that the dusty page was stained with drops of blood. Date unknown. We have crashed in the desert, shot down by a Japanese warplane. Both pilots dead. I fear my back and legs are broken. Am unable to move. Waiting for help. I pray we will be discovered soon. Pain is unbearable. Then later, in a crude scribble, last entry. All hope is gone. My sincere regrets to Leeds at the British Museum, and my love to my dear wife, Emily. God save our souls. Poor bugger, Giordano said. That explains why he was lying atop the debris in the plane. He must have lay there several days before dying. His pain must have been all the worse, knowing what he lost. So what was the treasure on the silk map? Who or what is G.K. Hunt describes the silk scroll in an earlier entry, after its discovery. He was convinced, as was his aide Tsendine, that it depicted the map to a lost tomb. The location in the Kentai Mountains of Mongolia, the royal markings, even a legend about a weeping camel all fit the historical records. The silk map indicated the final burial place of Genghis Khan. Giordano let out a low whistle, then shook his head. Genghis Khan, eh? Must have been sold a phony map. Old Genghis has yet to be found. His grave still rates as one of the biggest archaeological mysteries on the planet. Pitt gazed at a swirling cloud of dust on the horizon, 1,000 images running through his mind. Then it was his turn to shake his head. On the contrary. His tomb has indeed been found, he said quietly. Giordano stared at him with a blank look on his face but knew better than to question Pitt's assertion. Pitt flipped through the diary to a page near the beginning and held the passage open for Giordano to see. Hunt's assistant from Mongolia, Tsendine. His last name is Borgen. It can't be. His father. If I'm not mistaken, we recently visited the marble tomb of the late Tsendine Borgen. If that was Borgian's father in the stone chapel, then the sarcophagus in the center of the chamber. That's right, Pitt said ruefully. The tomb of Genghis Khan is sitting in Tolgo Borgian's backyard. They joined the Lama and monks at sunset for dinner in one of the jars. Like all their meals of late, it was a simple affair, consisting of a vegetable broth with noodles, washed down with some earthy black tea. The monks ate in silent reverence, nodding only in reply to the Lama's occasional spoken word. Pitt casually studied the faces of the wizened monks who moved with stoic grace. Most were older than 60, their studious brown eyes peering from crevice-lined faces. All wore their hair shaved close to the head but for one younger man with a thick build. He quickly gulped down his meal, then turned and grinned incessantly at Pitt until the others were finished. After the meal, Pitt and Giordano observed an evening prayer in the temple, then retired to the storeroom. The revelation about Genghis Khan in Hunt's diary consumed Pitt's thoughts, and he was more anxious than ever to return to Ulaanbaatar. As they prepared to turn in, he dragged one of the cots over near the entryway. "Can't sleep under a closed roof anymore?" Giordano chided. "No," Pitt replied. "Something's bothering me." "The lack of a decent meal in nearly a week is bothering me," Giordano said, crawling under a blanket. Pitt pulled down an open box from the shelf that contained incense, beads, and other accoutrements of Buddhist prayer. After rummaging around a few minutes, he turned out the kerosene lamp and joined Giordano in counting sheep. The Pruya came after midnight, silently opening the storeroom door just enough to let himself and a sliver of moonlight through the crack. Hesitating a moment to let his eyes adjust to the dark interior, he moved slowly toward the cot near the entry. Stepping toward the bed, his foot grazed a small prayer bell left on the floor. As the soft metallic ring echoed through the still room, the intruder froze, halting even his breathing. As the seconds ticked away, his ears strained to detect movement or stirring in the room, but all remained quiet. Steady on his feet, the man knelt to the floor, locating the bell with a soft hand and gently sliding it out of his path. His knuckles grazed a second bell, which he cautiously moved before inching closer to the cot. He could just make out the sleeping body that lay still under a blanket. Standing above it, he raised a glistening double-edged sword toward the rafters with both hands, then swung the blade down in a lethal slash. The razor-sharp blade struck just below the pillow, where the sleeper's neck would be. But something was wrong. There was no knotty resistance of the blade cutting through bone, no splash of blood or gasp of breath from the dying victim. The sword instead cut through without resistance down to the cot, the blade driving deep into the wooden frame. A startled confusion came over the would-be assassin before the sudden realization that he'd been had. But by then it was too late. Pitt was already charging from his cot at the back of the room. The sliver of light creeping through the open door perfectly backlit the would-be killer hunched over the entryway cot, giving Pitt a clear target. In his hands, Pitt carried a wooden-handled shovel that he had borrowed from the excavation area and stashed under his bed. A step away from the cot that was stuffed with pillows, he pulled the shovel over his shoulder and swung at the black silhouette. The intruder did his best to recover. Hearing Pitt's footsteps approach, he pulled the sword out from the cot and wielded it over his head. Feeling rather than seeing Pitt draw near in the dark, he thrust the sword toward him in a wide arc. But Pitt's movements were already ahead of him. The blade of the shovel materialized out of the darkness and smashed into the intruder's hand as he started his downswing. The crunching sound of knuckles mashed on metal was quickly followed by a blood-curdling cry of agony that echoed across the compound. The sword flew out of the assassin's hand and clattered across the hardwood floor. Not interested in a duel, he grasped his mangled hand and staggered back toward the doorway. Pitt made another swing with the shovel from his left side, but the intruder lurched out of harm's way. The cot was situated between the two men and Pitt made one more lunge across the empty bed. He swung hard and low as he saw the intruder turn toward the door. The shovel head clipped the back off man's leg just below the calf. Another shot of pain seared through the assassin's body as he lost all balance and tumbled hard to the floor. Still clutching his mashed hand, he failed to brace himself as he fell. Unseen in the dark, the heavy iron bell clipped him at the hairline as he went down. Pitt heard a cracking sound like a shattering baseball bat, followed by the secondary thud of man's body hitting the floor. Giordano materialized at Pitt's side, then stepped around the cot and kicked the door fully open. Under the full glow of the moon, they could see the intruder's lifeless body lying on its side, the head tilted at an unnatural angle. "Snapped his neck," Giordano said, bending over the still form. "A kinder treatment than he had in mind for us," Pitt said, leaning his shovel against the wall and picking up the sword. Lights appeared on the porch, then the Lama and 2 monks entered the room, each carrying a kerosene lantern. "We heard a scream," the Lama said, then looked down at the body near his feet. The bright red robe worn by the victim shined brightly under the lanterns. Even Giordano was startled by seeing that the intruder was dressed in attire associated with the non-violent Buddhist monks. The Lama looked at the short black hair and youthful face with immediate recognition. "Zaina-e," the Lama said without emotion. "He's dead." "He tried to kill us," Pitt said, holding up the sword and displaying the sliced blankets on the cot. "I tripped him with the shovel, and he fell on the bell and broke his neck. I suspect you will find additional weapons on his body." The Lama turned to one of the monks and spoke in Mongolian. The underling knelt down and patted the robes on the corpse. Lifting a section of red cloth, he revealed a belt that held a dagger and a small automatic pistol. "This is not the way of the Dharma," the Lama said with shock. "How long has he been at the monastery?" Pitt asked. "He arrived just the day before you. He said he hailed from the northern state of Orhan but that he was crossing the Gobi in search of inner tranquility. He's found it now," Giordano said with a smirk. The Lama contemplated an earlier conversation, then gazed suspiciously at Pitt and Giordano. "He asked about 2 foreigners crossing the desert when he arrived. I told him we knew nothing of you but that there was a good chance you might appear here, as the weekly supply truck is the most reliable means to Ulaanbaatar in the vicinity." After telling him this, he expressed the desire to prolong his stay. "That explains your knowledge of our arrival," Pitt said. "But why the attempt on your lives?" Pitt briefly explained their visit and escape from Borgin's compound while in search of the missing oil survey team. "This man was likely an employee of Borgin. Then he is not a monk." "I would say that was not his primary calling. He was indeed ignorant of many of our customs," the Lama said. His face burrowing, he added, "A killing at the monastery, I fear, may cause us great trouble with the state authorities." "His death was in fact an accident. Reported as such." "We can certainly do without a state inquisition," Giordano muttered. "Yes," the Lama agreed, "if that is the truth, then it will be reported as an accident. After you have departed." The Lama had the other 2 monks wrap the body in a blanket and move it to the temple. "I regret your lives were placed in peril while visiting our enclave," he said. "We regret attracting such trouble to your monastery," Pitt replied. "May the rest of your stay be enjoyed in peace," the Lama said, then he drifted off to the temple, where a brief prayer was held for the dead intruder. "Nice bit of detective work," Giordano said, closing the door and bracing the damaged cot behind it. "How did you know there was a phony monk in the deck?" "Just a hunch." He didn't seem to have the ascetic air of the other devout monks, plus he kept looking us over at dinner like he knew who we were. It didn't seem a stretch that Borgin would still have someone on the prowl for us, even someone disguised as a monk. I hope he didn't bring any friends with him." "I guess that means I owe you now," Giordano said. "Owe me what?" "Shovel duty for the rest of the night," he said, sliding the dented spade under his cot before burrowing under the covers. The supply truck arrived late the next morning, offloading several crates of vegetables and dry goods into the storeroom. After helping unload the truck, the monks congregated in the temple for a period of meditation. The llama lagged behind, chatting with the truck driver as Pitt and Giordano prepared to depart. The driver welcomes your company in the cab. He says it will be a 5-hour trip to Ulaanbaatar. Our sincere thanks for your hospitality, Pitt said. He gazed toward the temple, where the wrapped body of the assassin lay on a bench. Has anyone come looking for your other visitor? No, the llama said, shaking his head. He will be cremated in 4 days, but his ashes will not remain in the compound. He did not carry the spirit of Sakyamuni in his heart, he said, referring to the historical Buddha. The old lama turned back toward Pitt and Giordano. My heart tells me that you are men of honor. Travel in wisdom and strength of spirit and you shall find what you seek. The lama bowed deeply, and Pitt and Giordano returned the gesture before climbing into the truck. The driver, an old Mongolian with several missing front teeth, smiled broadly, then started the truck and drove slowly out of the compound. The lama stood motionless, his head clown, until the truck was out of sight, its settled trail of dust coating the old man's robe and sandals. Pitt and Giordano sat silently as the truck bounced over the desert, both reflecting the parting words of the lama. It seemed as if the wizened old man knew what they were after, and had given them the green light. We have to go back, Pitt finally muttered. To Xanadu? Giordano asked. To Xanadu 33. The blue-spotted grouper cast a steely eye at the large figure swimming toward him. It moved too slowly to be a shark, and the neon blue skin was too dazzling to be a dolphin. And it propelled itself in an odd manner by yellow appendages where the tail should be. Deciding the figure was neither friend nor foe, the grouper eased out off-way and headed for another section of the reef to scour for food. Summer Pitt paid scant attention to the big fish as it darted into the blue murk. Her focus was on a yellow nylon line stretched across the sea floor that she followed like a marked trail. Her lithe body moved gracefully through the water at a steady pace, skimming just a foot or two above the gnarled heads of the coral reef. A digital video camera was clasped in her hands, capturing the colorful images of the reef on either side of the yellow line. Summer was documenting the reef as part of a NUNLA project assessing the health of coral reefs in the Hawaiian Islands. Sedimentation, overfishing, and algae outbreaks due to pollution and global warming had wreaked a slow and steady degradation of coral reefs around the world. Though the reefs of Hawaii had mostly been spared, there was no guarantee they would not succumb to the severe bleaching and mass mortality that had been witnessed in reefs surrounding Australia, Okinawa, and Micronesia. By monitoring the health of the reefs, the influence of man-made activities could be detected and addressed proactively. The methodology was remarkably simple. Video frames from a surveyed reef were compared with sample images taken months or years earlier at the same locale. A count of the fish and benthic or seafloor organisms provided a scientific snapshot of the reef's relative health. Dozens of reefs around the islands were targeted by the NUMA project to provide an assessment of the entire region's waters. Summer kicked lazily along the track line until reaching the end point in a sand gully, marked by a stainless steel pin driven into the seafloor. A plastic card marked in grease pen was attached to the pin. Summer reached down and turned the card toward the camera, filming the designated line and waypoint before turning the camera off. As she let go of the placard, something in a nearby burrow of sand caught her eye. Kicking her yellow fins in short scissors kicks, she glided over to a cluster of small rocks. A small octopus was sliding about the rocks, puffing its body up and down as it drew water through its gills. Summer watched the intelligent invertebrate as it changed color, turning nearly translucent as it expanded its mantle before squirming away toward the reef. Gazing back at the rocks, she noticed a small round object protruding from the nearby sand. A miniature face seemed to smile up at Summer, as if happy to be discovered. Summer fanned away a light layer of sand, then plucked up the object and held it in front of her mask. It was a tiny porcelain figurine of a maiden, wearing a flowing red robe, her black hair rolled high in a bun. The statuette's plump cheeks were tinged with red like a cherub while the narrow eyes were unmistakably Asian. The artistic handiwork was somewhat crude, and there was an ancient look to the dress and pose. Just to assure herself, Summer flipped the figurine over, but found no Hong Kong stamp on the bottom. Sifting her free hand through the soft sand, she found no other buried objects nearby. A few yards away, the silvery air bubbles from another diver caught her attention. It was a man, kneeling on the edge of the reef taking a sediment sample. Summer swam over and hovered in front of the other diver, then held up the porcelain figure. The bright green eyes of her brother Dirk glistened in curiosity as he studied the object. Lean and tall like the father he shared names with, Dirk secured the sediment sample in a dive bag, then stretched out his legs and motioned for Summer to show him where she found it. She led him away. From the reef and across the sandbar to the gravelly patch where she had spotted the smiling face. Dirk pulled alongside, and the two of them swam in a wide circle around the sandbar, gliding a few feet off the bottom. The undulating field of sand abruptly ended in a gnarled bed of lava as they circled toward the shore. Moving away from the shoreline, the sand bed dropped away in a steep incline that didn't reach bottom for another 15,000 feet. A small patch of coral appeared in the middle of the sand field, which Dirk swam down to examine. The coral stretched in a linear path for 10 feet before disappearing under the sand. Dirk noticed the sand appeared darker along a continuing line before meeting the lava wall. Summer swam toward a small round clump that rose from the bottom, then waved Dirk over to take a look. Dirk kicked over to what appeared to be a large rectangular stone nearly 6 feet across. He dove down and felt its hard growth-encrusted edge with a gloved hand, then probed along its surface. The hardness gave way as his fingers pressed into a dense growth of sea urchins at its center. Nodding his head with interest, Summer moved in with her video camera and filmed a close-up shot of the object. The two divers then abandoned the item and completed their circular sweep, finding no other objects. Reaching a drop line near where they started, they kicked to the rippling surface 30 feet above. Their heads bobbed up in the sapphire blue waters of a large cove near Kalaulai Bay on the southwest shore of Hawaii's Big Island. A few hundred yards away, the surf crashed into a rocky shoreline, which rose steeply to encircle the cove in high cliffs of black lava. The crash of the waves striking the rocks reverberated off the steep walls in a thunderous roar as a ring of white foam settled on the surface. Dirk swam over to a small inflatable boat tethered to the drop line and bellied himself over the side. Unfastening his tank and weight belt, he reached over the side and helped pull his sister aboard. Summer spat out her regulator, barely catching her breath. "What do you make of that coral outcropping in the middle of the sandbar?" she asked. "It showed some linearity." "I thought so, too. I'd like to excavate some of the sand around its fringes and see if there's anything there not devoured by the coral." She pulled the porcelain figurine from her dive bag and studied it under the sunlight. "You think you've got a shipwreck in the coral, eh?" Dirk chided, releasing the bowline and starting a small outboard motor. "This had to come from somewhere," she said, holding up the figurine. "How old do you think it might be?" "I haven't a clue," Dirk replied. "For my money, the rectangle stone is much more intriguing." "You have a theory?" "I do," he said, "but I don't think I'll make any outlandish claims until I've had a chance to peruse the ship's research computers." Dirk gunned the throttle and the small boat leaped over the waves toward a ship moored in the distance. The NUMA research vessel was painted a bright turquoise blue, and as they approached from the stern the black-lettered Vulcanoplora could be read on the transom. Dirk idled the boat to the port side, drifting beneath a small crane that hung over the water dangling a strand of cables. As Dirk and Summer attached the cable ends to D-hooks mounted to the rubber boat, a man's torso leaned over the rail. With a muscular build, thick mustache, and steely blue eyes, the man could have been the incarnate of Wyatt Earp, reborn with a Texas accent. "Hang on to your pants," he shouted, pressing the controls on the hydraulic winch. In an instant, Jack Dahlgren raised the boat out of the water and deposited it on the ship's deck. As he helped rinse off and stow the dive equipment, he asked Summer, "Did you capture the final reef here?" The captain wants to know if he can pick up and move to the next survey area, Lelewe Point, on the east side of the island. The answer is yes and no, Summer replied. We've completed the data collection, but I'd like to make another dive on the site. Dirk held up the porcelain figure. Summer thinks she has a treasure wreck on her hands, he grinned. Cultural treasure would be just as fine with me. What signs of Aztec did you find? Dahlgren asked. Nothing obvious, but Summer did find an interesting stone object, Dirk offered. We need to go look at the videotape. Dirk and Summer showered and dressed, then met Dahlgren in one of the research ship's laboratories. Dahlgren had hooked the video camera to a monitor and was replaying the images over the large screen. When the rectangular stone appeared, Dirk reached over and pressed the pause button. I've seen something like that before, he said, then sat down at an adjacent computer and began tapping the keyboard. It was at an underwater archaeology conference, from a paper presented on a wreck discovered in Malaysia. After a few moments of searching, he located a website that contained a copy of the scientific paper, along with photographs of the excavation. Dirk scrolled through the images until he stopped at an underwater photograph of a stone slab. It was a rectangular piece of granite, tapered on one end, with a pair of holes carved through the center. Clear away the growth and I'd say you have a close match to the object in Summer's video, Dahlgren asserted, comparing images. Yes, not only the same shape but the same relative size, Dirk noted. Okay, I'll bite, Summer said. What is it? An anchor, Dirk replied. Or, rather, the stone weight that fitted into a wooden grappling anchor. Before the days of lead and iron, it was a lot simpler to construct an anchor from wood and stone. You're talking the ancient days of sail, Dahlgren said. Dirk nodded. That's why it is intriguing. Summer's anchor looks to be an identical match for this one, he said, pointing to the screen. We all agree on that, Summer said. But what's it from? What kind of wreck did they excavate in Malaysia? Well, Dirk said, scrolling down the screen to a computerized drawing of a four-mast sailing ship. Would you believe a 13th-century Chinese junk Q-34 The air on Karg Island was hazy brown. Oily smoke spewed up by the Holocaust at Ras Tanura a week before still choked the skies over the Persian Gulf. Even at Karg Island, a rocky limestone spit on the Iranian side of the Gulf 180 miles from Ras Tanura, taking a breath of the thick polluted air left the greasy taste of petroleum in one's mouth. The toxic air was an environmental match to the waters east of the small island, which were topped with a perpetual layer of oil. The water pollution was homegrown, however, in the form of leaks and spills from the adjacent crude oil transport facility. A huge T-shaped jetty on the east side of the island held berths for up to 10 tankers. Off the west coast, a man-made island could fill the bellies of several ultra-large crude carrier supertankers, fed by gravity from an assortment of storage tanks built on the central heights of the island. Though just a tiny land mass, Karg Island is Iran's largest oil export terminal, as well as one of the biggest oil transport facilities in the world. Dusk was approaching when a battered black drill ship chugged past the fleet of tankers aligned in a row along the eastern terminal. Angling north, the drill ship turned and approached the island, mooring close to the bluffs at the tip of the northern coast. An Iranian military boat patrolling the coastal waters cruised by but paid no thought to the old ship, which flew the flag of India. None of oil workers ashore paid much attention either, especially after night fell. But that's when the drill ship quietly sprang to life. The ship moved slowly back and forth, surveying the black waters before settling on a desired spot. Fore, aft, and side thrusters were activated, gluing the ship to a stationary point despite the effect of wind and current. Under low wattage deck lighting, the ship's crew scurried about wearing black jumpsuits. A short drill string was assembled beneath the derrick and lowered through an open moon pool. The end of the drill string didn't hold the usual roller cone drill bit for oil drilling, but rather an odd trio of oblong cylinders bound in a tripod fashion. The tripod was lowered to the bottom, then the deck crew slowly disappeared and the ship grew quiet. But 20 minutes later, an explosive boom emanated from beneath the ship. A loud but muffled clap was all that could be heard on the surface, barely discernible to the neighbouring ships and island workers. But 50 feet beneath the ship, a high-powered sound wave was blasted into the Gulf floor. The downward-directed seismic wave bounced and refracted harmlessly through the Earth's crust. Harmless, except for a single point of convergence from the TLNEE oblong cylinders, which focused their blast of sound at the exact depth and position of a marked fault line. The brief acoustic burst was followed by a second discharge, then a third. The concentrated acoustic blasts bombarded the subterranean fault line with vibrating seismic waves until it reached a point of irreversible stress. Like Ella Fitzgerald shattering a glass with her voice, the pounding acoustic vibrations fractured the fault located a half-mile beneath the surface. The rupture reverberated to the surface with a savage shake. The U.S. Geological Surveyor would clock it at 7.2 on the Richter scale, a killer quake by all accounts. Loss of life was minimal, with major damage limited to just a few Iranian coastal villages near Karg Island. Since the Persian Gulf waters were too shallow for a tsunami to form, the damage was restricted almost entirely to a section of Iranian shoreline near the Gulf's tip. And to Karg Island. On the tiny oil-pumping island, the damage was catastrophic. The whole island shook as if a nuclear bomb had detonated beneath it. Dozens of oil storage tanks ruptured like balloons, spilling their black contents in rivers that slopped down the hillside and into the sea. The huge fixed oil terminal off the eastern shore broke into several free-floating pieces that battered and punctured the moored tankers. The supertanker terminal on the western side of Karg Island disappeared altogether. The small black drill ship didn't wait around to survey the damage, instead steaming south in the early hours of the morning. The flurry of helicopters and rescue ships streaming to the rocky island took little notice of the old vessel headed away from the destruction. Yet in its wake, the drill ship had single-handedly devastated Iranian oil exports, jolting the global petroleum market once again while plunging China into a state of chaos. 35 To the teetering oil futures market, the report of the destruction at Karg Island hit like an atomic blast, unleashing a fear-driven free-for-all. Frenzied traders jumped over the oil futures contracts, bidding the price of sweet crude up to a stratospheric $150 per barrel. On Wall Street, the Dow headed in the opposite direction. A reeling stock market was forced to shut down early as trading curbs halted activity after a massive sell-off erased 20% of the market's value in half a day. Across the US, anxious motorists reacted to the news by racing to the nearest gas station to fill their cars up on cheaper fuel. The stampede buying quickly exhausted the thin margin of surplus refined gasoline, and fuel shortages soon sprouted across every state. Sporadic violence flared over the waning supply in some regions as a sense of panic gripped the country. At the White House, the president called an emergency meeting of his top security and economic advisors in the cabinet room. A no-nonsense populist elected from Montana, the president listened quietly as his chief economic advisor recounted a litany of disastrous consequences resulting from the oil shock. A near doubling of oil prices in less than a month will produce unprecedented inflationary pressures, touted the advisor, a balding man with thick glasses. Aside from the obvious distress to the entire transportation sector, there are countless industrial and manufacturing bases that rely on petroleum content. Plastics, chemicals, paint, textiles, there's hardly an industry that is not directly impacted by the price surge. The dramatic rise in oil costs will have to be passed on to the consumer, who is already suffering from shock at the gas pump. An immediate recession is a foregone conclusion. My fear is that we are standing at the precipice of a deep and prolonged economic depression of global proportions. Isn't this price hike a knee-jerk reaction? The president asked. After all, We don't import a drop of oil from Iran. There is a major element of panic, no doubt about it. But the damage to Kharg Island disrupts the global supply of oil, which impacts the price in the US even if our own import supply remains steady. Of course, we are already seeing a shortfall in imports from the destruction at Ras Tanura. As a result, the markets are on edge. The anxiety is partly being fueled by rumors, one of which says that a terrorist element was responsible for the damage to both Persian Gulf facilities. Anything to those claims, the president asked his national security advisor, a studious man with a lean face. None that we've ascertained, the man replied in a staid voice. I'll task Langley with a further look, but all evidence points to naturally occurring earthquakes. The fact that two damaging rattles took place in close relative proximity appears to be a fluke of nature. Fair enough, but let's not take chances with any homegrown fanatics who want to capitalize on the situation here for a headline. Dennis, I'd like Homeland Security to elevate the terrorist TLNE advisory for all seaports. Let's make sure surveillance is boosted at our oil terminals, particularly along the Gulf Coast. Consider it done, Mr. President, replied the Director of Homeland Security, seated opposite of the Chief Executive. Garner, I think a quick means to quell the public hysteria would be to immediately release some stocks from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The suggestion came from Vice President James Sandecker, a retired admiral and former head of NUMA. He was a small but intense man with blazing eyes and a fiery red Van Dyke beard. An old friend of the president, he seldom addressed his boss by title. The oil markets should cool down over time. Releasing a portion of the reserves should dampen the immediate public fear of an outright oil shortage, and perhaps boost confidence in the markets. The president nodded. Write up a presidential order to that effect, he barked at an aide. A sales pitch from the bully pulpit might not hurt, either, Sandecker added, glancing toward a large portrait of Teddy Roosevelt hanging on a side wall. I'll do my part, the president agreed. Contact the networks and schedule a televised address for tonight, he directed. I'll advocate voluntary gas rationing for the next 30 days. Might help the refineries catch up on supplies. We'll get the public calmed down first, then try to figure a way out of this mess. There must be some options to consider, mused the Chief of Staff. Temporary price freezes and mandatory fuel rationing could be instituted quickly. Might be wise to promote some conservation measures publicly while privately twisting some arms, Sandecker said. We can probably entice some of our other foreign suppliers to boost oil production. Maybe our domestic producers can help as well, though I understand the Alaska pipeline is now operating at capacity again. Yes, the Arctic drilling has increased production, the economic advisor confirmed. We would otherwise be in a lot worse shape right now. But that just means the upside from our present condition is limited. The measures mentioned are all fine and good, but they will only have a minor effect on domestic demand. The ugly reality is that they will have almost no impact on the global markets. A major supply fix is what's needed, and that will take months for Saudi Arabia and Iran to sort out. I'm afraid to say, there is very little we can do right now to impact the global price of oil in a meaningful manner. The dire assessment silenced the room. Finally, the president spoke. All right, gentlemen, put everything on the table. I want to look at all options and every worst-case scenario. And I suspect we'll have to move fast. With the oil price holding at the current level, exactly how much time do we have before completely losing the economy? He asked, his dark eyes boring into the Economist. Difficult to say, the advisor replied nervously. Perhaps a 30-day window before we see the first major work stoppages and associated layoffs. Once the markets have digested this initial shock, the price pressure may abate. But we'll need to see a price retreat of at least $30 to $40 to avoid a severe recession. The flip side is that the markets are in a very tenuous state. Another shock of any sort and we could have a global calamity on our hands. Another shock, the president said softly. God help us from that 36th of San, that yielded Summer's porcelain figurine now looked like an underwater construction site. Aluminum grids and yellow ropes stretched in all directions across the seabed, punctuated by tiny orange flags staked into the ground. What had started as a sample test pit dug near the rocky outcropping had grown into a full-blown excavation project after Dirk and Summer uncovered a large framing timber buried 2 feet under the sand. Additional test pits confirmed that the porcelain figure and stone anchor were no random objects tossed over the side but part of an entire wreck buried between the 2 coral reefs. Beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain plates and bowls, along with votives and carvings of jade, all hinted at a wreck of Chinese origin. Portions of the ship's frame also correlated with the design of a massively sized Chinese junk. To Summer's amazement and chagrin, the potential discovery of an early Chinese ship in Hawaiian waters had caused a sensation. Media representatives from around the world descended on her like vultures to capture the story. After a slate of repetitive news interviews, she was only too happy to slip on a tank and fins and escape the bedlam underwater. The newshounds would lose interest in the story quick enough, she knew, and then the excavation could be resumed uninterrupted. Summer floated over the grids and passed a pair of divers blowing sand away from a large timber believed to be the sternpost. A few yards away, manual probes driven into the sand had detected another large section of wood that might be the rudder. Gliding to the edge of work site, she kicked toward the surface alongside a drop line, holding a balled fist over her head until she broke the surface. A brown metal barge was now moored over the site, and Summer swam the few yards over to its side ladder. Tossing her fins onto the deck, she climbed up and onto the small barge. It was little more than an open deck, with a dingy tin hut constructed at one end. A wall rack full of dive gear hung against the side of hut, while the deck rail was lined with a generator, water pump, and several compressors. A pair of surfboards lying on the tin shack's roof offered the only hint of frivolity to the work site. The boards belonged to Dirk and Summer and were deemed standard equipment whenever they worked in Hawaii. "How's the water?" drawled the voice of Jack Dahlgren. He was hunched over one of the compressors, screwdriver in hand, as Summer stowed her tank and dive gear. "It's Hawaii," she smiled. "Always a delight." She toweled her hair off, then walked over to Dahlgren. "Be up and running soon?" she asked. "Just waiting for a final fuel and supply drop from the Mariana. We've got one compressor to run an airlift and another to provide surface-supplied air. They'll make diving in these puffy waters a breeze. I'm more excited about applying the airlift to the last few buried areas." The airlift was little more than a hollow tube with compressed air fed into the lower end. The pressurized air ascended up the tube, producing a vacuum effect ideal for sucking away sand and loose debris from a wreck site. Mariana Explorer to Brown Bess, crackled a handheld radio strung to the side rail. Dirk's voice was instantly recognized on the other end. "Bess here." "Come on back," Dahlgren replied. "Jack, we've got the fuel and hot dogs and are 10 miles away. The captain says we'll tie up on your leeward side to offload the fuel. We'll be waiting." Dahlgren peered across the horizon, spotting a turquoise dot cruising toward the barge. Then the radio crackled once more. "And tell Summer that she has yet another visitor who would like to talk to her about the wreck." "Explorer out." "Not another reporter," Summer cursed, rolling her eyes in disgust. "Summer says she'll be happy as a clam to host another interview." "Bess out," Dahlgren replied into the microphone, laughing at Summer's taciturn look. The NUMA vessel arrived within the hour and tied up alongside the barge. While Dahlgren oversaw the loading of a 55-gallon drum of gasoline, Summer climbed aboard the Mariana Explorer and made her way to the wardroom. There she found Dirk having coffee with a dark-skinned Asian man wearing slacks and a navy polo shirt. "Summer, come meet Dr. Alfred Tong," Dirk said, waving her over. Tong stood up and bowed, then shook Summer's outstretched hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Pitt," he said, looking up into the grey eyes of the taller woman. He had a powerful grip, she noted, and skin like her own that had seen much off sun. She tried hard not to stare at a prominent scar that ran down his left cheek, instead gazing at his intense walnut-coloured eyes and jet-black hair. "Thank goodness," Summer blushed. "I was expecting another TV reporter." "Dr. Tong is a conservator with the National Museum of Malaysia," Dirk explained. "Yes," Tong said and nodded, then continued in choppy English. "I was attending a seminar at the University of Hawaii when I heard of your discovery. An associate at the university put me in touch with a local NUMA representative. Your captain and brother were kind enough to invite me out for the day." "The logistics were well timed," Dirk explained. "The Mariana Explorer happened to be in Hilo picking up fuel and supplies for the barge and will be returning that direction this evening. Is your interest in the wreck?" Summer asked. "We have a sizable collection of Southeast Asian artifacts in the museum, as well as an extensive exhibit from a 14th-century Chinese vessel excavated from the Straits of Malacca. Though it is not my specific area of expertise, I have some knowledge of Yuan and Ming dynasty pottery. I am interested in what you have retrieved, and thought I might offer assistance in identifying the age of the vessel through its artifacts. I, like many others, would revel in the discovery of a 13th-century Chinese royal vessel in the Western Pacific." "Identifying the age of the vessel is a key question," Summer replied. "I'm afraid we've uncovered just a limited number of ceramic artifacts. We sent a sampling to the University of California for analysis, but I'd be happy to let you examine the remaining items. Perhaps the context of the artifact finds will be useful. Can you share with me the condition and configuration of the wreck?" Dirk unrolled a large script of paper sitting on the table. "I was just going to walk you through the excavation profile." Before Summer walked, they all took a seat at the table and examined the chart. It was a computer-aided diagram of the wreck site from an overhead view. Sections of timbers and scattered artifacts were displayed in a horseshoe-shaped region next to the lava bed. Tong was surprised by the tiny amount of remains and artifacts documented in the drawing, hardly indicative of a large sailing vessel. "We've worked with the archaeologists from the University of Hawaii to excavate nearly all of the accessible portions of the wreck. Unfortunately, we are only seeing about 10% of the entire vessel," Dirk said. "The rest is under coral?" Tong asked. "No, the wreck actually lies perpendicular to two reefs under a sandbar, with her nose to the shore," Summer said. She pointed to the diagram, which showed two coral mounds on either side of the excavation field. "The sand has protected the existing artifacts from consumption by the coral. We think this section of sand may have been a natural channel cut through the reef eons ago when the seas were lower. If coral has not imprisoned the wreck, then why are there not more remains visible? In a word, lava." Summer pointed to the closed end of the horseshoe, which showed a rocky bed that ran off the chart in the direction of the shoreline. "If you look out the window, you can see that this section of coastline is one big lava field. The rest of the wreck, I'm sorry to say, is buried under a bed of lava rock." "Remarkable," Tong said with a cocked brow. "So the rest of the wreck and its cargo is intact under the lava. The rest of the ship is either under the lava or was consumed by it. If the ship sank and was buried under sand before the lava flow arrived, then it may well be preserved intact beneath the lava field. The timbers we've found adjacent to the lava field are well buried, which suggests that the rest of the ship may indeed still be there. The upside is that we may be able to use the lava to help age the wreck," Dirk said. "We have a local volcanologist studying the historical record of volcanic eruptions and associated lava flows on this part of the island. So far, we know that there has been no volcanic activity in this immediate area for at least 200 years, and possibly much longer. We hope to receive more definitive information in a few days." "And what of the actual ship have you identified?" "Just a few pieces, which appear to be from the stern section. The timbers are thick, indicating a potentially large ship, perhaps even 200 feet or more. Then there is the anchor stone, which is consistent with known Chinese design, and also indicative of a sizable vessel. A vessel that size and age would most certainly be Chinese, Tong said. Yes, Dirk replied, the European vessels of the day were half as large. I've read of the legend of the Chinese admiral Zheng He, who purportedly sailed around the world with his massive treasure fleet in 1405. This is no six-masted, 500-foot behemoth, though, like Zheng He supposedly sailed, if such massive ships even existed. History tends to exaggerate, Tong said. But crossing half the Pacific 100 years before Zheng He's purported voyage would be an astounding accomplishment. The ceramic artifacts recovered present the most intriguing evidence that the tech is that old, Summer said. We've found comparable design patterns in our research which suggest the ship may date to the 13th or 14th centuries. Perhaps you can confirm our assessment with an examination of the ceramics. I am most interested to see what you have recovered. Summer led them down a flight of stairs to a brightly illuminated laboratory. Racks of plastic bins lined the back bulkhead, all filled with various artifacts recovered from the tech and now soaking in fresh water. Most of the items recovered were fragments of the actual ship, she explained. The cargo holds and living quarters must all be under the lava, as we recovered few personal artifacts. We did find a few everyday cooking utensils and a large pot, she said, pointing to an end rack, but you will probably be most interested in these. She pulled 2 trays off one of the racks and set them on a stainless steel table. Inside the trays were several plates, a bowl, and numerous fragments of porcelain. Most of the items were sugary white in color, though the bowl was made of black clay. Tong's eyes lit up as he slipped on a pair of reading glasses and began examining the artifacts. Yes, very nice, he muttered as he quickly ran through the inventory. What can you tell us about the design? Summer asked. The patterns and material are consistent with the product of the Chinese kilns at Jingdezhen and Jianyang. The overall quality appears less advanced than the work produced during the later Ming dynasty. The fish emblem here, he said, holding up one of plates. I have seen this before on a Yuan period bowl. I would concur with your assessment. These ceramics are characteristic of items manufactured in the Song and Yuan dynasties of the 12th and 13th centuries. A broad smile crossed Summer's lips and she gave a happy wink to Dirk. Tong reached over and pulled the last artifact from the tray, a large teal and white plate with a pie slice section missing from the platter. The glazed image of a peacock strutted across the center, while smaller images of a cheetah chasing a herd of deer circled the plate's perimeter. Tong studied the plate with a renewed intensity, looking again and again at the ornate glazing and animal portrayal. One of the lab conservators found a similar design in the database used by Yuan royalty, Dirk said. Yes, it is, Tong muttered, then put the plate down and backtracked. Similar, that is, but surely not made for royalty. A close design used for trade, most likely, he added. But I would agree that it is from the Yuan era, which, as you know, lasted from 1264 to 1368. Well ahead of Admiral Zheng. That's what we believe, remarkable as it is to think a ship of that era found its way to Hawaiian waters. The door to the lab opened and in walked the Mariana Explorer's captain. A towering sandy-haired man, Bill Stenseth commanded the respect of the entire ship by his quiet intelligence and his good-natured sense of fair play. Dahlgren has completed loading the fuel and supplies onto your floating hotel. Whenever you two are set to jump ship, we'll be on our way. We're about finished, Captain. Dirk and I will get our things and join Jack on the barge. You are still working on the wreck? Tong asked. We have a final section of timber to uncover, which we believe may be part of the rudder post, Summer explained. If so, it will give us a better idea of ship's dimension. The Mariana Explorer needs to continue a reef survey project on the other side of the island, so Dirk, Jack Dahlgren, and I are going to camp out on the barge for a few days and complete the excavation work." "I see," Tong replied. "Well, thank you for sharing the recovered artifacts with me. When I return to Malaysia, I will research our museum's records and see if I can't provide you some additional information about the ceramics I have seen today. Thank you for taking the time to visit us and share your insights. We are excited that you have confirmed our initial assessment of the ship's age and possible ancestry." Dirk and Summer quickly threw together a few personal belongings and jumped onto the barge, where Dahlgren was busily removing the ship's mooring lines. With a blast of the horn, Captain Stenseth backed the Explorer away from the barge, and in a short while the turquoise ship disappeared around the jagged coastline heading toward Hilo. "Well, what did you two find out about our Chinese lava ship?" Dahlgren asked, digging into a large cooler for a drink. Dr. Tong agrees that the age of the ceramics matches our initial readings, which put the wreck at 700 to 800 years old, Summer replied. The good doctor seemed mighty interested in the plate our lab boys thought had royal markings, though he wasn't willing to bite, Dirk said. "Professional jealousy, I think," Summer grinned. "It's a royal ship, I just know it." "Royalty," Dahlgren said, plopping into a canvas chair with a can of beer and hoisting his feet to the side rail. "Now, don't that beat all?" 37 Toth East, Pitt and Giordano tramped into the lobby of Continental Hotel in Ulaanbaatar looking like a pair of worn saddlebags. Their tinkled clothes were laden in dust, which permeated their hair, skin, and shoes. Sun-baked blisters tainted the portion of their faces where scraggly growths of beard failed to sprout. All that was missing was a circle of flies buzzing around their heads. The hotel manager looked down his nose with disdain as the two stragglers approached the front desk with bleary eyes. "Any messages for rooms 4024 or 4025? Pitt asked, his white teeth sparkling brightly behind his blistered lips. The desk manager raised a brow in recognition, then briefly retreated to a small side room. "One message and a delivery, sir," he said, handing Pitt a slip of paper and a small box plastered with overnight shipping labels. Pitt took the message and handed the package to Giordano while stepping away from the desk. "It's from Corsoth," he said quietly to Giordano. "Pray tell, what does our favorite KGB agent have to say?" "He was called away to a foreign ministry conference in Irkutsk. Sends his regards, hopes our foray south was productive. He'll contact us in a few days when he gets back to town." "Very polite of him," Giordano said with a touch of sarcasm. "I wonder if Teresa and Jim will have the luxury of awaiting his return." He ripped open the overnight package, revealing an old leather book and a heavy jar of vitamins. A small card fell out, which he picked up and handed to Pitt. "From the wife." Pitt nodded, silently reading the handwritten note inside. "Your favorite book, along with some extra vitamins to keep you healthy. Please use sparingly, my love. The kids send their best from Hawaii. They have created quite a stir by discovering an old wreck. Washington is a bore without you, so hurry home. Lauren, a book and vitamins? Not very romantic of Mrs. Pitt," Giordano chided. "Ah, but it is my favorite story. Always packs a wallop." Pitt held up the leather-bound novel, displaying the spine to Giordano. "Melville's Moby Dick. A tasteful choice," Giordano said, "though the adventures of Archie and Veronica work fine for me." Pitt opened the book and flipped through the pages until a cut-out section revealed itself. Buried in the center of the mock book was a Colt .45 automatic. "I see she comes with a harpoon," Ahab, Giordano whispered, letting out a low whistle. Pitt popped open the vitamin bottle cap, displaying a dozen or so .45 caliber rounds that matched the Colt. "Wouldn't a congresswoman get in a bit of trouble for shipping firearms around the world?" Giordano asked. "Only if she got caught," Pitt smiled, sealing the bottle and closing the book. "With a little canned heat, there's no sense in waiting for Corsoth," Giordano urged. Pitt shook his head slowly. Nope, I think we make for a quick turnaround. It probably wouldn't be safe lolling about here for long anyway, once Borgen fails to hear back from his Buddhist hitman. A shower and a beer should aid the planning process. First some facts, Pitt said, walking to a cramped business center off the main lobby. He fished into his pocket and pulled out the silver pendant taken from Borgen's lab and laid it on a copy machine. He scribbled a note on the resulting photocopy, then fed it through an adjacent fax machine, dialing up a long-distance number by rote. He then fed the pages from the seismic imaging manual through the fax, dialing a second number. That ought to keep a few pair of idle hands out of the devil's workshop, he said to himself as he made his way up to his room. The interior of the Georgia 2LL carriage house looked like any other upscale residence in the swanky quarter of Washington, D.C. The weathered brick structure had freshly painted eaves, its 19th-century glass windows were sparkling clean, and the small surrounding yard was neatly manicured. It was a stark contrast to the home's interior, which resembled the book depository for the New York Public Library. Polished wooden bookshelves lined nearly every wall in the house, each packed to the brim with historical books on ships and seafaring. More books littered the dining table and the kitchen counters, in addition to strategic stockpiles at various locales on the floor. The home's eccentric owner, St. Julian Perlmutter, wouldn't want it any other way. Books were a major passion for one of nation's preeminent maritime historians, who had assembled a reference collection that librarians and private collectors salivated over. Generous with his archives, he gladly shared his knowledge and resources with those like him who had a love of the sea. The beep and whir of a fax machine startled Perlmutter awake from an overstuffed leather chair, where he had fallen asleep while perusing the ship's log from the famous ghost ship Mary Celeste. Hoisting his rotund, nearly 400-pound frame from the chair, he walked to his den and retrieved the fax. He stroked a thick grey beard as he read the brief note on the cover page. St. Julian, a bottle of fresh brewed Ehrog for you, if you can identify this. Pitt Ehrog? That's bloody blackmail, he muttered with a grin. Perlmutter was a grand gourmand who loved rich and exotic food, as evidenced by his immense belly. Pitt had touched a culinary nerve with a bribe of the Mongolian fermented mare's milk. Perlmutter closely examined the following fax pages, which showed the front and back side of a silver pendant. Dirk, I'm no jeweler, but I know who just might peg this, he said aloud. Picking up a telephone, he dialed a number and waited for a voice to answer. Gordon? St. Julian here. Say, I know we had lunch scheduled for Thursday, but I could use your help on something. Could you meet today instead? Fine, I'll take care of the reservation and see you at noon. Perlmutter hung up the phone and gazed again at the image of the pendant. Coming from Pitt, that meant there was probably a wild tale behind it. Wild and dangerous. The Monocle near Capitol Hill was bustling with a workday lunch crowd when Perlmutter walked in the door. A popular haunt of Washington politicians, the restaurant was filled with senators, lobbyists, and Hill staffers. Perlmutter quickly spotted his friend Gordon Eaton in a side booth, as he was one of the few occupants not wearing a blue suit. St. Julian, good to see you again, my friend, Eaton greeted. A large man himself, Eaton had a humorous demeanor mixed with the observant eye of a detective. I see I have some catching up to do, Perlmutter grinned, eyeing a nearly empty martini glass on the table. Perlmutter hailed the bartender for a sapphire Bombay Gibson, then the two men ordered lunch. As they waited for the meal, Perlmutter handed Pitt's fax to Eaton. Business before dining pleasure, I'm afraid, Perlmutter said. A friend ran across this brooch in Mongolia and would like to know its significance. Can you shed any light? Eaton studied the photocopies with a poker face. As an antiquities appraiser with the famed auction house of Sotheby's, he had assessed literally thousands of historic artifacts before they were put up for public auction. A childhood friend of Perlmutter's, he regularly tipped off the marine historian when a pending auction contained items of maritime interest. difficult to gauge the quality, Eaton prefaced. Hate to give an estimate over a fax copy. Knowing my friend, he could care less about its value. I believe he is more interested in its age and historical context. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Eaton replied, visibly relaxing. So you know what it is? Yes, I believe so. I've seen something similar in a lot we auctioned a few months ago. Of course, I would have to examine the piece in person to verify its authenticity. What can you tell me about it? Perlmutter asked, taking notes in a small book. It appears to be Seljuk in origin. The double-headed eagle, a very unique motif, was a favored symbol of the dynasty. If my memory serves, the Seljuks were a band of Turkish Muslims who briefly controlled a large chunk of Old Byzantium, Perlmutter said. Yes, they overran Persia around 1000 AD, but their power peaked about 200 years later, before they were crushed by the rival Khwarezmid Empire under Ala ad-Din Muhammad. The Seljuks were fine artisans, particularly in carving stone, but were also skilled in metallurgy. They even minted coins of silver and copper for a time. So this pendant is within their skill base. Absolutely. The minute calligraphy is consistent with the Seljuk practice of inscribing an Islamic prayer or dedication on their later metalwork. There's a professor at Columbia who could translate the inscription for you, which is probably written in Kufic. Who knows, perhaps it is a personal inscription to a sultan? Royalty implications? Yes. You see, the Seljuks seldom used silver and gold in their artwork. The materials were regarded as luxury items and therefore inconsistent with the Islamic ideal of simplicity. Of course, the rules didn't necessarily apply to the sultans, some of whom hoarded the stuff. So if this pendant is made of silver, which it appears to be, then there's a strong likelihood of a sultan connection. So we are talking Seljuk manufacture, dating approximately 1100 to 1200 AD, and possibly sultan pedigree, Perlmutter summed up, scribbling in his book. Most likely. The items we examined and auctioned recently were part of a cache linked to Malik Shah, a Seljuk sultan who died in 1092. It is interesting that your friend found this piece in Mongolia. As I mentioned, the Seljuks were sacked by the forces of Ala ad-Din Muhammad, who in turn was defeated by Genghis Khan around 1220. This may well have been one of the spoils of war brought home by the armies of Genghis Khan. A waiter arrived and set their lunches on the table, a ribeye steak for Eaton and an order of calf's liver for Perlmutter. Some remarkable insights, Gordon. I don't suppose a great deal of 12th and 13th century Asian artifacts reach the marketplace very often. It's a funny thing. We seldom used to see artifacts from that era. But about 8 or 9 years ago, we were contacted by a broker in Malaysia who had a consignment to sell, and he has provided us a steady stream of artifacts ever since. I bet we have sold over $100 million worth of similar goods in that time. And I know Christie's has been auctioning similar quantities. My word! Any idea of the source of all those relics? I could only speculate, Eaton said, chewing on his steak. The Malaysian broker is a most secretive fellow and refuses to divulge his sources. I've never even been allowed to meet the man face to face. But he has never shipped us anything phony. Every consignment has contained the genuine article from top to bottom. Seems a little odd that kind of volume emanates from Malaysia. True, but the goods could be routed from anywhere. He's just a broker. Neither he nor his firm's name even sounds Malaysian. How's that? Perlmutter asked, finishing his meal. An odd name. It's called the Berriat Trading Company 38. Theresae felt a slight sense of relief when the door to her room opened and a guard motioned for her to step into the hallway. If they were going to kill her, then so be it, she thought. It would be better than an endless confinement in fearful anticipation. It had been 2 days since she was first locked in the room without explanation. There had been no contact by anyone, save for the occasional tray of food shoved in the room. Though she knew nothing of the visit by the Chinese delegation, she had heard the caravan of cars arrive and depart. Of greater mystery was the heavy gunfire that had erupted from the rear of the compound. She strained to peer out the tiny window at the back of her room but could see little more than swirling dust. Idly staring out the window again the next day, she had observed the horse guards on patrol trotting by, though their numbers seemed smaller. Now walking out her door, she was glad to see Wofford standing in the hall, leaning on a cane. He flashed her a warm smile. "Vacation's over," he said. "Guess it's back to work." His words proved prophetic, as they were escorted back to the study. Borgen sat waiting for them, inhaling a thick cigar. He appeared more relaxed than the last time they saw him, his effusion of arrogance stronger than ever. "Come sit, my friends," he said, waving them over to his table. "I hope you enjoyed your time off from work." "Sure," Wofford said. Staring at four walls was most relaxing. Borgen ignored the comment and pointed to a fresh stack of seismic reports. "Your work here is nearly complete," he said. "But there is some urgency in the appropriate selection of well sites in this region." He unfurled a topographic map covering a 200-square-mile area. Teresa and Wofford could see from the markings that it encompassed an area of the Chinese Gobi Desert just southeast of the Mongolian border. "You have already provided inputs on a number of detailed sites within this region. I must say, your assessments have been most insightful," he said with a patronizing tone. "As you can see, the blocks you have already examined are marked on this regional map. I ask that you evaluate those blocks in relation to the entire region and identify a prioritization of test well sites to maximize potential production." "Aren't these sites located in China?" Wofford asked, pressing the point. "Yes, they are," Borgen replied matter-of-factly, offering no further explanation. "You know that the potential reserves are rather deep?" Wofford asked. "Probably why they have been overlooked in the past." "Yes. We have the appropriate equipment to drill to the required depths," Borgen replied with impatience. "I need to have 200 high-producing wells in 6 months. Locate them?" Borgen's arrogance finally rankled Wofford. Teresa could see from the rising flush of red to his face that he was about to tell the Mongolian to shove it. She quickly beat him to the punch. "We can do that," she blurted. "It will take us about 3 or 4 days," she added, stalling for time. "You have until tomorrow. My field manager will meet with you in the afternoon for a detailed briefing on your analysis. Once completed, will we be free to return to Ulaanbaatar?" she asked. "I will arrange a vehicle to transport you the following morning." "Then we better get down to work," Teresa replied, grabbing the folder and spreading its contents across the table. Borgen nodded with an untrusting grimace, then stood up and left the room. As he disappeared down the corridor, Wofford turned to Teresa and shook his head. "That was quite the show of cooperation," he whispered. "Turning over a new leaf." "Best that he thinks we believe him," she replied, holding a report in front of her mouth. "Plus, I didn't want you to deck him and get us both killed." Wofford smiled sheepishly, realizing how close she was to the mark. Still wary of security camera, Teresa pulled a map out from the bottom of the file and casually flipped it over while scattering some other reports about. On the blank back side, she took a pen and wrote ideas for escape. Jotting a few notes beneath it, she slid it across the table to Wofford. He picked the chart up and studied Teresa's comments with interest. While he was holding it up to his eyes, Teresa noticed the map on the reverse side depicted the Persian Gulf. A series of red jagged lines were imposed across various sections of the map. Teresa saw that a red circle was drawn at 2 points over a couple of the heavier lines. One circle, she noticed, was around the city of Ras Tanura, and the other around a small island off the coast of Iran. "Jim, look at this map," she interrupted, flipping the chart over for him to see. "It's a fault map," Wofford said after studying the colored lines. "It shows a tectonic plate boundary running right along the Persian Gulf and major fault zones running off it. Isolated since their abduction, neither knew anything about the devastating earthquakes that had recently struck the Gulf." While Wofford studied the two red circles, Teresa rummaged through the rest of the file and produced two similar maps. The first was an enlarged view of Lake Baikal in Siberia. "My word, look at this," she said, holding up the map. Her finger pointed to the top of the blue-colored lake. Just beyond her fingertip, at the lake's northern shoreline, was a large fault line circled in red. A newly constructed oil pipeline was also marked on the map, running just a mile or two north of the lake. "You don't suppose they did something around the fault that triggered the psych wave on the lake?" she asked. "Short of setting off a nuclear device, I don't see how," Wofford replied, though his voice was thin on conviction. "What's on the other map?" Teresa slid the other map to the top of the pile. They both immediately recognized it as a map of the Alaskan coastline, running from Anchorage down to British Columbia. Highlighted in yellow was the Alaska Pipeline, which stretched inland from its end point at the port city of Valdez. The 4-foot-thick pipeline carried crude oil from the rich Prudhoe Bay fields on Alaska's north slope, supplying 1 million barrels a day to the U.S. domestic market. With a growing apprehension, Teresa pointed to a thick fault line marked on the map running just off the coastline. A dark red circle was drawn around a point on the fault, directly off the port of Valdez. In silent dread, they both stared at the mark, wondering what Borgen had in store for the Alaska Pipeline. 39 Hiram Yager a grilled chicken sandwich with green tea, then excused himself from his cafeteria companions. The head of Numis Computer Resource Center seldom left his precious Bay processing hardware for long and quickly headed back to his lair on the 10th floor of the Washington headquarters building. Exiting the cafeteria, he smiled to himself as a pair of visiting politicians in blue suits gave the 50-ish man in the Rolling Stones t-shirt a slanted look. The lanky computer whiz flaunted his nonconformity by dressing in jeans and cowboy boots while wearing his long hair tied in a ponytail. His skill had overshadowed his appearance, as indicated by the massive computer center he had built and managed from scratch. Within its databases was the world's most exhaustive collection of research related to oceanography and underwater studies, as well as real-time sea and weather conditions processed from hundreds of monitoring stations around the world. Yager found the computer center a double-edged sword, however. Its vast computing power spurred a constant demand by Euler's array of research scientists eager to apply its horsepower to the latest pet project. Yet Yager was never known to turn down a request for computer time within the agency. As the elevator doors opened on the 10th floor, Yager walked into his cavernous computer lab, fronted by a large horseshoe-shaped console. A solid, slightly balding man with a friendly face sat waiting in one of the swivel chairs that lined the console. "I can't believe it," the man smiled. "I actually caught you away from the roost." "Unlike my beloved computers, I've still got to eat," Yager replied. "Good to see you again, Phil," he added, shaking hands. "How are things down in the gravel pit?" Dr. Philip McCammon chuckled at the reference. As head of Numis Department of Marine Geology, McCammon was the resident expert in the study of undersea sediments. As it happened, the department was located in one of the underground levels of the headquarters building. "We're still pounding rocks," McCammon said. "I could use your help with some computing resources, however." "My kingdom is at your disposal," Yager replied, waving a hand at the computer center around him, which represented the processing power of nearly a half-dozen supercomputers. "I won't need to monopolize the castle for long. I received an unofficial request from an associate at Langley to take a look at some seismic data. I guess the CIA is interested in the two recent earthquakes that have pulverized the Persian Gulf. It is an interesting coincidence that there were two big quakes so close to each other and they both put a crimp on the oil supply. If there are any more spikes in the price of gas, I'll soon be riding my bicycle to work, Jaeger griped. You and a lot of other people. So, what can I do to help? They have arranged for the National Earthquake Information Center in Golden, Colorado, to transfer a copy of their complete historical record on global seismic activity for the last 5 years, McCammon said, handing Jaeger a sheet of paper with the relevant contact information. One of my analysts has written a software program to evaluate the specific characteristics of the Persian Gulf quakes. Those parameters will then be run against the global seismic database to see if there are any other similar profiles. You think there might be something to it? No, I can't imagine how there could be. But we'll help our friendly neighborhood spooks by covering the bases. Jaeger nodded. Not a problem. I'll have Max pull the data in from Golden this afternoon. Send up your software program and we'll have some answers for you in the morning. Thanks, Hiram. I'll get the program to you straight away. As McCammon headed toward the elevator, Jaeger turned to a keyboard and monitor and began typing in a string of commands. He stopped tapping when he noticed a multi-page fax lying in his in-basket. He groaned when he spotted that it originated from the Continental Hotel in Ulaanbaatar. When it rains, it pours, he muttered as he skimmed over the fax. Then he set it down and resumed his keystrokes. In an instant, a beautiful woman materialized on the opposite side of the console. She wore a sheer white blouse and a pleated wool skirt that fell to her knees. Good afternoon, Hiram. I was beginning to wonder if you were going to call today. You know I can't keep away from you, Max, he replied. A mirage of sorts, Max was in fact a holographic image created by Jaeger as a user-friendly interface to his computer network. Modeled after Jaeger's wife but with the perpetual figure of a 20-year-old, Max had become very real to Jaeger and others in the NUMA building who relied upon her artificial intelligence for solving complex problems. Compliments will get you everywhere, she cooed slyly. What is it today? Big problem or little? Some of both, he replied. You might be pulling an all-nighter tonight, Maximum. You know I never sleep, she replied, rolling up the sleeves on her blouse. Where do we begin? I guess, he said, pulling the fax in front of him, we better start with the Boss 40. The tropical climbed slowly over the hills of lava and coconut palm trees until it bathed the anchored barge in rays of golden light. On board the craft, the rhythmic sounds of a Hawaiian steel guitar band bellowed from a boom box, masking the background hum of a portable generator. Summer, Dirk, and Dahlgren had already risen from their cots in the small covered shack and were preparing for a long day's work underwater. As Dirk topped up the gas tanks on a pair of compressors, Summer finished eating her breakfast of fresh papaya and bananas, washed down with a glass of guava juice. Who's on first? She asked, gazing at the calm morning seas surrounding the barge. I believe Captain Jack has assembled a work schedule, Dirk said, nodding toward Dahlgren. Dressed in swim shorts, flip-flops, and a faded Hawaiian shirt, Dahlgren was bent over inspecting the regulators on a pair of lightweight dive helmets. The captain moniker derived from a tired blue hat he wore on his head. It was the classic captain's hat favored by rich yachtsmen, sporting crossed gold anchors on its prow. Dahlgren's hat, however, looked like it had been run over by an M1 tank. Dahlgren barked in a gravelly voice. We'll work 90-minute shifts below, 2 divers at a time, then rotate after a break. Dirk and I will take the first shift, then you can join me below for the second shift while Dirk works on his tan, he said, nodding toward Summer. That reminds me, I didn't see a blender on board this plank, Dirk said with disappointment. I am sorry to report that the last of the rum rations disappeared last night anyway. For medicinal purposes, Dahlgren added. As a panicked look crossed Dirk's face, Summer rolled her eyes with a why me look. All right, my future AA recruits, let's get to work. If by luck we have found the rudder, then we have a lot of excavating to do. We still need to disassemble and stow away the grid markers, And I'd like to leave some time before the Mariana Explorer returns to survey some additional areas. Dahlgren stood up and took off his captain's hat and flung it across the deck. The hat spiraled perfectly, striking Summer square in the chest. Reacting with a start, she managed to catch the hat after a bobble. "There," Dahlgren said. "You make a far better bligh than I do." As Dirk laughed, Summer blushed, then retorted, "Careful or I might accidentally cut your surface air while you are downstairs." Dirk fired up the 2 air compressors, then joined Dahlgren in slipping on a warm water wetsuit. They would dive sharing surface-supplied air from one of the compressors. Eliminating the cumbersome air tanks made it easier to work, while extending their bottom time. Since the water depth was only 30 feet at the wreck site, they could theoretically work all day underwater without fear of the bends. Summer gathered up the airlift and lowered the big piece of PVC pipe over the side. A hose from the second compressor was attached to the business end of the airlift, which provided the air feed through a controllable valve. Summer slowly lowered the pipe via the air hose till it struck the bottom and the tension slacked on the line. Dirk slipped on his fins, then glanced at his watch. "See you in 90 minutes," he said to Summer, then pulled his dive helmet over his head. "I'll leave the lights on," Summer replied, shouting over the drone of the compressors. She moved to the rail and sorted a trio of airlines that would tail the underwater operation. Dirk threw her a wave, then stepped off the side of the barge, followed by Dahlgren a second behind. The bellow of the compressors evaporated as Dirk struck the surface and he submerged into the turquoise water. Clearing his ears, he thrust his head down and kicked to the bottom, quickly locating the airlift. Grabbing the pipe, he chased after Dahlgren, who was swimming toward deeper water. They stopped at a pair of small orange flags that poked up from the sandy bottom. Dirk lifted the airlift, standing it on end, then flipped the control lever to the airline. A rush of compressed air burst into the lower end of the pipe, then gurgled up toward the surface, drawing sand and water with it. Dirk swung the base of the airlift back and forth above the seabed, digging a small hole as he cleared away sand around the marker. Dahlgren watched for a moment, then took up position a few feet away. In his hands, he carried a stainless steel shaft with a cross handle at one end. He began twisting the metal probe into the sand, driving it down nearly 2 feet until it struck something solid. His experienced hands could tell by the vibration that the probe had struck wood. Yanking the probe out, he moved over another foot and repeated the process. After a few more probes, he began marking the perimeter of the buried object with small orange flags. The hole created by the airlift in Dirk's hands grew slowly. He had worked his way down to a flat surface that was heavily encrusted. Looking at the outline of marker flags Dahlgren had started laying down, he realized the object was of an immense size. If it was indeed a rudder, they might have to rethink the entire scale of the remaining ship. On the deck of the barge, Summer checked the compressors once more, then took a seat in a beach chair across the deck but within sight of the airlines. A cool offshore gust blew across the barge, sending a shiver up her spine. She was thankful the morning sun was quickly warming up the deck. She happily soaked in the surrounding environment, admiring the rugged Hawaiian coast and delicious smells of the nearby flora that wafted from the lush island. Gazing seaward, the rolling Pacific waters seemed to shine with an exotic intensity from its blue depths. Absently noting a black ship steaming in the distance, she took a deep breath of fresh sea air and leaned back in her chair. "If this is work," she thought amusedly, "then they can keep my vacation pay." 41 Pit was already wacky and dressed when an early morning knock sounded on his hotel room door. Opening it with some trepidation, he was relieved to find a smiling A1 Giordano standing in the doorway. "I found this vagrant panhandling in the lobby," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "I thought you might know what to do with him." A tired and disheveled Rudy Gunn peeked behind Giordano's thick frame with a look of relief on his face. "Well, my long-lost deputy director," Pitt grinned. We thought perhaps you had found yourself a nice babushka and taken up residence in the wilds of Siberia. I was only too happy to depart the wilds of Siberia. However, I would have stayed had I known that Mongolia was twice as uncivilized, Gun harangued, entering the room and falling into a chair. Nobody told me that there isn't a paved road in the entire country. Drove all night on something I'm not even sure was a road. I feel like I hopped on a pogo stick from New York to LA. Pitt handed him a cup of coffee from an in-room pot. You were able to bring our search gear and dive equipment with you, he asked. Yes, I got it all onto a truck that the Institute was kind enough to loan me, or sell me, I'm still not sure. It cost me every ruble I had to grease the palms of the Russian border guards to let me into Mongolia. I'm sure they think I'm CIA. Your eyes aren't beady enough, Giordano muttered. I guess I can't complain, Gun said, looking at Pitt. One told me about your traipse across the Gobi Desert. Didn't sound like any picnic. No, but a great way to see the countryside, Pitt smiled. This nutcase at Xanadu. He's still holding the oil survey team. We know Roy is dead. We can only presume the others are there and still alive. A ring of the telephone interrupted the conversation. Pitt answered and spoke briefly, then slid the phone toward the center of the room and activated the speakerphone. Hiram Yager's easygoing voice boomed from the speaker. Greetings from Washington, where the local bureaucracy is beginning to wonder what has become of their favorite gurus of the deep, he said. Simply busy enjoying the delightful underwater treasures of Greater Mongolia, Pitt replied. As I suspected. Of course, I'm sure you had a hand in the breaking political news coming from your part of the world. The three men in the hotel room looked at each other blankly. We've been a little preoccupied, Pitt said. What news? China declared this morning that they are acceding the territorial lands of Inner Mongolia to the country of Mongolia. I noticed a gathering of people in the square down the street who looked like they were headed for a celebration, Gun said. I thought it might be a local holiday. China is playing it up as a friendly diplomatic gesture to their old neighbor, and has garnered all kinds of accolades from the United Nations and Western government leaders. Underground movements have been afoot for years to seek independence for Inner Mongolia, or reunification with Mongolia proper. It has been a point of embarrassment with the Chinese for years. Privately, analysts are saying it was less about politics and more about economics. Some have speculated that it involved a pipeline deal and trade agreement to provide oil or other resources needed to keep China's economy growing, though no one seems to think Mongolia actually holds much in the way of oil reserves. That's exactly what it is about. I guess you could say Owen and I were indeed a part of the negotiations, Pitt said, glancing at Giordano with a knowing look. I knew you must have had something to do with it, Yager laughed. It has a lot more to do with the Avaga Oil Company and Tolgo Borjan. Owen and I saw some of his resources. He's got storage facilities already in place along the border. Pretty remarkable that he got hold of the keys to the castle so quickly, Giordano said. He must have had some pretty good bargaining chips. Orm's information. Hiram, were you able to track down any of the info that I faxed you? Pitt asked. Max and I pulled an all-nighter, digging up what we could. This guy and his company are quite an enigma. Well-funded, but operating in an almost clandestine fashion. A local Russian contact confirmed similar findings, Giordano said. What did you make of his oil holdings? There is no record of the Avaga Oil Company actually exporting any oil from Mongolia. But then, there isn't much to export. They are known to operate only a handful of active wells. So they are not pumping enough volume sufficient to make a dent in China's demand, or anybody else's, for that matter. There is no evidence of it. Funny thing is, we uncovered a number of sizable contracts with a couple of Western oil field equipment suppliers. With oil prices surging over $150 a barrel, there has been a mad rush for new exploration and drilling. The oil equipment suppliers have huge backlogs. Yet Avago was already at the front of the line. They have apparently been purchasing a massive amount of specialized drilling and pipeline equipment for the last 3 years, all shipped to Mongolia. We found some of it here in Ulaanbaatar. The only item that was amiss was the tunnel boring device. We found only one record of that model being shipped out of country, and it was exported to Malaysia. Perhaps a front company for our friends at Avago Oil? Pitt ventured. Probably. The particular model you saw is designated for shallow earth pipeline installations. Perfect, in other words, for burying an oil pipeline in the soft sands off Gobi Desert. What I haven't been able to decipher is how this Borjan has obtained the resources to acquire all this equipment without any visible revenue stream, Yaga said. Genghis Khan is picking up the tab, Pitt replied. I don't get the joke. It's huge, Giordano said. He's parked in the guy's backyard. While Giordano told Gunn and Yaga about the existence of the tomb in Borjan's sanctuary and the later discovery of Hunt's diary in the crashed Tremotor, Pitt pulled out a 10-page fax he had received back from Perlmutter. St. Julian has confirmed as much, Pitt said. Sotheby's and the other major auction houses have had a steady stream of consignments for the past 8 years of major 12th and 13th century mainland Asian art and artifacts. Loot buried with Genghis Khan? Gunn asked. To the tune of over $100 million. Perlmutter verified that the artifacts have all been consistent with the geographic regions of Genghis Khan's conquests up to the date of his death. The pattern fits, as does the source. The artifacts have all been consigned from a shadowy Malaysian company named the Beriat Trading Company. That's the same firm that purchased the tunnel borer, Yaga exclaimed. Small world, eh? Hiram, when we are finished perhaps you and Max can take a closer look at this Malaysian front company. Sure thing. I guess we should also talk about that bit of German strudel you sent me. Yes, the documents written in German. Did you and Max come up with anything? Not much on the documents per se. Just as you noted, they read like the first pages of a technical operator's manual. You found them with a large electrical device. A room full of computing equipment, powering a 3-legged tubular device that stands 10 feet high. Any idea what it might be? There wasn't enough data to determine its exact function. The pages were simply operator's instructions for an acoustic seismic array. Care to fry that again in English? Giordano asked. Mostly the stuff of lab experiments. Von Latter evidently succeeded in taking the technology a leap forward. Who's von Latter? Pitt asked. Dr. Friedrich von Latter. An eminent electrical engineering professor from the University of Heidelberg. Well known for his research in acoustics and seismic imagery. Max made the link between von Latter and the acoustic seismic array. One of his last papers discussed the theoretical application of a parametric acoustic array for subsurface imagery. Gunn helped himself to more coffee as the men in the hotel room listened attentively to Yaga's voice on the speakerphone. Though the facts are murky, it appears that Dr. von Latter developed a working model for acoustic seismic imagery, he said. As you know, in the oil exploration business, seismic imagery usually relies on a mechanical explosive, such as dynamite or a thumper truck, to send a shock wave into the earth. The refracted seismic waves are then recorded and processed by computer modeling to develop a subsurface image. Sure. The marine survey ships use an air gun to generate the shocks, Giordano said. Von Latter apparently eliminated the explosives by developing an electronic means of producing the shock wave. The acoustic array, if I understand it correctly, transmits a high-frequency sound burst, which converts to psiac waves under the surface. Our experience with survey sonar systems is that high-frequency waves don't provide adequate penetration to see very far beneath the surface, Giordano stated. That's true. Most of the waves are easily refracted near the surface. Apparently, von Latter's concentrated burst allows a greater bombardment, if you will, of sound waves, ensuring that a useful percentage of waves penetrate deeply. From the preliminary data in the manual and your visual description of the device, it sounds as if von Latter uses 3 rather large arrays to transmit the sound waves. I'll bet that is how they found Genghis, Pitt remarked. His tomb was supposedly buried in a hidden location in the mountains, along with Kublai Khan and other related royalty. And they are obviously using it to hunt for oil, Gunn added. A valuable technology that the oil companies would pay dearly for. Dr. von Latter must be a rich man, Giordano said. I'm afraid he's a dead man. He and his team of German engineers were killed in a landslide in Mongolia a little over a year ago. Why does that sound suspicious? Giordano added. Need I add that they were working for the Avago Oil Company at the time, Yager said. More blood on the hands of Borgen, Pitt said without surprise. The ruthlessness of the Avago oil empire and its head, Tolgo Borgen, was becoming old news. None of it adds up, Giordano said. A seismic survey team murdered, another abducted. A tunnel borer, specialized drilling equipment, a vast disguised storage facility in the middle of the desert. One of several, according to our camel-haired friend, Tsengel. All tied into a system of underground pipelines running hidden across an empty desert. Yet no visible sign of output. Why? The room fell silent for a moment, the turning gears in everyone's heads nearly audible. Then a knowing look spread across Pitt's face. Because, he said slowly, they have been unable to drill where the oil. Borgen has probably greased enough wallets to drill anywhere he wants to in Mongolia, Giordano countered. But suppose the oil isn't in Mongolia? Of course, Gunn said, the answer suddenly apparent. He's found oil in China, or Inner Mongolia to be precise. How he convinced the Chinese to turn the land over, that's what I'd like to know. They are in a bad way, Yager said. Because of the earthquakes in the Persian Gulf and the fire at their main oil import terminal near Shanghai, China has lost more than half of its oil imports overnight. They are in a desperate situation and liable to act a little irrational in order to find a quick. It would explain the storage facilities located by the border. They might already have some secret wells in Inner Mongolia pumping to one of the other storage sites, Pitt speculated. The Chinese would only see the end product shipped from Mongolia and not know the oil originated in their own yard. I wouldn't want to be on this side of Great Wall when they figure that scam out, Gunn said. It might explain why Borgen abducted the oil survey team from Baikal, Giordano said. He probably needs their expertise to pinpoint the drill sites and get the oil out off ground quickly. Seems like he could have hired that expertise on the open market, Yager said. Perhaps. But he probably didn't want to risk leaking the secret of where the oil deposits are located. Maybe he'll release them, now that he's got his deal with the Chinese, Gunn said. Not likely, Pitt replied. They already murdered Roy and tried to kill us. No, I'm afraid they are as good as dead once Borgen has the information he wants out of them. Have you contacted the local American embassy yet? We need to get the political forces working to save them, Gunn said. Pitt and Giordano looked at each other in affirmation. Diplomacy ain't going to work in this case, Rudy Giordano said. Borgen is too well protected. Our Russian friends have been trying the trout to no avail, and they've got a lot more clout in this part of the world than we do. We've got to do something, he countered. We are, Pitt said. We're going in after them. You can't do that. Going in under the name of the US government might create an international incident. Not if the US government doesn't know anything about it. And by the way, it's not just a one and me going in. You're coming with us. A sick feeling struck Gunn in the stomach and he could feel the color drain from his face. I knew I should have stayed in Siberia, he muttered. 42 Dr. MC Cannon at NUMA Computer Center just as Yager hung up the phone to Mongolia. On the opposite side of the console, The holographic image of Max turned toward the marine geologist and smiled. "Good evening, Dr. McCammon," she said. "Working late?" Good evening," McCammon replied, not sure if he should feel foolish for conversing with a computerized image. He nervously turned and greeted Jaeger. "Hello, Hiram." "Long day?" he asked, noting that Jaeger was dressed in the same clothes he wore the day before. "Very," Jaeger replied, suppressing a yawn. "A late request from the boss yesterday kept us busy. We expected to see you hours ago. Some unexpected meetings managed to kill most of my day. I understand if you didn't get a chance to retrieve the data from the earthquake center," McCammon offered. "Nonsense," Jaeger replied, as if insulted. "Max can multitask with the best of them." "Yes," Max replied. "And at least some of us keep our demeanor in the process." "We pulled in the data last night," Jaeger continued, ignoring the comment, "and ran your program early this morning." "Max," he said, facing the image of his wife, "please print Dr. McCammon a copy of the program results. And while that is run, why don't you give us a verbal overview of your findings?" "Certainly," Max replied. A large laser printer at the side of the room immediately began humming with the printed output while Max chose her words. "The data received from the National Earthquake Information Center reflected global seismic activity for the last 5 years, including the 2 large quakes that just recently struck the Persian Gulf. I ran your software program, which analyzed the 2 earthquakes, then filtered their key commonalities against the entire database. Interestingly, there were several unique characteristics associated with the 2 earthquakes." Max paused for effect, then stepped closer to Jaeger and McCammon before continuing. "Both events were classified as extremely shallow earthquakes, as their epicenters were less than 3 kilometers beneath the surface. This compares to most shallow focus earthquakes, which are typically in the 5 to 15 kilometer depth range." "That's a meaningful difference," McCammon said. "Of less significance, both were tectonic quakes rather than volcanic in origin. And, as you know, both were large quakes, measuring over 7.0 on the Richter scale. Isn't that quite rare to have a pair of quakes with that magnitude?" Jaeger asked. "It's a little unusual but not unheard of," McCammon said. "An earthquake of that size in Los Angeles would capture plenty of attention, but the fact is there is a 7.0 magnitude or greater earthquake occurring on average once a month somewhere around the world. Since they mostly strike in non-populated areas or under the sea, we don't hear much about them." "That is correct," Max said. "Though there is a statistically significant anomaly in that the 2 quakes of that magnitude struck in such close proximity." "Any other similarities, Max?" Jaeger asked. "Yes. Though difficult to quantify, it appears that the damage produced by these earthquakes was not commensurate with their size. Significant structural damage was recorded at both sites, which exceeded the norm for similarly sized earthquakes. The actual damage was more reflective of what an 8.0 magnitude quake would produce. The Richter scale is not always an accurate measure of an earthquake's destructive power," McCammon noted, "particularly for shallow focus events. In this case, we had 2 shallow quakes that proved highly damaging. The intensity on the ground was likely much higher than the magnitude rating indicated." Max frowned briefly as she rifled through her databases, then nodded at McCammon. "You are absolutely correct, Doctor. The primary seismic waves were much smaller in magnitude than the surface waves for both quakes." "Anything else, Max?" McCammon asked, finally finding a comfort level with the image. "Yes, one final aspect. In both earthquakes, there was a record of low magnitude P waves registering before the actual quake-induced waves occurred." "Foreshocks, I suppose," McCammon said. "Not at all unusual. Will somebody kindly explain all this surface wave and P wave business?" Jaeger asked tiredly. Max shook her head. "Must I teach you everything?" Elementary seismology. The slippage from a common tectonic earthquake generates three types of seismic energy releases, or shock waves, if you will. The initial wave is called the primary, or P-type wave. It has similar properties to a sound wave, able to travel through solid rock and even the Earth's core. A slower and hence secondary wave is called an S-wave. The S-waves are capable of shearing rock sideways to the direction of travel and produce the damaging vertical and horizontal movement of the ground when they reach the Earth's surface. As both types of waves approach the surface, they refract to produce additional surface waves, which create the bulk of the shaking that is felt on the ground. "I see," said Jaeger. "So they are essentially different frequencies sent out from an earthquake's epicenter." "That's right," McCammon said. "Is there a large fault line in the area where the two earthquakes struck?" The Persian Gulf actually lies near the boundary of two tectonic plates, called the Arabian and Eurasian. Nearly all the seismic activity that takes place around the world is in Nanau zones surrounding the plate boundaries. The large earthquakes we've seen historically in Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan would suggest that these two quakes in the Gulf were not extraordinary but for their proximity. "I guess your friend at Langley won't have too much to chew on," Jaeger said. "I can't imagine," McCammon replied. "But thanks to Max, he'll have plenty of data to peruse." As McCammon walked to the printer to retrieve the output, Jaeger threw one more question at the computer. "Max, when you ran Phil's filter program, did you match any other earthquakes to the same parameters?" "Why, yes. It would be easier for me to show you graphically, so feast your eyes on the video board." A large white screen behind Max was suddenly illuminated with a color map of the world. Two flashing red dots appeared in the Persian Gulf, marking the recent earthquakes. A few seconds later, a flurry of red dots erupted in several clusters, concentrated in an area of Northeast Asia. They were followed by a lone flashing dot slightly north of the others. McCammon set down his reports and approached the map in curiosity. A total of 34 seismic events were identified from the National Earthquake Information Center's data as matching the characteristics of the two sample earthquakes. "The most recent occurred just over a week ago in Siberia," Max said, pointing to the lone red dot. Jaeger's bleary eyes widened in shock. "And the locations of other events?" he asked. "Primarily Mongolia. 15 events occurred in the mountains east of the capital of Ulaanbaatar, 10 in the southern Mongolian province of Damogorsk, and another 9 in an area just across the border in China. There was also one event in Siberia, at Lake Baikal." "Mongolia," Jaeger muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Slowly rising to his feet and rubbing his tired eyes, he turned to McCammon. "Phil," he said, "I think you, me, and Max are going to need some coffee." 43 Listening to the latest Nils Lofgren CD on a portable MP3, Summer hummed along happily as she monitored the tension on the air lines snaking over the side of the barge. Boredom was just beginning to set in, and she found herself looking forward to getting back into the water and working the other end of the line. Standing up and stretching, she gazed seaward and caught sight of the black ship she had noticed earlier, now rounding Kahakahakia Point. Something nagged at the back of her brain as she watched the ship turn and aim its bow directly at the NUMA work barge. "Please, no more media hounds," she said aloud, hoping it was not another boatload of reporters. But her deepening suspicions rang louder, and, as she studied the ship, she realized what it was. The approaching vessel was a drill ship. Small by most drilling standards at less than 250 feet, the ship was at least 30 years old and had clearly seen better days. Rust appeared to grow from the ship's scuppers, while its deck and forecastle were stained with dirt and grease. It was less the appearance than the function of the ship that troubled Summer. What was a drill ship doing in Hawaiian waters? There were no oil deposits in the Hawaiian Islands to speak of, and the surrounding ocean depths quickly dropped to over 10,000 feet, making any offshore drilling efforts a costly proposition. Summer watched as the old ship continued churning directly for her, frothy sprays of white foam creasing away from its weathered bow. The ship was less than a mile away now and showed no signs of decreasing speed. When it closed to within a quarter mile still at speed, Summer glanced at a makeshift flagpole erected over the barge's sleeping shack. A large red diver's flag with the cautionary white slash across the middle fluttered in the morning breeze. "I've got divers in the water, you idiot," she cursed as the ship continued its beeline track. The vessel was close enough that Summer could make out a couple of figures standing on the ship's bridge. She quickly walked to the facing rail, then turned and waved an arm at the dive flag. Summer detected the ship finally starting to slow, but it was approaching without caution. It was clear by now that the drill ship intended to moor alongside the barge. Summer hustled to the shack, where a marine radio was mounted to the wall. Spinning the dial on the VHF set to channel 16, she spat into the microphone. "Approaching drill ship, this is Nunla research barge. We have divers in the water. I repeat, we have divers in the water. Please stand off, over." She waited impatiently for a reply, but there was none. With a greater urgency in her voice, she repeated the call. Again, there was no answer. By now, the drill ship was only a few yards away. Summer returned to the rail and yelled at the ship while pointing to the dive flag. The ship started to tum, but, by its angle, Summer could see it was only preparing to pull alongside. Half expecting to see a horde of seasick reporters and cameramen lining the rail, she was surprised to find the ship's starboard and stern decks empty. A slight chill ran up her spine at seeing no one on deck, the men in the forecastle remaining concealed on the bridge. With an experienced helmsman's touch, the drill ship glided alongside the barge until its starboard rail hung just above the lower side rails of the barge. The drill ship's multiple positioning thrusters were activated and the ship hung precisely in place as if physically moored to the barge. The vacant ship stood perfectly still for a minute, Summer watching with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Then a faint yell erupted from inside the ship and a half-dozen men came storming out of a bulkhead door. Summer took one look at the men, all tough-looking Asians, and shivered with fear. As they scrambled to the ship's rail and began leaping onto the barge, Summer turned and sprinted back to the sleeping shack. She could feel somebody chasing her but didn't look back as she tore into the shack and grabbed the radio. "Mayday, mayday, this is..." Her voice withered away as a pair of thick calloused hands reached into the shack and tore the radio off the wall, ripping the microphone clutched in Summer's hands out of the socket. With a perverse grin on his face, the man took a short step and hurled the radio over the side rail, watching as it splashed into the water. Turning back toward Summer with a thin smile that revealed a set of dirty yellow teeth, it was his turn for a shock. Summer took a step toward him and let loose with a powerful kick to his groin. "Dirty creep," she cursed as the man fell to one knee in agony. His eyes bugged out of his head, and Summer could tell he was teetering with dizziness. She quickly stepped back and swung her leg in another kick, delivering a roundhouse blow to the side of the man's head. The assailant crumpled to the deck, where he rolled about in obvious pain. Two of the other boarders witnessed the takedown and quickly charged Summer, grabbing her arms to restrain her. She struggled to free herself until one of the men pulled out a knife and held it to her throat, grunting into her ear with stale breath. The other man found a section of rope and hastily tied her hands and elbows together in front of her. Grouped with fear but helpless to act, Summer studied her assailants with deliberation. To a man, they were short in stature yet bullish in build. They were of Asian descent, but had high cheekbones and more rounded eyes than the classic Chinese profile. Each was dressed in black t-shirt and work pants, and all looked like they were accustomed to hard work. Summer guessed they were Indonesian pirates, but what they wanted with a sparse work barge was beyond her guess. Gazing at the opposite end off barge, Summer felt her stomach suddenly tightened into a knot. Two of the boarders had carried axes with them and were now swinging them through the air, cutting into the stern mooring lines. With a few quick shorings, they severed the lines, then walked toward the bow to repeat the act. A third man stood overseeing the work with his back to Summer. His profile looked familiar, but it wasn't until he turned around and exposed the long scar on his left cheek that she recognized him as Dr. Tong. He walked slowly toward Summer, surveying the equipment on the deck as the two hatchet men went to work on the forward anchor lines. When he came near, she shouted to him. "There are no artifacts here, Tong," she said, figuring he was no doctor but simply an artifact thief. Tong ignored her, staring at the run equipment with annoyance. He turned and barked an order to the man Summer had kicked, who was now limping around the deck trying to walk off the blow. The injured man limped to the shack, where the small portable generator was humming. As he had done with the radio, he hoisted the generator up in the air and shoved it over the side. The machine gurgled as it slipped underwater, silencing the small gas motor. The man then set his sights on the two air compressors. Limping to the nearest one, he looked it over, searching for the kill switch. "No!" Summer shouted in protest. Finding the stop button, the injured man turned to Summer and gave her a twisted smile, then pressed his thumb against the switch. The compressor immediately wheezed to a stop. "There are men below on those airlines," Summer pleaded. Tong ignored her, instead nodding to his minion. The man hobbled over to the second compressor and, with another smile directed at Summer, punched stop. As the roar of dying compressor fell away, Tong walked over and stuck his face close to Summer's. "I hope your brother is a good swimmer," he hissed. A well of fury burned within Summer, replacing her fear. But she said nothing. The man holding the knife at her throat pulled tighter, then spoke to Tong in a foreign tongue. "Shall one kill her?" Tong glared at Summer's fit tan body lasciviously. "No," he replied, "take her aboard." The two axemen finished cutting the bow anchor lines and walked toward Tong with their hatchets over their shoulders. The barge was now drifting freely, the current pushing it out to sea. On board the drill ship, the helmsman manually engaged the positioning thrusters and backed the ship in reverse to stay alongside the moving barge. Absent a fixed target, the drill ship had to bob and weave to keep from colliding with the free-floating barge. Several times they nudged sides, the barge slapping against the bigger drill ship with a clang. "You incapacitate the rubber boat," Tong barked to one of the men holding an axe. Everybody else, back on the ship. A small Zodiac had been secured to the bow-off barge, in case the NUMA team needed to go ashore. The axe-bearer walked over and with a few quick swings cut loose the securing lines. He then pulled a knife from his belt and wedged it into the inflated pontoon in several spots, producing a loud rush of escaping air. For good measure, he stood the boat on end, then flipped it over the side rail. The deflated rubber boat bobbed on the surface for several minutes until a wave swamped its sides and sent it to the bottom. Summer witnessed little off-sabotage as the thug at her side shoved her roughly to the rail. 1,000 thoughts were surging through her mind. Should she risk trying to fight back with a knife to her throat? How could she help Dirk and Jack? Would anything good come from stepping aboard the drill ship? Every query led down a short path to something bad. There might be one chance, she decided, and that was if she could get into the water. Even with her hands tied, out-swimming these roughnecks would likely be no problem, she figured. If she could jump into the water, she could easily swim under the barge to the other side. Maybe it would be enough of an annoyance to let her go. And maybe she could then help get Dirk and Jack aboard and mount a stronger defense. That is, if they were all right. Summer feigned a lack of resistance and followed the other men as they climbed on top of the rail and pulled themselves onto the deck of the drill ship. The knife wielder gave her a boost, holding her elbows as she stepped onto the rail. One of the men on the ship knelt down and reached over to help pull her up. Summer reached up but pretended to slip before she could reach the man's hands. She then flung her right foot backward, striking the knife holder flush in the nose with her heel. By the sound of muffled crunch, she knew she had broken his nose but didn't turn to see the blood rushing out of his nostrils. Instead, she ducked her head forward and dove for the thin patch of water between the two vessels. She floated weightless for a fraction of a second, awaiting the splash of the cool water. But it never came. Seeming to materialize out of thin air, a pair of hands sprung over the rail and clasped the back of her shirt and the cuff of her shorts. Instead of falling vertically, she felt herself flung sideways, bouncing harshly over the side rail before falling hard to the deck of the barge. She had hardly hit the ground when the same pair of hands jerked her to her feet. The hands belonged to Tong, who showed remarkable strength for a man who stood nearly a foot shorter than Summer. "You will be going aboard," he spat. The blow came from her left side and Summer was a hair late warding it off. Tong's fist struck her on the side of the jaw and she immediately buckled to her knees. A flurry of stars danced before her eyes but she didn't pass out. In a dazed stupor, she was yanked aboard the drill ship and dragged up to the bridge, where she was locked in a small storage room at the back of the wheelhouse. Resting on a large coil of rope, it seemed to Summer that the whole world was spinning around her head. A wave of nausea swept over her until she threw up into a rusty bucket in the corner. She immediately felt better and pulled herself up to a small porthole. Sucking in fresh air, her vision gradually cleared until she could see that the drill ship was positioned in the cove over the same spot where the barge had been moored. The barge. She craned her neck, finally spotting the brown barge drifting out to sea, already more than a mile away. Squinting to Fry to improve her blurry vision, she fought to make out signs of Dirk and Jack aboard. But they were nowhere to be seen. The empty barge was drifting out to sea without them. 44 Dirk SAE-2V, shabby begun to feel like spaghetti. The airlift had to be constantly wrestled into place against the invisible push-off surrounding waters. Though Dahlgren had relieved him a few times, he had been toting the pressurized tube for over an hour. The work had been made more strenuous by the building currents of an outgoing tide, which pushed the surface water seaward at nearly 2 knots. The current was much lighter on the bottom, but manhandling the wavering airlift over the dredge site was like balancing a flagpole on the head of a pin. Dirk glanced at his dive watch as he wrestled the airlift over a few inches. Only 15 minutes to go till the end of the shift, then a break from the monotonous work. Progress was slower than he had hoped, but he had still uncovered a rough square about 6 feet across. The encrusted wood was thick but flat, consistent with the shape of a ship's rudder. Only the size was a little perplexing. Dahlgren's probe marks had encompassed an object nearly 20 feet long, an enormous dimension for a sailing ship rudder. Following the ascent of his air bubbles as they rose to the surface, he gazed again at the undersides of large black ship moored next to the barge. He and Dahlgren had heard the rumble of the ship's engines underwater as it drew near and they watched with curiosity as the dark shape brazenly drew alongside the barge. They had watched the positioning thrusters engaged and felt a slight assurance that the fool wasn't going to drop anchor on them. Another well-financed video documentary group, Dirk surmised. There would no doubt be an array of underwater photographers descending on them shortly. Hooray, he thought sarcastically. He shook off the annoyance and refocused on driving the airlift into the fine sand. Pushing the lip toward a small mound, he noticed that no sand was being sucked up, then realized that the vibration and whooshing noise of the compressed air had ceased. Summer must have shut off the airlift, which meant she was signaling them back to the barge for some reason, or the compressor just ran out of gas. He sat for a moment, deciding to wait a minute or two before surfacing to see if Summer restarted the motor. A few yards away, Dahlgren was driving his probe into the sand. Out of the corner of his eye, Dirk noticed him suddenly rise off the bottom. Something about the movement didn't seem right and Dirk looked over to see that his instincts were right. Dahlgren had let go of the probe and had his hands wrapped around his faceplate and airline, while his legs hung loose beneath him. He was being yanked off the bottom, Dirk realized, like a puppet on a string. He had no time to react, For an instant later the airlift was ripped from his own hands, sailing off through the water in the direction of Dahlgren. Dirk looked up just in time to see his own airline pull taut in the water and then jerk him up off the sea floor. Though he started to mouth, but the words fell away as he tried to draw a breath of air. He inhaled a slight puff and then there was nothing. The compressor supplying the airlines had been cut off, too. Like Dahlgren, he found himself grabbing hold of the airline to control his movements and not rip the connection from his dive helmet. Beside him, the airlift swung wildly in the water like a pendulum out of control. The big plastic pipe came barreling at him, slamming into his leg before bouncing off in another direction. Out of air, yanked like a rag doll, and pummeled by the airlift, Dirk faced enough sensory obstacles to drive most people to panic. From there, it would be just a short step to drowning. But Dirk didn't panic. He had spent the better part of his life scuba diving. Technical failures underwater were nothing new to him. He had sucked a tank of air dry on shallow water dives many times. The key to surviving an emergency, underwater or elsewhere, he told himself, was to remain calm and think logically. Air was the first necessity. His natural inclination was to kick to the surface, but that wasn't necessary. While working on surface-supplied air, the divers all carried a small emergency bottle of air. Slightly larger than a thermos, the 13 cubic foot bailout bottle, called a pony tank, provided about 10 minutes of air. Dirk let go of the airline with one hand and reached under his left arm, where the bottle was attached to his buoyancy compensator. Twisting the valve on the top of the tank, he immediately drew in a breath of air through the regulator. After a couple of deep draws, he could feel his heart begin to slow its racing beat. His thoughts ran to Dahlgren, who was on the shared line of surface air. 30 feet ahead, he saw a purge of exhaust bubbles rise from Dahlgren's helmet and knew that he was breathing off his emergency air as well. The dangling airlift had ventured over toward Dahlgren and was gyrating in the water close behind him. The airlift pipe was being dragged by its flexible outlet hose secured to the barge, which created an elastic springing action like a rubber band. The hose would stretch under the drag of the water-filled tube, then snap back, whipping the tube forcefully through the water. Dirk saw that the tube was pulled taut in a precarious position behind Dahlgren and he waved to get his friend's attention. The Texan was busy pulling himself up the airline and didn't see the airlift or Dirk's warning. A second later, the outstretched tube burst forward, launching straight toward Dahlgren. To Dirk's horror, the tube shot up like an arrow and struck the back of Dahlgren's head just beneath his dive helmet. As the airlift fluttered off, Dahlgren's body went limp. Dirk cursed to himself as he felt his heart race faster again. He noticed that the sea floor had dropped away beneath them and that they were being pulled more forcefully off the water. On the surface, an offshore breeze had joined forces with the island currents to push the stubby barge along at over 4 knots. Under the waves, Dirk wondered why in blazes the barge was drifting and where summer was. Then he turned toward Dahlgren. There was no thought of surfacing yet. He had to reach Dahlgren and make sure he was still breathing. With a frantic determination, Dirk began reeling himself up the airline to close in on Dahlgren. His tired arms ached in pain with each pull, made harder by the 35-pound weight belt strapped around his midsection. He didn't dare jettison the belt yet, as he needed to stay at the same submerged depth as his friend. Pulling himself up like an underwater mountaineer, he clawed his way to within 10 feet of Dahlgren when his old nemesis reappeared. The dancing airlift came rushing toward him, swinging past just out of arm's reach. The big tube swung toward Dahlgren, flexed a moment, then reversed direction and bounded back. This time, Dirk stuck out an arm and caught hold of tube as it swung by. The heavy mass of the water-filled tube nearly jerked him out of his fins as he straddled his legs around it and bounced through the water. Riding it like a bucking bronco, he carefully shimmied up to the top of the tube, where it was clasped to the thick rubber hose. Pulling out a small dive knife that was strapped to his leg, Dirk lunged at the hose with the blade and began sawing through it. The tube whipped violently beneath him as he muscled the knife through to sever the hose. The heavy plastic tube snapped away with the last cut and sank to the depths as Dirk slid off and gave it a farewell kick. Free of the mad battering ram, Dirk turned his attention back to Dahlgren. Dirk's fight to rid himself of the airlift had caused him to lose his place on the airline, and he found himself trailing Dahlgren by 30 feet again. His friend looked like a wet mop, towed through the water by the line from his neck. With his tired arms stinging, Dirk pulled himself up the line again, fighting foot by foot until he was even with Dahlgren. He coiled his own airline around his waist in a bowline knot, then kicked and swam his way over to his friend. Reaching over and grabbing Dahlgren's BC, Dirk pulled himself up and peered into his face mask. Dahlgren was unconscious with his eyes closed. He was breathing lightly, though, as evidenced by a small stream of exhaust bubbles that floated out of his regulator every few seconds. Grabbing Dahlgren with one hand, Dirk reached down and unbuckled his down weight belt, then reached up to his buoyancy compensator and hit the button on the inflation hose. What little air was left in his emergency pony bottle surged into his vest, filling it half full before running out of compressed air. It was more than enough to propel them to the surface, with Dirk kicking his legs hard to accelerate the ascent. No sooner did they break the surface than they were dragged forward, yanked under the water like a fallen water skier who forgets to let go of the rope. A second later, they would resurface for a moment, then get pulled under again. As they bounded up and down, Dirk reached down and ditched Dahlgren's weight belt, then managed to twist off his down dive helmet. Grabbing gulps of air when they popped to the surface, he grasped the manual inflation tube to Dahlgren's BC. While pushed under the surface, he opened the thumb valve and exhaled into it. In a few cycles, he had Dahlgren's vest fully inflated, which helped reduce the duration of their immersions. Fearful that his friend's head or neck might get injured by the tug of the airline, Dirk cinched up a few inches offline and ran it through a D-ring on Dahlgren's BC, then tied it in a knot. As long as the line didn't snap, he would safely be towed by his vest. With his buddy mostly afloat, Dirk let go of him to grab his own airline again. He had to get aboard the barge now and began pulling himself hand over hand toward the moving platform. There was more than 40 feet of line ahead of him, and he was already heavily fatigued from his time in the water. With his strength diminished, his progress slowed to just inches at a time. He repeatedly had to will himself to shake off the pain and a creeping urge to just let go. Instead, he reluctantly placed one hand ahead of the other and pulled, repeating the process without stopping. For the first time, he looked up at the barge, hoping to see Summer standing at the rail. But there was no sign of her or anyone else on the open deck. Dirk knew his sister would never willfully abandon him. Something had happened when the black ship came alongside, and Dirk was afraid of the prospects. A renewed sense of urgency mixed with anger surged TLN off his body, and he hauled himself up the last few feet of line in a possessed. Finally reaching the side of the barge, he yanked himself up and through the railing and collapsed on the deck. He afforded himself just a few seconds of rest, then ripped off his dive gear and scanned the deck for Summer, shouting her name. Met with a silent response, he stood up and grabbed Dahlgren's airline and began reeling him toward the barge. The Texan disappeared under the water for several seconds before reappearing, as larger ocean-borne waves rolled over him. He had regained consciousness and slowly kicked his legs and arms in a mostly futile attempt at propulsion. With his arms fatigued nearly to the breaking point, Dirk pulled him alongside the barge, then tied off the airline on the rail. Reaching into the water, he grabbed Dahlgren by the collar and hoisted him aboard. Dahlgren rolled onto the deck, then teetered to a sitting position. He clumsily pulled off his dive helmet and gazed at Dirk with blurry eyes. Rubbing the back of his neck with one hand, he winced as his fingers rolled over a baseball-sized lump. "What in blazes happened down there?" he asked in a slurred voice. before or after the airlift used your skull for batting practice? Dirk replied. So that was the sucker that hit me. I remember getting yanked off the bottom, then my air went dry. I hit my pony tank and was preparing to ascend when the lights went out. Lucky thing you cranked on your emergency air. It took me a few minutes to ditch the airlift and get you to the surface amid the tow ride. Thanks for not throwing me back. Dahlgren smiled, his senses slowly returning. So where's Summer? And why are we 20 miles from shore? He asked, noting the rugged coast of Hawaii receding in the distance. I don't know, Dirk said solemnly. As Dahlgren rested, Dirk searched the shack and examined the rest of the barge for signs of Summer's disappearance. When he returned, Dahlgren could tell by the look on his face that the news was not good. Radio is gone. Zodiac is gone. Generator is missing. And all of our mooring lines were cut at deck level. And we're drifting to China. Pirates in Hawaii. Or treasure hunters thinking we had a gold ship. Dirk stared back toward the island. He could no longer see the cove but knew the black ship was still there. The ship we heard roll in? Dahlgren asked, his vision too fuzzy to see for himself. Yes. Then Summer must be aboard her. Dirk silently nodded. If she was on the ship, then she might be all right. It was something to hope for. But hope was fleeing his grasp by the minute as they moved farther and farther away from land. They had to help themselves before they could help Summer. Drifting across the middle of the Pacific Ocean on a powerless barge, they could float for weeks before approaching a passing ship. Hope, Dirk thought grimly as he watched the island shrink in size, was for a quick means back to shore. 45 The last place in the world that Rudy Gunn wanted to be was back in the Russian-built Tuk bouncing over a rough dirt road. But that's exactly where he found himself. His back, rear, and legs all ached from the constant jarring. With every rut and pothole sending his teeth chattering, he was convinced that the Tuk manufacturer had neglected to install shocks and springs on the vehicle. The suspension on this thing must have been designed by the Marquise de Sade, he grimaced as they rolled over a harsh bump. Relax, Giordano grinned from behind the wheel. This is the smooth section of the highway. Gunn turned a lighter shade of pale, observing that the highway consisted of a weathered pair of dirt tracks through the high-steppe grass they had bounced across the open lands since midday, en route to Borgen's compound of Xanadu. They had to rely on Pitt and Giordano's collective memory to find their way there, and several times were forced to guess which of the myriad of tracks to follow over the rolling hills. Familiar landmarks confirmed they were on the right route as they approached the small mountain range to the southeast that they knew housed the estate. Another 2 hours, Rudy Pitt said, gauging the distance out the windshield, and your troubles will be over. Gunn silently shook his head, having the distinct feeling that his troubles were just beginning. A follow-up phone call from Hiram Yager before they departed Ulaanbaatar had added a new sense of urgency and gravity to their mission. The revelation that an odd series of earthquakes had been occurring in Mongolia was impossible to ignore. We're just scratching the surface on establishing a correlation, but this much we know, Yager said in a weary voice. A series of earthquakes have rocked several areas in north-central Mongolia, as well as a dispersed area in and around the southern border of China. The earthquakes are unique from the norm in that their epicenters are relatively close to the surface. They mostly have been moderately sized quakes, as measured on the Richter scale, yet have produced high-intensity surface waves, which can be particularly destructive. Dr. McCammon has discovered that the foreshocks that preceded each quake are nearly uniform in intensity, which is inconsistent with a naturally occurring earthquake. So you think there is some sort of man-made activity that is inducing the earthquakes? Pitt asked. As unlikely as it sounds, the seismological records seem to indicate as much. I know that oil drilling sometimes generates earthquakes, and underground nuclear testing has suspected links. I recall that when the old Rocky Flats arsenal near Denver began injecting contaminated water deep into the ground, earthquakes shook the surrounding area. Have you determined if there is some sort of major drilling operation going on? Or perhaps some nuclear testing by Mongolia's neighbor to the south? The epicenters in the northern part of the country have been located in a mountainous region east of Ulaanbaatar, a remote and rugged area, from what we've been able to determine. And a drilling-induced quake would not show the uniform preshock seismicity, according to Maximum. As far as the southern area quakes, we would see it in the seismic profiles if a nuclear test blast had occurred. Then let me take a guess and say that brings us to the late Dr. von Latter. Give that man a cookie, Jaeger said. When Max told us that von Latter had been killed in a landslide in the Kentai Mountains east of Ulaanbaatar, the light went on. The coincidence was too great. We concluded that his acoustic seismic array, or an offshoot of the technology, must have something to do with the earthquakes. That doesn't seem possible, Gunn said. You would need a tremendous shock wave to set things off. That's the general perception, Jaeger replied. But Dr. McCammon, working with Max and some other seismologists, has a theory on that. We spoke to a colleague of von Latter's, who had been told by the doctor of his success at reflection imagery. The secret of his detailed imaging, if you will, was the ability to condense and packet the acoustic waves emitted into the ground. Normally transmitted sound waves behave like a pebble thrown into a pond, rippling out in all directions. Von Latter developed a means of packeting the waves so that they remain concentrated in a narrow band as they penetrate the earth. The resulting waves, as they reflect back to the surface, apparently produce a crisp, detailed image far beyond any existing technology. Also, the colleague stated. So how do you get from a seismic image to an earthquake? Gunn persisted. By two leaps of faith. First, that von Latter's system produces a detailed image that visibly identifies active subterranean faults and fault lines. That is hardly a stretch of the imagination for shallow faults, which existing technologies can already detect. Okay, so von Latter's seismic array can accurately pinpoint active faults beneath the surface, Gunn said. You would still need to disturb those pressure points in some manner, say by drilling or with explosives, in order to produce a rupture and subsequent earthquake. That's our second leap. You are correct. The fault would need to be disturbed in order to trigger an earthquake. But a seismic wave is a seismic wave. The fault doesn't care if it comes from an explosion. Or an acoustic blast, Pitt said, finishing Jaeger's sentence. It makes sense. The 10-foot hanging tripod is a transducer array system that generates the acoustic blast. From the size of the transducers and the power supply that goes with it, it looked to me like they could generate a sonic boom. If acoustic blast is pinpointed at a fault line, the resulting vibrations from the seismic waves could induce a fracture, then, bammo, instant earthquake. It's just a theory, but McCammon and Max both agree it could work. Perhaps von Latter's imaging technology was never intended as such but was discovered as an inadvertent side effect. Either way, it is in the hands of Borgen now. We've got to assume he possesses the technology and the ability to use it, Pitt said. You've already seen the effects up close, Jaeger said. One of the quakes that matched the profile was at Lake Baikal. Perhaps by accident, it set off the underwater landslide, which created the psych wave that nearly killed you. We now suspect their real target was an oil pipeline at the northern end of the lake, which they succeeded in rupturing. That explains why they tried to sink the Vrishkajan and destroy our computers. We told Borgen's sister, Tatiana, of our seismic studies in the lake. She must have realized that our equipment would have detected the man-made signals that preceded the earthquake, Giordano said. Signals that we could have traced to a vessel on the lake. The Primorski, Pitt added. So they've already put the technology to destructive use, Gunn said. It's worse than you think. We don't know the purpose or motivation behind the earthquakes in Mongolia and China. But the characteristics of those quakes exactly match the two recent Persian Gulf earthquakes that have devastated oil exports from the region. The men in the hotel room were shocked. That the technology existed to induce an earthquake was startling enough. More unbelievable was that it was being used to instigate a near-global economic collapse, and that the trail led to the enigmatic Mogul who lived in the hinterlands of Mongolia. Borgen's games of deception and destruction were becoming clearer to Pitt now. With his apparent discovery of oil reserves in Inner Mongolia, he was positioning himself to become the de facto oil king of East Asia. Pitt doubted his ambitions would end there. "Has this been elevated?" Pitt asked. "I've been in touch with Vice President Sandecker and have a briefing scheduled with him. The old bull wants to see something concrete. He promised he would have the President convene a National Security Council special session if the facts warrant immediate attention. I told him of your involvement, and he asked that you provide proof that the earthquakes can be specifically linked to Borgen." Admiral James Sandecker, now VLCE President Sandecker, was Pitt's former boss at Nunla and still maintained a close relationship with Pitt and his staff at the Marine Agency. "The proof," Pitt said, "is in the laboratory on Borgen's compound. He's got a seismic array sitting there, though I don't think it is the same one used at Baikal. Perhaps the Baikal device was flown to the Persian Gulf. We have to assume that there are at least 2 off devices at large," Yeager said. 3 might be a safer bet. I guess you've proven by the Baikal and Gulf quakes that they can trigger the device aboard a ship." "Yes. The epicenters of both Persian Gulf quakes were located offshore. The ships might be the link," Pitt noted. "The vessel at Baikal had a moon pool and a derrick on the stern deck. You might start the hunt in the Persian Gulf for a similar utility or research vessel. It's a frightening prospect that they might be able to set off earthquakes all over the globe," Yeager replied. "You boys be careful. I'm not even sure what the Vice President can do to help you in Mongolia." "Thanks, Hiram. You just track those ships down and we'll see about putting the finger on Borgen." Pitt didn't wait to hear the results of Yeager's briefing with Sandecker. He knew there was little that could be done in the short term. Though Mongolia and the US had strong developing ties, it would take days, if not weeks, to generate government intervention. And the evidence against Borgen himself was circumstantial at best. With the lives of Teresa and Wofford at stake, Pitt instead formulated a plan of infiltration with Giordano and Gunn, then set off for Xanadu. Borgen certainly wouldn't be expecting visitors, he knew. With a little stealth, and a large dose of luck, they just might be able to free Teresa and Wofford and escape with incriminating proof against Borgen. The dust-caked truck crested a small hill, then Giordano applied the brakes as they approached a side road. The smoothly graded lane, fronted by a small gate, signaled the entryway to Borgen's retreat. "The happy trail to Xanadu," Giordano stated. "Let's hope the opposing traffic is light today," Pitt grimaced. Dusk was drawing near, and Pitt figured it wasn't likely that anybody would be departing the compound late in the day, with Ulaanbaatar a 4-hour drive away. There was still the risk that one of Borgen's horse-mounted patrols would be making the rounds beyond the gates, but there was little they could do about that. Giordano turned onto the side trail and followed the empty road as it wound up and into the heart of mountain range. After cresting a steep summit, Giordano slowed the truck as the river appeared alongside the road. An unusually strong summer rainstorm had just struck the mountaintop and the river raged with its powerful runoff. After days of encountering dry dust, Giordano was surprised to find the road turned muddy from the recent. "If my memory serves, the compound is roughly 2 miles from the point here where the river first makes an appearance," Giordano said. "It's the aqueduct we need to keep a sharp lookout for," Pitt replied. Giordano drove on slowly, all eyes keeping a sharp lookout for both the aqueduct and wandering security patrols. Pitt finally spotted a large pipe sprouting from the river, which fed into the concrete-lined aqueduct. It was the landmark they were looking for that told them they were within a half-mile of the compound. Giordano found an opening off the road and pulled the truck into a strand of pine trees, then shut off the motor. The dust and mud-splattered truck blended well into the surroundings, and it would take an observant eye to spot them from the road. Gunn looked nervously at his watch, noting it was a little before 8 o'clock. "Now?" he asked. Pitt pulled out a thermos and poured a round of coffees. "Relax and wait until dark," he replied, sipping at the steaming brew, "till it's time for the bogeymen to come out." 46 The steady tropical breeze blew briskly across the barge as Dirk and Dahlgren stripped off their wetsuits, shook off their fatigue, and set about getting back to land. "This tub's too unwieldy to uy and sail, even if we had a mast and sailcloth," Dahlgren said. "Which we don't," Dirk replied. "First things first. Let's see if we can at least slow our drift rate. A sea anchor." "That's what I was thinking," Dirk said, walking over to one of the air compressors. "A rather expensive anchor," Dahlgren noted, gathering up sections of their mooring lines. They fashioned a 30-foot line to the compressor, tying the opposite end to a stern bollard. Together they muscled the compressor to the side rail and dumped it over the edge. Dangling under the surface, the compressor would act as a makeshift sea anchor, partially slowing the wind-borne portion of their drift. "One bite into that baby ought to keep the sharks away," too, Dahlgren joked. "That's the least of our problems," Dirk replied. He scanned the horizon, searching for another vessel that they might be able to attract. But the seas around the far southwest end of the Hawaiian island chain were completely empty. "Looks like we're on our own." The two men turned to the equipment on board the barge. With the Zodiac gone, there was no apparent means of ditching the barge and sailing to shore. A remaining compressor and water pump, plenty of dive gear, and some food and clothing were all they had left aboard. Dahlgren rapped a knuckle against the side-off shack. "We could build a raft out of this," he said. "We've got some tools and plenty of rope." Dirk considered the idea without enthusiasm. "It would take us a day to build, and we would have a pretty tough go running it against the wind and current. We're probably better off staying put and waiting for a passing vessel. Just trying to think of a way to get to summer." The same thought was on Dirk's mind. There was no question of their survival. They had plenty of food and water aboard. Once the Mariana Explorer returned to the cove and found the barge missing, an all-out search and rescue operation would ensue. They would be found inside of a week, he was certain. But how much time did Summer have? The thought made him sick with dread, wondering what kind of people had abducted her. He cursed their predicament, sitting powerless as they drifted farther and farther away from shore. Pacing the deck, he caught sight of Summer's surfboard atop the shack and felt an added pang of helplessness. There had to be something they could do. Then the light went on. It was right there in front of him. Or maybe Summer had willed him the answer. A knowing beam crossed his face as he turned to Dahlgren. "Not a raft, Jack," he said with a confident smile. "A catamaran." The bay and white herring gull flapped off the water with a loud squawk, angry at nearly being run over. Circling overhead, the bird warily eyed the offending watercraft skimming along the surface, then flew down and settled in its wake. The bird had never seen a sailing craft quite like it before. Nor had many people, for that matter. Dirk's brainchild had been to construct a catamaran from his and Summer's surfboards, and the two men turned the crackpot idea into a workable design. The buoyant fiberglass boards made for a perfect pair of pontoons. Dahlgren came up with the idea of using their sleeping cots to attach as cross members. Stripped of their fabric covering, two of the aluminum frames were laid crossways and secured to the boards with looped ropes, then sealed in duct tape for good measure. If we could drill or knock a small hole in the center off boards, we could run a safety line through to ensure that the cross members don't go dancing off in the first head wave, Dahlgren suggested. "Are you crazy? These are vintage Greg Knoll boards. Summer would kill us both if we damaged her board. They took the third cot frame and rigged it into a mast supported by several guy lines. Along with the fabric from the first 2 cots, they fashioned a sail from the bright blue material. In less than 2 hours, they had completed a miniaturized, bastardized version of a sailing cat. I wouldn't take her on the Sydney to Hobart yacht race, but I do believe she'll get us back to the Big Island, Dirk said, admiring the finished product. Yep, Dahlgren drawled. Ugly as sin, yet perfectly functional. You have to love it. The 2 men slipped back into their wetsuits and attached a satchel of food and water to the mast, then launched the craft over the side. Cautiously climbing aboard, they checked its stability, then Dahlgren let loose a tolly into the barge. The barge quickly floated away as the 2 men kicked their feet to angle the cat's sail against the rind. Dirk pulled the makeshift sail taut and tied it down to the rear cross member. To his surprise, the tiny little craft nearly jumped ahead TLN off the waves under the force of its rectangular blue sail. The men each lay on one of the surfboards until they were satisfied that the cot frames would hold fast. Their rope work had been effective and the 2 boards attacked the waves as one, while the cross members showed very little movement. Rising to a sitting position on each board, the men still got doused by the head waves. Feels like I'm water skiing in a lawn chair, Dahlgren grinned as a large wave rolled over them. The little cat held steady and skimmed quickly along, held true in part with the aid of a paddle that Dirk had rigged to the stern member as a rudder. Steering was limited, however, so they held a steady line for an hour or 2 before tacking. Dirk would drop the sail and then the 2 men would kick the nose of the craft around 90 degrees, then pick up the breeze on the opposite side of the sail. You might want to rethink that Sydney to Hobart race, 01 buddy, she sails like a dream, Dahlgren chided. True enough. Though I think I might want to pack a dry suit for that. They were both amazed at the crude efficiency of the craft. It wasn't long before the barge had completely disappeared from sight, while the Big Island appeared to grow larger on the horizon. As they settled in for the ride, Dirk's thoughts returned to Summer. As fraternal twins, they shared a close-knit bond that most siblings couldn't grasp. He could almost feel her presence, and he knew with certainty that she was alive. Just hang on, he silently willed her. Help will soon be on the way. The dark lava slopes of Mauna Loa shimmered purple in the setting sun as they drew near the southwest shoreline of Hawaii. The jagged section of coast was largely uninhabited, the lava cliffs too foreboding for sea access but for the occasional black sand beach. Dahlgren pointed to a rocky point a mile or 2 to their south that protruded into the Pacific like a balled fist. Isn't that Humu Point? It sure looks like it, Dirk agreed, trying to identify the landmark in the fading light. Which means Kilauea Bay is not far around the other side. We nearly hit the coast at the point we departed. A fine bit of surfboard navigation, Dahlgren said. He then peered up the coastline in the other direction. That means that the nearest spot to pull in and contact the authorities would be Maililei, which is roughly 6 miles away. A healthy ride. Unless one is of the mind to go the other direction and visit the boys that sent us on our merry ride. Dahlgren knew the answer from the gleaming look in Dirk's eyes. Without saying a word, they tacked the catamaran to the southeast and headed down the coast toward Kilauea Bay. 47 Trapedance D. The Tinster _ERCNV1, Summer languished as the afternoon crept by at a snail's pace. After scouring the room unsuccessfully for any tools or objects that might aid an escape, there was little to do but sit and wonder about the fate of Dirk and Jack. She finally pushed an empty crate beneath the porthole and fashioned a crude chair out of the rope coil, which allowed her to gaze out to sea in some comfort while capturing the ocean breeze on her face. From her nook, she could detect a flurry of activity on the ship's stern deck. A rubber boat was lowered over the side, and she watched as several divers investigated the wreck site. Summer took small satisfaction in knowing they wouldn't procure any artifacts from the exposed portion of the wreck, which had already been picked clean during the survey and excavation. After the divers returned to the ship, she saw and felt the drill ship be repositioned. Then around sundown the activity picked up again, as shouting voices and the whir of a crane drifted up from the deck below. She was startled when the door to the storeroom suddenly burst open and she was greeted by a bull-necked thug with crooked teeth. At his prodding, Summer followed him onto the bridge and over to a chart table, where Tong was examining a diagram under a bright swivel light. He looked up and gave her a condescending sneer as she approached. "Miss Pitt, my divers have confirmed that your excavation was most thorough. And you did not lie. Most off-ship lies under the lava. There is work ahead to confirm her true designs." He waited for a response, but Summer just gave him a cold stare, then raised her hands, still tied together at the wrist. "Ah, yes. Very well, I suppose there is no place for you to run now," he said, nodding at Bull Neck. The underling pulled out a knife and quickly sliced through the ropes. Rubbing her wrists, Summer casually looked around the bridge. A lone helmsman stood by the forward window, gazing at a radar scope. The rest of the bridge was empty, save for her two immediate companions. Tong motioned for her to take a seat next to him, which she did hesitantly. "Yes," Summer spoke quietly. "As we told you aboard the Mariana Explorer, which is due back any minute now, we have removed all of the artifacts from the lava-free sections of the wreck, which were in fact a fairly small quantity." Tong smiled at Summer, then leaned over and put his hand on her knee. She wanted to slap him and run from the table, but she did neither. Instead, she just gave him an icy glare, fighting her hardest to hide her fear and revulsion. "My dear, we passed the Mariana Explorer outside of Hilo," he leered. "She should be near her destination of Lilawee Point by now, on the opposite side of the island," he added, laughing with a wicked grin. "Is this tech so important to you?" she asked, hoping to steer his attention away from her. "You really have no idea, do you?" he replied incredulously. Then he removed his hand from her knee and turned back to the chart of the table. It was a sonar image of the seabed, showing the site of the wreck excavation and the adjacent lava field. An X was marked on the chart near the center of the lava flow. "Have you penetrated the lava field in your excavations?" he asked. "No, of course not. I don't know what you are after, Dr. Tong. The artifacts have been removed and the rest of the wreck is sealed under lava. There is nothing new or anyone else can do about that." "Oh, but you see there is, my dear, there is." Summer stared at Tong with fear and curiosity, wondering what these mercenary looters had up their sleeve. Tong left Summer under the guard's eye and marched onto the bridge wing and down a flight of stairs. Moving aft, he opened a side hatch and entered a large open bay. Racks of computers and electronic panels lined the walls, in a quantity that duplicated the test chamber at the family compound in Mongolia. A short man with steely eyes stood next to a large desk lined with color monitors, gazing over the shoulder at the chief operator's display. He was the same man who had headed up the aborted search efforts in the Kentai Mountains after killing the Russian seismic survey team. He nodded as Tong approached. "We have identified a minor fault and have the coordinates targeted," he said in a husky voice. "It is in close proximity, but may not be sufficient to create the desired fissure in the lava field. What you ask for is an impossible request, I'm afraid. We should not waste time here but proceed to Alaska as your brother requested." Tong did not let the affront bother him. A day or two's delay is worth the gamble. If we are successful and it is in fact the Royal Yuan vessel, then the mission to Alaska will appear a mere trifle in comparison. The short man nodded in deferral. "I recommend 4 or 5 incremental detonations, then send the dive team down to check the results. That should tell us if there is any hope of rupturing the lava." "Very well, proceed with the acoustic bursts. We will work through the night. If there is no success, then we will abandon the site in the morning and proceed to Alaska." Tong stood back and let the technicians take over. As in the Persian Gulf, a seismic acoustic array was lowered through the ship's moon pool to the lava field below, where the framed and weighted device stood upright in the sea floor. A nearby subterranean fault was pinpointed and targeted, then the computer processors and signal amplifiers activated. With a click of the computer, the first massive electrical pulse went shooting through the 3 transducer arrays 5 fathoms below. A second later, the mummed blast of the acoustic shock wave resonated up to the ship with a subtle vibration. Tong stood watching the blast with an expectant grin, hoping the voyage would bring 2 successes. A mile away, the low-riding catamaran skirted into the cove under a black nighttime sky. Dirk and Dahlgren resumed their prone positions on the surfboards and paddled their way along the high rocky shoreline. Spotting a shallow ledge just above the water level, they ground the boat beneath a nearly vertical wall of lava. Dirk stood and eyed the bright lights of the nearby drill ship, then dismantled the mast and sail to improve their stealth profile. The 2 men sat and rested as they studied the ship, spent from their long day on the water. They were close enough to see a dozen or so men scurrying about the derrick on the illuminated stern deck. They watched as a tall tripod device was lowered through the deck into the water. "Do you think they are actually trying to drill through the lava to get to the wreck?" Dahlgren postulated. "Can't imagine what they would expect to recover that way." The 2 men downed their supply of food and water and stretched their tired limbs. Slightly refortified, they were contemplating a plan of attack when a low-pitched rumble sounded near the ship. It was a muffled noise, as if emitted from deep within the ship or beneath it. "What the Sam Hill was that?" Dahlgren drawled. "Underwater explosion," Dirk muttered. He looked at the water surface surrounding the ship, anticipating a rising burst of spray and bubbles, but nothing appeared. The surface water in the cove showed barely a ripple. "Odd that it didn't affect the water. Must have come from within the ship," he said. "Doesn't seem to be causing any excitement aboard," Dahlgren replied, noting that the deck crew had mostly disappeared and that the ship appeared calm. "How's about we take a closer look?" They started to drag the catamaran back into the water when a second muffled boom erupted. Like the first, it made no impact to the waters in the middle of the cove. As the 2 men contemplated the strange detonation, a new, more thunderous noise began rumbling beneath their feet. The noise rose up as the ground began shaking violently, nearly knocking them off balance. Small chunks of loose lava and debris began raining down from the steep cliff face above them. "Watch out!" Dirk shouted, spotting a nearby boulder break free and slide toward them. The 2 men barely dove out off-way as the rock rolled past them and over a corner of the catamaran before splashing into the water. The ground vibrated for several more seconds before fading away. A few frothy waves stirred up by the earthquake slapped violently against the cliff side, then the waters of the cove fell calm. "I thought the whole cliffside was going to drop on us," Dahlgren said. "Might well yet," Dirk replied, eyeing the towering wall of lava warily. "Let's not hang around to find out." Dahlgren stared toward the drill ship. "They created that earthquake," he said matter-of-factly. "It was triggered by the detonation. Let's hope it was accidental. They must be trying to rip up the lava field to get to the wreck. They can have it. Let's find summer and get out of here before they bring the whole island down on our heads." They quickly threw the catamaran in the water and shimmied aboard. Quietly paddling away from the rocks, they moved cautiously toward the drill ship. Dahlgren eyed the board in front of him and noticed that the tip was flattened to the thickness of a pancake. He didn't have the heart to tell Dirk it was his surfboard that was smashed by the falling rock. 48 SUNEV1 SAT at the wheelhouse chart table contemplating a possible means of escape when the first acoustic blast was triggered. The muffled thump sounded directly beneath the ship, and she assumed like Dirk that it was some sort of explosion. The criminals must be trying to blast the lava off the wreck, she figured. Bullneck stared at her malevolently from across the table, bearing a thin smile at the look of confusion and anger in Summer's face. His tobacco-stained teeth glared wider when a second underwater blast reverberated through the bridge a few minutes later. Though Summer was repulsed by her captors, she became intrigued by their actions. Resorting to murder and wanton destruction of the wreck site meant they thought there was something of great value in her holds. Summer recalled Tong's interest in the porcelain plate and its possible royal markings. But he was interested in something more than pottery if he was blasting away lava to reach it. Gold or gemstones must their objective, she surmised. As the second shock sent a slight vibration through the bridge, her thoughts turned again to escape. Getting off the ship was the first order of business if she was to have any chance at survival. Summer was a strong swimmer. If she could get into the water, she could easily make it to the rocky rim of the cove. Moving inland or down the coast would be no picnic, given the steep and jagged shoreline, but perhaps she could simply hide in the rocks until the Mariana Explorer returned. Whatever the difficulties, it was a better prospect than a continued voyage with the ship of thugs. Alone on the bridge with just the helmsman and her brutish escort might be the best chance she got, she decided. The helmsman appeared to be little threat. He was nearly a boy, slight in stature and had a subservient look about him. He continually gawked at the 6-foot-tall Summer as if she were Aphrodite. She turned her attention to Bull Neck across the table. That's where the trouble lay. Violence was clearly no stranger to the brute with bad teeth. He had a look about him that said he would enjoy hurting a pretty woman, and she shuddered at the thought. She would have to take him at his own game, but at least potentially she had the element of surprise on her side. Mustering up the nerve, she finally told herself it was now or never. Rising slowly from the table, she casually strode toward the front of the bridge as if stretching her legs and admiring the black view out the window. Bull Neck immediately mimicked her movements, stopping a few feet behind her. Summer lingered a moment, taking a deep breath to relax, then turned toward the port side bridge wing. With a long stride, she quickly paced toward the open door as if catching an elevator. The guard immediately grunted at her to stop, but she ignored the command. Striding light on her feet, she nearly made it out the door. The surprised thug jostled to catch up, bounding forward and placing a grimy hand on Summer's shoulder to stop her. The speed of her counter-reaction surprised even herself. Fully anticipating his lunge, she reached up and grabbed the man's wrist with both of her hands. She immediately spun to the side while shoving his wrist up and jamming his open palm backward toward the ground. Summer then backed into the man a step and dropped to one knee. The thug anticipated the attempted judo drop and hopped to the side, but she had him in a pain-inducing tislock and could snap the bone with a flick of her hands. The angered man flailed with his free arm to strike Summer, but his blows lacked any leverage, only bruising her on the back. In response, she rose back to her feet and drove the heavier man backward with another twist to his hand. The man gasped in agony and flailed at Summer uselessly with his left arm. But the searing pain was too much and he finally staggered back. He crashed into the forward console near the helm, then fell to his knees incapacitated. As long as Summer maintained her grip, the burly thug was helpless. A red light quickly flashed on the console as a slight shudder vibrated from the bowels of the ship. In his collision with the helm, Bull Neck had fallen against a button that deactivated the automatic ship thrusters, releasing them for manual control. The young helmsman, shocked at Summer's physical dominance over the larger man, backed away from the helm but chatted excitedly in Mongolian while pointing at the flashing light. With her heart pounding from the short engagement, Summer took a breath and glanced at the console. The ship's controls were all inscribed in Mandarin, but beneath the factory markings somebody had taped plastic label translations in English. Summer glanced at the light and read the English translation below, which read, "Manual thruster control." An idea quickly chimed in Summer's head. Slight change of plans, she muttered to the uncomprehending helmsman. "We're going for a little ride first." Summer scanned the adjacent controls until spotting a pair of dials marked Port Thruster Fore and Port Thruster Aft. She reached over with her free hand and turned the dials down to 0. Almost simultaneously, a third burst erupted beneath them as the acoustic array was triggered again. The blast was good timing, Summer considered. The eruption masked the sound of the changing thrusters. With luck, the crew might not notice that the ship was now moving laterally across the cove. It would take only a few minutes until the ship would collide with the lava rocks lining the cove. The ensuing confusion ought to give her ample opportunity to escape. Back off, she barked at the nervous helmsman, who had crept closer to the controls. The young man jumped back from the helm, eyeing with fright the misted look of agony on Bullneck's face. The drill ship moved quietly and smoothly across the cove, pushed evenly by the bank of starboard thrusters. Summer thought she heard a minor clunk near the waterline, but the ship continued on its sideways path rough the dark, the black night offering little in the way of visibility. If she could just hold on a little longer, she thought, as her grip on the thug's hand grew weary. She nervously counted the seconds, waiting for the grinding impact of the ship's hull against lava. But her heart sank when a different sound emerged from the open doorway. It was the sound of a man's voice. "Is this, now?" the voice grumbled. Turning with dread, she saw it was Tong. And in his hand, he held an automatic pistol aimed at Summer's heart. 49 They had kicked and paddled the mastless catamaran to within 100 yards of the drill ship, circling in toward the port bow in order to avoid the glaring spotlights that illuminated the stern deck. As they scanned the ship for nearby crewmen or lookouts, Dahlgren suddenly leaned toward Dirk and whispered, "Take a look at the bridge. Quick." Dirk glanced up at the ship's forward superstructure. Through the open side wing door, he caught a brief glance of a person stepping by. A tall person with flowing red hair that fell beneath the shoulders. "Summer. I'm sure it is her," Dahlgren said. A wave of relief fell over Dirk at seeing his sister still alive. With renewed vigor, he kicked the catamaran harder toward the ship. "Let's get aboard and find out what's going on." It was a task easier said than done. The ship's lowest deck was still 10 feet above them. And with the ship held in position by its thrusters, there was no anchor line in the water. Dirk hoped there might be an embedded steel ladder on the ship's stern, a feature not uncommon on utility vessels. They reached the bow and were quietly paddling aft when the third detonation erupted below them. They could feel a minor vibration from the ship and noticed a few ripples in the water, but still no boiling torment of an underwater explosion. The lights around the moon pool illuminated the underside of the ship, and they could see a string of cables running down to the tripod device, which stood upright on the sea bottom. They moved a few more feet down the ship's side when Dirk realized that the rumble of the nearby side thrusters had fallen silent. Before he knew what was happening, the ship's side hull smacked into the catamaran with a bang, then jerked the craft up on a building wave of water. The entire ship was moving laterally into them and quickly building speed. Sitting atop the side thrown high, Dirk could see that the catamaran was going to flip. The low surfboard was being pushed down and it was just a matter of seconds before the whole craft got sucked under the moving ship. "Get off the board," Dirk yelled at Dahlgren. He prepared to roll off the side himself when he caught sight of a line over his head. It was an unused mooring line that looped over the side of the ship, dangling down a few feet below the deck. With a desperate lunge, Dirk sprang up and off the twisting catamaran, barely grasping the rope with his left hand. Pulling his body around, he grabbed on with both hands, the line dropping taut under his weight to within a yard of the water. He looked back to see the catamaran tumble down and under the advancing ship, swallowed beneath its side. Dahlgren was farther back, riding atop the cresting wave and swimming like a madman. "Over here. I've got a line," Dirk implored in a low voice, hoping not to draw attention to their plight. It was loud enough for Dahlgren to hear. He fought his way toward Dirk at a frantic pace that both men knew he could not sustain for long. The water seemed to swirl in all directions off the flat side of the ship, tugging Dahlgren one way, then another. When he finally surged close, Dirk reached out and grabbed a handful of his wetsuit and yanked with all his strength. He pulled him far enough out of the water that Dahlgren was able to hook an arm over the line. He hung limp for a minute, catching his breath from the exertion. "That was exciting," he muttered. "And also the second time today that I've had to fish you out of the water," Dirk said. "If this continues, I must insist that you go on a diet." "I'll take that under advisement," Dahlgren panted. Resting for a moment, they proceeded to climb up opposite ends of the rope, emerging on deck a few yards apart. Though faint voices told them that a few crew members were on the stem, they were able to regroup undetected on the port beam. Dirk took a quick glance toward the high wall of lava that was quickly approaching in the darkness. There was clearly something amiss in the wheelhouse, as the ship was on a collision course and nobody seemed to be aware of it. "Let's move," Dirk whispered. "I have a feeling we're not long aboard this ship." As they started to move forward, another deep rumble began to sound in the distance. This time, the noise came from the shore. 5,000 miles away, the elevator doors opened on the 10th floor of the NUMA headquarters building and a sleepy-eyed Hiram Yager eased toward his computer room toting a thermos of Sumatra blend coffee. His eyes widened at the sight of Dr. McCammon seated at the console, an anxious look on his face. "You got the jump on me again, Phil?" Yager asked. "Sorry for the early intrusion. Something just came over the tire from the National Earthquake Information Center that looks important." He spread a seismogram across the table as Yager slid into an adjacent swivel chair. "A large quake struck the Big Island of Hawaii just moments ago," McCammon said. "A little over 7.0 magnitude. And it was a shallow quake. Its epicenter was just a mile offshore, in a place called Kilauea Bay. Do the foreshocks look like?" McCammon crinkled his brow. "Very similar to the ones we've seen before." Ma'am made an appearance. "I just fed the data to Max for assessment. Hope you don't mind me taxing her talents while you were away," he added. Max was standing near a computer bank with her arms crossed, looking deep in thought. She turned and smiled at McCammon. "Dr. McCammon, I am delighted to assist you at any time. It is a pleasure to work with a gentleman," she added with a slight tweak of her nose in Yager's direction. "Good morning to you, too," Max Yager said. "Have you completed the analysis for Dr. McCammon?" "Yes," Max nodded. "As Dr. McCammon can show you, there were two primary foreshocks recorded before the quake. Each had nearly identical seismic readings, though there was a slight increase in intensity with the second foreshock. And both foreshocks appear to have originated near the surface." "How do they compare to the foreshocks recorded before the two Persian Gulf earthquakes?" Yager asked. "The foreshocks show near identical signal characteristics to those that preceded the earthquakes at Ras Tanura and Karg Island. Like those shocks, they originated near the surface." Yager and McCammon looked at each other with grim silence. "Hawaii," Yager finally said. "Why Hawaii?" Then with a shake of the head, he added, "I think it's time we contact the White House. 50 Sunk Verkepto Plus. NDSGR_ around Bull Necks Umist, despite staring down the barrel of a Glock automatic pistol." Tong stood still in the doorway, trying to assess the situation. Behind him, a deep rumbling echoed across the water, but he ignored the sound while silently admiring Summer's skill at subduing one of his toughs. On the opposite side of the bridge, the helmsman regained his tongue and nerve, while keeping a safe distance from Summer. "The port thrusters are disabled," he shouted at Tong. "We will strike the rocks." Waving animatedly, he pointed toward the lava cliffs now materializing off the port beam. Tong listened without quite comprehending, then followed the helmsman's motions and looked out the bridge wing. As he turned, an unseen pair of thick arms, clad in the black neoprene rubber material of a wetsuit, reached out of the darkness and grabbed Tong around the torso. The Mongolian instinctively squeezed the trigger on his pistol, but the shot fired harmlessly through the roof of the bridge. Tong then turned to fight off his attacker by whipping the gun around as a club. But his movements came too late. His assailant had already taken a step forward, pitching Tong off balance. Tong staggered forward, trying to stay on his feet, but only added momentum to his captor. The assailant capitalized on the momentum with a gyrating lift, sweeping Tong completely off his feet. With a staggering lunge, he heaved Tong up and over the side railing, then let go. The stunned Mongolian let out a shriek as he disappeared over the side, his scream ending with a loud splash when he struck the water below. On the bridge wing, the ex-calf roper Jack Dahlgren turned back toward the wheelhouse and gave Summer a quick wink and a grin. An instant later, Dirk rushed past him onto the bridge, wielding a gaff he had snared off the lower deck. "You're all right," Summer gasped at the sight of the two men. "Alive but soggy." Dirk smiled. A jovial reunion was cut short by a jarring crash that knocked everyone to the deck. The 4,000-ton drill ship, driven by the unabated power of its starboard thrusters, smashed broadside into the edge of the cove. The grinding impact of lava against steel echoed up from the waterline. The sharp volcanic rock sliced easily off the ship's hull, penetrating the lower hold in more than a dozen places. Sea water flooded in like a sieve, quickly tilting the ship to a port list. Somewhere in the darkened waters beneath the ship, the lifeless body of Tong swirled about, having found himself at the unfortunate point of impact between ship and shore. The young helmsman was the first to find his feet, striking a ship's alarm bell, then fleeing out the starboard wing. Summer finally let go of Bull Neck's wrist, but the thug was in no mood to fight when Dirk jabbed the pike into his ribs and prodded him out the port wing door. Outside, the sound of men's shouts competed with the continued rumbling. "Why did I have a feeling you had a hand in piloting the ship?" Dirk asked his sister with a grin. "Desperate measures," Summer replied. "Company on the way," Dahlgren said, peering off the bridge wing. 2 flights down, a band of armed men were rushing toward the bridge. "Can you handle a swim?" Dirk asked, leading the way up the sloping deck toward the starboard wing. "I'm fine," Summer replied. "A dip was actually on my agenda before you arrived." The threesome quickly scrambled off the bridge and down to the lower deck, where yells and shouts from the crew peppered the night air. On the bow, several crewmen were preparing to lower a lifeboat, though the water was already washing over the deck off listing port side. On the opposite beam, Summer wasted no time in further encounters with the crew, climbing over the rail and sliding down the angled ship's flank until plunging into the water. Dirk and Dahlgren followed her in and quickly swam away from the ship. The rumbling from the shoreline intensified until yet another earthquake rocked the ground. Stronger than the prior jolt, the quake rattled the unstable sections of the lava cliff face. All along the cove, chunks of lava were jarred free, tumbling down the cliff sides and crashing into the water with explosive eruptions of sea and foam. The cliff towering above the drill ship shared in the instability, the quake carving out a large slice of volcanic rock. The huge piece tumbled once, bounding out from the cliff in free space before dropping directly onto the ship. The spire sliced through the rear off-bridge, collapsing the deck onto the computer room below. The base off rock mashed into the port beam amidships, flattening a wide section of the ship. Panicked crewmen dove into the water to escape the carnage, while the lone lifeboat finally broke free off bow. The rumbling from the quake finally fell away, and, with it, the crashing of the loosened rocks. The night air was now ruffled by the gurgling sounds of the dying drill ship, punctuated by the occasional shout of a crewman. 100 yards away, Dirk, Summer, and Dahlgren treaded water while watching the old vessel's final minutes. "She'll make for a nice reef," Dahlgren noted as the ship tilted lower into the water. A few moments later, the drill ship slowly rolled to her side, sliding off the rocks and disappearing under the waves to the sea floor 70 feet below. Only her tall derrick, sheared off during the roll and lying against the cliff wall, gave a clue to the ship's final resting spot. "What did they hope to extract from the wreck?" Dirk asked. I was never able to find out, Summer replied. But they were going to the extreme of ripping open the lava field to get to it, while generating a couple of earthquakes in the process, Dahlgren added. I'd like to know what kind of black box they were using for that. I'd just like to know who they are, Summer said. The drone of an airplane approached from up the coast and shortly banked over the cove. It was a low-flying Coast Guard HC-130 Hercules turboprop, with its landing lights glaring brightly across the ocean's surface. The plane began circling overhead, buzzing the lifeboat and the mangled derrick, before expanding its search for survivors in the water. A few minutes later, a pair of Hawaii Air National Guard F-15s from Highcamp Field on Oahu screeched by at low altitude, then lazily circled overhead in support of the Hercules. Unbeknown to the NUMA crew in the water, Hiram Yager had persuaded the vice president to investigate the scene when evidence of the second earthquake appeared. An immediate military sortie had been ordered to the site of the earthquake's epicenter. That's a sight for sore eyes, Summer said as the Hercules continued to circle overhead. I don't know why they are here, but I'm sure glad they are. Better cutter and some choppers are already on the way, Dirk said. Heck, we don't need a darn cutter to pick us up, Dahlgren suddenly said and chuckled. We've got our own rescue vehicle. He swam off toward a nearby object floating in the water, then returned a minute later. Behind him, he towed the mangled but still intact catamaran. The cat. It lives, Dirk said in astonishment. Summer looked at the object, then declared with a frown, my surfboard. What's it doing here? She looked quizzically at a mangled aluminum frame that was roped to Dirk's surfboard, which she noticed was pummeled in several places. And what happened to your board? Sis, Dirk said with a shrug, it's a long story. 51 The hands of the clock had stopped. Also it seemed to Teresa. She knew that the constant glances at the ornate timepiece on the wall of Borgen's study only acted to slow its movements. The pending attempt at escape was making her nervous until she finally willed herself to stop staring at the clock and at least pretend to focus on the geological report in front of her. It was the second straight day they had worked into the night, sequestered in the study with only a break for meals. Unbeknown to their captors, Teresa and Wofford had actually completed the drilling analysis hours before. They feigned continued work in hopes that their evening escort would be just one guard, as occurred the night before. One of the two guards stationed at the door had disappeared after their dinner was cleared away, raising their prospects for escape. Teresa glanced at Wofford, who was digesting a seismic imaging report with an almost happy glow. He had marveled at the detailed imaging that von Watter's technology had produced and devoured the profiles like a hog at Sunday brunch. Teresa quietly wished she could push the fear out of her mind as easily as Wofford seemed to. The clock's hands were creeping past 9 when Tatiana entered the study, dressed in black slacks and a matching light wool sweater. Her long hair was combed neatly, and she wore a dazzling gold amulet around her neck. Her attractive external appearance, Wofford judged, was not enough to mask the cold and emotionless personality that ticked within. You have completed the analysis? She asked bluntly. No, Wofford replied. These additional profiles have impacted our earlier assumptions. We need to make further adjustments in order to optimize the drilling prospects. How long will this take? Wofford yawned deeply for effect. 3 or 4 hours should put us pretty close. Tatiana glanced at the clock. You may resume in the morning. I will expect you to complete the assessment and brief my brother at noon. Then we will be driven to Ulaanbaatar. Teresa asked. Of course, Tatiana replied with a thin smile that bled insincerity. Turning her back, she spoke briefly to the guard at the door, then vanished down the hallway. Teresa and Wofford made a slow show of restacking the reports and cleaning up the work table, stalling for time as best they could. Their best chance, perhaps their only chance, was if they remained alone and unseen with the guard. After stalling as long as they dared without appearing obvious, they stood up and stepped toward the door. Wofford scooped up a stack of files to take with him, but the guard pointed at the reports and shook his head. Dropping the reports on the table, Wofford grabbed his cane and hobbled out the door with Teresa, the guard following on their heels. Teresa's heart was racing as they walked down the long corridor. The house was quiet and the lights were turned low, lending the appearance that Tatiana and Borgen had retired to their private quarters in the south wing. The emptiness was broken when the short doorman popped out of a side room, holding a bottle of vodka. He gave a haughty glance to the captives, then scurried off toward the stairwell and the servants' quarters downstairs. Wofford hobbled along with exaggerated effect, playing the role of harmless invalid to full effect. Reaching the end of the main corridor, he slowed at the turn, quickly scanning the side passages to ensure there were no other guards or servants about. Passing through the foyer, Wofford waited until they were close to their rooms along the north hall before making his move. By all appearances, it was simply a careless act. He poked his cane forward and a little out of line, tapping the ground in front of Teresa's right foot. Stepping forth, she caught her foot on the cane and lurched forward in a fall worthy of a Hollywood stuntman. Wofford followed suit, staggering forward as if to fall, then kneeling down on his good leg. He looked over at Teresa, who was sprawled flat on the floor, barely moving. It was up to the guard now. As Wofford had predicted, the Mongolian guard proved himself more gentleman than barbarian and reached down to help Teresa up. Wofford waited until the guard grabbed Teresa's hand with both hands, then he sprang like a cat. Driving off his good leg, he jumped up and into the guard, whipping his cane up by the stock in a pendulum motion. The curved handle of the cane struck the guard flush under the chin, popping his head back. The force of the blow snapped the wooden cane in two, the loose handle clattering across the marble floor. Wofford watched as the guard's eyes glazed over before he tumbled backward to the ground. Teresa and Wofford remained motionless in the still household, nervously waiting for a charge of guards down the corridor. But all remained quiet, the only sound in Teresa's ears being the loud thumping in her chest. "You all right?" Wofford whispered, bending over to help Teresa to her feet. "I'm fine." "Is he dead?" she asked, pointing with a tentative finger at the prone guard. "No, he's just resting." Wofford pulled out a drapery cord he had purloined from his room and quickly bound the guard's hands and feet. With Teresa's help, he dragged the man along the polished floor to the first of their rooms and across the threshold. Yanking a pillowcase off the bed, he gagged the guard's mouth with it, then closed the door and locked him inside. "You ready to aim your Pyromania stripes?" he asked Teresa. She nodded nervously, and together they crept to the main foyer. "Good luck," he whispered, then slipped behind a side column to wait. Teresa had insisted that she return to the study alone. It made more sense, she convinced Wofford. He moved too slow and noisily on his game leg, which placed them both in greater jeopardy. Hugging one wall, she scurried down the main corridor as quickly as she dared, stepping lightly on the stone floor. The hallway was still empty and quiet, save for the ticking pendulum of an old clock. Teresa quickly reached the study and ducked through its open door, thankful the guard had turned the lights off on the way out. The dark room gave her cover from the illuminated hallway, and she allowed herself a deep breath to help reduce the anxiety. Feeling her way across the familiar room, she reached the rear bookcase. Grabbing a stack of books at random, she knelt down and began quietly tearing the pages out in handfuls, crumpling the sheets as they broke free of the bindings. Accumulating a small mound of kindling, she then built a pyramid-shaped stack of books around it, cracking open the spines and facing the loose pages inward. When she was satisfied with her handiwork, she stood and probed around the back of the study until finding a small corner table. Perched on the tabletop was a cigar humidor and a crystal decanter filled with cognac. Teresa grabbed the decanter and began pouring its contents around the room, dumping the last quarter's worth onto her paper pyramid. She returned to the table and opened the humidor, feeling around inside until she found a box of matches that Wofford had discovered earlier. Gripping the matches tightly, she tiptoed to the front of the room and carefully peeked out the door. The main corridor was still quiet. Creeping back to the book pile, she leaned over, lit one of the matches, and tossed it onto the cognac-soaked papers. There was no explosive ball of fire or immediate inferno, but just a small blue flame that travelled across the cognac-stained carpet like a river. "Burn, Teresa urged aloud. Burn this bloody prison down." 52 Like Bojaman, black rubbery-skinned ogres moving ghost-like through the trees. Moving in silence, the three dark figures crossed the road in a cumbersome gait, then inched their way up to the side of the aqueduct. A few yards away, the rushing waters of the mountain river echoed across the hillside with a pounding fury. One of the figures stuck an arm into the aqueduct, then flicked on a small penlight. The clear water swirled past at an easy current, unlike the raging river beyond. Pitt turned off the light, then nodded at his companions. They had waited an hour after sundown, until the forested hilltop was nearly pitch black. A late rising moon would allow them plenty of darkness for at least another hour or two. Climbing into the back of the truck with Giordano and Gunn, Pitt found their gear organized into 3 stacks. "How deep is the aqueduct?" Gunn asked as he slipped into a black DUI neoprene dry suit. "No more than 6 feet," Pitt replied. "We could probably get by with snorkels, but we'll use the rebreathers in case we need to stay under a bit longer." Pitt had already zipped up his dry suit and was slipping on a dragger rebreather harness. Weighing just over 30 pounds, the system allowed a diver to breathe a contained supply of purified air recirculated with carbon dioxide scrubbers. Replacing the large steel air tank with a small tank and pack, the rebreather nearly eliminated visible exhaust bubbles as well. Pitt strapped on a weighted dive belt, then attached a waterproof dive bag. Inside he had placed his shoes, 2 handheld radios, and his Colt .45. Climbing out of the truck, he surveyed the perimeter area, then ducked his head back into the rear. "You gentlemen ready for a midnight swim?" he asked. "I'm ready for a warm bath and a glass of bourbon," Gunn said. "All set, just as soon as I load up my breaking and entering tools," Giordano replied. He rummaged around a toolbox until producing a hacksaw, monkey wrench, crowbar, and portable underwater torch, which he clipped to his belt, then hopped out the back. Gunn followed him out of the truck with an earnest look on his face. The men made their way to the aqueduct in their black dry suits, each carrying a pair of lightweight dive fins. At the side of the V-shaped channel, Pitt took a final look around. The moon had yet to appear, and visibility under the partly cloudy skies was no more than 30 feet. They would be virtually undetected in the aqueduct. "Try to keep your speed down. We'll pull out under the small bridge just inside the compound wall," Pitt said, pulling on his fins. He checked his regulator, then pulled down his mask and gently rolled into the aqueduct. Gunn splashed in a few seconds behind, then Giordano slipped in to follow from the tail position. The bone-chilling river water would have frozen an unprotected man in minutes, but for Pitt in his dry suit, it felt like only a cool breeze. He'd nearly overheated hiking to the aqueduct in the insulated dry suit and was actually thankful for the cooling effect, despite the bitter chill around his mouth and face mask. The gravity-induced water in the aqueduct flowed faster than he expected, so he shifted his feet forward and lay prone on his back. Lazily kicking his fins against the downward flow, he was able to slow his speed to a walking pace. The aqueduct followed the winding course of the road, and Pitt felt himself snake from one side to the other as he descended. The concrete channel was coated with a thin layer of algae, and Pitt bounced and slipped easily off its slimy walls. It was almost a relaxing ride, he thought, gazing up at the sky overhead and the thick pine trees lining the bank. Then the trees gradually fell away, and the aqueduct channel straightened as it flowed through an open clearing. The dim glow of a light shined ahead, and Pitt could just make out the top of the compound wall rising in the distance. There were actually two lights, one mounted atop the compound wall and another glowing from the interior of the guard hut. Inside the hut, a pair of duty guards sat chit-chatting in front of a large video monitor board. Live video feeds ran from nearly a dozen cameras mounted around the perimeter grounds, including one directly above the aqueduct. The grainy green night vision images captured the occasional wolf or gazelle but little else in the remote setting. The studious guards refrained from the natural urge to sleep or play cards in order to relieve the boredom, knowing that Borgen had zero tolerance for indolent behavior. At the sight of compound, Pitt purged a shot of air from his dry suit, sinking his body a few inches below the surface. He craned his neck just before going under, spotting the dark image of Gunn floating a few yards behind him. He hoped Gunn would take the cue and submerge as well. The water was clear enough that Pitt could easily detect the glow of the entry lights and the looming edifice of the compound wall. As he glided closer, he flattened his feet and bent his knees to brace for a possible impact. He wasn't disappointed. As he whizzed past the lights on his right, his finned feet collided with a metal grate that filtered large debris and intruders from passing TLN off the aqueduct into the compound. Pitt quickly kicked to one side, then dropped to his knees and looked upstream. A black object quickly loomed up in front of him, and Pitt reached out and grabbed the murky Rudy gun a second before he collided with the grate. Not far behind, Giordano appeared, halting against the grate with his feet as Pitt had. Inside the guard hut, the two security men sat oblivious to the three intruders in the aqueduct just a few feet away. Had they been monitoring the overhead video camera closely, they might have detected several dark objects in the water and gone to investigate. Had they even stepped outside the warm hut and listened attentively, they might have heard a muffled grinding noise coming from under the water. But the guards did neither. The grate proved an easier obstacle than they expected. Rather than a tightly latticed plate that they would have had to cut through, the grate was a simple strand of vertical iron bars 6 inches apart. Feeling the way with his hands, Giordano grabbed the center bar and pulled himself to the bottom, where he attacked the base with his hacksaw. The bar was well rusted, and he was able to slice through it with only a few dozen strokes. He moved to the adjacent bar and cut TLN off it with little additional effort. Bracing his feet on the floor of the aqueduct, he grabbed both bars just above the cuts and pulled up. With a burst from his burly thighs, he bent both bars up and away from the grate, creating a narrow passageway at the bottom of the aqueduct. Gunn was resting on his knees when Giordano grabbed his and guided him to the access hole. Gunn quickly felt his way around the opening, then kicked through, twisting sideways to slip past the remaining bars. He turned and kicked against the flowing water until he detected the shapes of Pitt and Giordano slip through, then he relaxed and let the current pull him. They drifted through a concrete pipe passing under the compound wall, gliding through total darkness, until they spilled into the open aqueduct on the other side. Gunn lazily kicked to the surface just in time to see the small footbridge passing over his head. He struggled to stop as an arm reached out of nowhere and yanked him to the side. "End of the line, Rudy," he heard Pitt's voice whisper. The steep and slippery sides of the aqueduct made for a difficult exit, but the men were able to pull themselves out by the bridge supports. Sitting in the shadow of the small bridge, they quickly stripped out of their dry suits and stashed them under the bridge footing. A scan of the compound revealed all was quiet, and no horse patrols were visible in the immediate area. Gunn unzipped his dive bag and pulled out his glasses, shoes, and a small digital camera. Beside him, Pitt had retrieved his .45 and the two handheld radios. He made sure the volumes were turned down low, then clipped one to his belt and handed the other to Gunn. "Sony, we don't have enough weapons to go around. You get in a bind, then give us a call," Pitt said. "Believe me, I'll be in and out of there before anyone has a chance to blink." Gunn's task was to sneak into the lab and photograph the seismic device, grabbing any documents he could along the way. If there were workers about, then he had Pitt's order to abandon the effort and wait by the bridge. Pitt and Giordano had the stickier objective of entering the main residence and locating Teresa and Wofford. "We'll try to rendezvous here, unless one of us doesn't make it out cleanly. Then we'll head for the garage and one of Bajan's vehicles." "Take this," Rudy Giordano said, handing Gunn his crowbar. "In case the door is locked. Or an over-inquisitive lab rat gives you trouble." Gunn nodded with a humorless grin, then grabbed the crowbar and skulked off in the direction of the laboratory. He wanted to curse Pitt and Giordano for bringing him here, but he knew it was the expedient thing to do. They had to try to rescue Teresa and Wofford. And to simultaneously document the seismic array meant it was a 3-man job. Heck, it was a 100-man job, Gunn thought, glancing skyward in hopes that a company of Special Operations Forces would magically parachute into the compound. But the heavens only offered a few scattered stars, struggling to twinkle through a light haze of clouds. Gunn shook off the prayer and moved quickly across the open compound, dashing from shrub to shrub where cover availed itself. Only while crossing the entryway road did he slow clown, crawling across the gravel road at nearly a snail's pace so as not to create an audible crunch underfoot. He followed Pitt's directions, moving past the illuminated open garage. The tinkling sound of banging tools told him that at least one person was up performing late-night mechanical duties. He moved on toward the adjacent lab when the sudden braying of a horse froze him in his tracks. He could detect no movement around him and finally decided that the sound came from the horse stables at the end of the building. He studied the lab and was relieved to see only a few dim lights turned on the lower level. Some brighter lights glimmered from the upstairs windows, and he heard the faint sound of music coming from above. The living quarters for the scientists who worked in the lab obviously were upstairs. Checking again to see that no horse patrols were nearby, he crept to the glass entry door and pushed. To his surprise, the door was unlocked and opened into the test bay. He entered quickly and closed the door behind him. The bay was illuminated by a few desk lamps and buzzed with the hum of a dozen oscilloscopes but was otherwise empty. Gunn noticed a coat rack near the entrance and grabbed one of several white, long-sleeved lab coats hanging on the hooks, which he slipped over his own dark jacket. Might as well look the part, he thought, figuring it might be enough to deceive someone looking in from outside. He walked to the main corridor, which stretched the length of the building, and noticed the lights were turned on in a few scattered offices. Fearful of being caught in the open hallway, he hesitated only a second, then stormed down the hall. He walked as fast as his legs could move without breaking into a run, keeping his eyes forward and face down. To the 3 other people still working at the late hour, he was just a quick blur past the window. All they could tell was that it was someone in a white lab coat, one of their comrades, probably on the way to the bathroom. Gunn quickly reached the thick door at the end of the hall. With heavy breath and heart pounding, he flipped the latch and shoved. The massive door swung open quietly, revealing the huge anechoic chamber inside. Towering in the center of the room under a bright circle of overhead lights was Von Latter's acoustic seismic device, just as Pitt and Giordano had described it. Thankful to find the chamber empty, Gunn climbed through the door and up onto the catwalk. "We're halfway home," he muttered as he pulled out the digital camera. Noting the handheld radio on his belt, he silently wondered how Pitt and Giordano were faring. 53 If you can provide a distraction from the front, then I should be able to slip around and surprise them from the side, Pitt whispered, studying the 2 guards standing like bookends on either side of the main residence door. "A visit from my pet monkey should do the trick," Giordano replied, patting the heavy red pipe wrench dangling from his belt. Pitt lowered his head, then released the safety on his Colt. That they would have to subdue the front entry guards in order to gain entry to the residence was a given. The challenge would be to do so without firing a shot and alerting the small army of security forces that Bajan kept on the compound. The 2 men moved quietly along one of reflecting canals that flowed toward the house, advancing in short, quick bursts. They dropped to the ground and crawled to a rose bed that circled around the residence's main covered entryway. They were within clear sight of guards as they peered through a bed of ivory yellow damask roses. The guards stood leaning against the residence in a relaxed state, accustomed to the uneventful grind of the night shift. Save for an evening walk or a late return from Ulaanbaatar, neither Borgen nor his sister were seldom seen after 10 o'clock. Pitt motioned for Giordano to stay put and give him 5 minutes to reposition himself. As Giordano nodded and hunkered down in the rose bed, Pitt silently looped his way around toward the far side of the entrance. Following the rose bed, he reached the entry drive and, as Gunn had done, gently stepped his way across the crushed gravel. The grounds were open from the road to the house, and Pitt moved quickly across the area, running low to the ground. The front face of the house was dotted with shrubs, and he ducked behind a large juniper bush, then peeked through it to the front porch. The guards stood as they were, oblivious to his movements in the dark just a few dozen yards away. Creeping forward, he picked his way bush by bush until reaching the edge of the covered portico. He kneeled to the ground, tightened his grip on the .45, and waited for Giordano to start the show. Seeing no suspicious activities by the guards, Giordano gave Pitt an extra minute before moving from the rose bed. He had noted that the column supports for the portico roof offered a perfect blind spot from which to approach the porch. He inched to one side until one of the columns blocked his view of the guards, then stepped out of the rose bushes. As he figured, if he couldn't see the guards, then they couldn't see him, and he angled his way right up to the back side of the column. The front door was less than 20 feet away, and he would have a clear shot at either guard. Without saying a word or making a sound, he casually stepped from behind the column, took aim at one of the guards, then hauled back and flung the pipe wrench like a tomahawk. Both guards immediately saw the squat Italian step into view, but both were too startled to react. They stared in disbelief as a red object tumbled through the air at them, smashing one of them in the chest, cracking his ribs and knocking the breath out of him. The buffeted guard fell to his knees, wheezing a moan of shock and pain. The other guard instinctively stepped to his aid, but, seeing that his partner was not injured seriously, stood up to charge after Giordano. Only Giordano was no longer there, having ducked back behind the column. The guard stumbled toward the column, then stopped when he detected footsteps behind him. He turned in time to see the butt of Pitt's .45 strike his temple just beneath his helmet. As the lights went out, Pitt managed to slip his hands under the man's arms and catch him before he collapsed to the ground. Giordano popped from behind the column and approached as Pitt dragged the unconscious guard toward some bushes. Pitt noticed a sudden glint in Giordano's eyes just before he yelled, "Down!" Pitt ducked as Giordano took 2 steps and leaped directly toward him. Giordano stretched out and soared up and over Pitt, flying toward the first guard who now stood behind Pitt. The injured man had shaken off the blow from the wrench and staggered to his feet with a short knife, which he'd been preparing to plunge into Pitt's back. Giordano whipped his left arm forward midair, knocking the guard's knife to the side before tumbling into him with his full weight. They fell hard to the ground together, Giordano driving his weight into the man's chest. The pressure on the guard's broken ribs was unbearable and the wincing man gasped as he tried to suck in air. Giordano's right fist beat out the cry, crashing into the side of his neck and knocking him out before another warble left his mouth. "That was a little close," Giordano gasped. "Thanks for the leap of faith," Pitt said. He stood up and surveyed the compound. The grounds and house appeared quiet. If guards had triggered an alarm, it wasn't apparent. "Let's get these guys out of sight," Pitt said, dragging his victim again toward the bushes. Giordano followed suit, grabbing his guard by the collar and pulling him backward. "Hope the next shift change doesn't arrive soon," he huffed. As Pitt deposited his body by the bushes, he turned to Giordano with a twinkle in his eye. "I think it may arrive sooner than you think," he said with a knowing wink. 54 Teresa watched as the flames gobbled up the torn pages, then slowly grew higher and brighter as the fire danced over the open books. When it was clear that the fire would sustain itself, Teresa moved quickly to the study doorway, grabbing the file of reports that Wofford had earlier tried to take. Inside were samples of von Watter's detailed imaging, along with the seismic fault maps and their unsettling red markings, including the chart of Alaska. Casting a glance back at the glowing yellow blaze beginning to erupt at the back of the room, Teresa turned and bolted down the corridor. She moved in a shuffling run, fleeing as fast as she could without pounding the marble floor with a loud patter. Nervous adrenaline pumped through her veins as she dashed along, the prospect of escape at last a reality. The plan was simple. They would hide off the foyer until the fire drew the response of the front entry guards. Slipping outside, they would try to commandeer a vehicle in the ensuing chaos and make a break at the front gate. The fire was now set, and Teresa felt a glimmer of confidence that their humble escape plan might actually work. She slowed to a walk as she approached the foyer, searching for Wofford's hiding spot. He stood where she left him, standing beside a large fluted column. Seeing her approach, he looked at her with dread in his eyes. Teresa smiled in return, indicating with a nod that she had been successful. The normally jovial Wofford stood stone still, his face in a tight grimace. Then Tatiana stepped out from behind Wofford's shadow, waving a small automatic pistol at his back. With a menacing smile, she hissed at Teresa. "A beautiful evening for a walk, no?" Teresa gasped as a chill ran down her spine like the Polar Express. Then, seeing the wicked smile on Tatiana's lips, her fear was replaced with anger. If her time was at hand, she decided, then she wasn't going to go down meekly. "I could not sleep," she tried bluffing. "We are so close to finishing the analysis. I convinced the guard to let us retrieve some off reports so that we could work in our rooms," she said, holding up the file under her arm. It was a game effort, but Teresa could see by the look in Tatiana's eyes that she was buying none of it. "And where is the guard?" "He's closing down the study." A conveniently timed tumbling of books sounded from down the corridor, the work of the fire burning through a lower bookshelf. An inquisitive look crossed Tatiana's face and she took a step toward the center of the foyer to peek down the hall, keeping the gun pointed at Wofford. He glanced at Teresa, who nodded slightly in return. As if in a rehearsed move, Teresa flung her bundled papers at Tatiana's face while Wofford lunged for her right arm, the one holding the pistol. With a snake-like quickness that surprised them both, Tatiana instantly spun in a half-circle, sidestepping Wofford's reach as the tossed files bounced harmlessly off the back of her head. Spinning forward, she stepped toward Teresa and jammed the gun in her cheek while the cloud of papers was still fluttering to the ground. "I should kill you now for that," she hissed into Teresa's ear while waving Wofford back with her other hand. "We shall see what other tricks you have been up to." Prodding Teresa across the foyer with the muzzle of the gun, a Makarov PM automatic, she led her to the front door. Reaching around with her free hand, Tatiana flung the door open. "Guards," she barked. "Come assist me." The two guards on the porch, dressed in Mongol warrior attire with their tin helmets pulled low, burst through the door and quickly sized up the situation. The first guard stepped toward Wofford and produced a handgun, which he jammed into the geophysicist's ribs. The second guard, a shorter man, stepped up to Teresa and grabbed her tightly by the arm. "Take her," Tatiana ordered, pulling the gun away from Teresa's face. The guard obliged by roughly jerking her away from Tatiana. A wave of hopelessness fell over Teresa as she looked at Wofford with despair. Oddly, the look of gloom had passed from Wofford's face and he looked at her with a gaze of hope. Then the vice-like grip around her arm suddenly eased. In an unexpected move, the guard let go of Teresa's arm and suddenly grasped Tatiana by the wrist. With the flick of his powerful hand, he missed Tatiana's wrist while applying a pincer-like squeeze to her hand. The gun slipped from her hand before she realized what was happening, the pistol clanging across the marble floor. The guard then jerked her wrist again and shoved, sending Tatiana sprawling to the floor with a shriek of "Pam!" On earth are you doing?" she cried, rising to her feet while cradling her bent wrist. For the first time, she looked earnestly at the guard, noticing that his sleeves dangled from a shirt 2 sizes too large. He smiled at her with a somehow familiar grin that seemed out of place. She turned toward the other guard and saw that his uniform was way too small for his tall frame. And the gun he was holding was now aimed at her. Looking into the face, she gasped at the penetrating green eyes that stared back at her with morbid delight. "You," she rasped, losing her voice in shock. "You were expecting Chicken Delight." Pitt replied, holding the .45 aimed at her belly. "But you died in the desert," she stammered. "No, that would be that phony monk friend of yours," Giordano replied, picking up the Makarov. Tatiana seemed to shrivel at the words. "A one, you came back," Teresa said, nearly welling up at the turn of events. Giordano squeezed her hand. "Sony to rough you around on the way in," he said. Teresa nodded her head in understanding and squeezed his hand back. "We are sure glad to see you," Mr. Pitt Wofford said. "We had little hope of getting out of here in one piece." "We saw what they did to Roy," Pitt said with a cold eye to Tatiana. "This place isn't exactly a Girl Scout camp. All the same, you saved us the trouble of trying to find you in this palace. I think it might be a good time to make an exit, before any real palace guards show up," Giordano added, escorting Teresa toward the door. "Wait," she said. "The seismic reports. We found evidence that they may UY to disrupt tectonic fault zones in the Persian Gulf and Alaska." "This is absurd," Tatiana declared. "No one is talking to you," Sister Giordano replied, pointing the Makarov in her direction. "It's Hugh," Wofford said, bending down and helping Teresa scoop up the papers that littered the floor. "They designated the destruction of the oil pipeline at the northern end of Lake Baikal that somehow triggered the psych wave. They've also targeted specific faults in the Persian Gulf, and one near the Alaska pipeline as well. They've already struck the Gulf successfully, I'm afraid," Pitt said. "The data should fill in nicely with the photos that Rudy is taking as we speak," Giordano added. Pitt saw the quizzical looks on Teresa and Wofford's faces. "An acoustic seismic array sits in the lab across the way. Used to trigger earthquakes, we believe, which have already created extensive damage to oil port facilities in the Persian Gulf. Your documents would appear to support the contention. We didn't know Alaska was next on the hit list." Teresa stood up with an armload of documents when a deafeningly shrill pierced the hallway. The growing blaze of burning books had finally triggered a smoke detector outside the study, its alarm echoing throughout the residence. "We set fire to the study," Teresa explained. "Hope to use it as a diversion for Jim and I to escape." "Maybe we still can," Pitt replied, "but let's not wait for the fire brigade to arrive." He quickly stepped TLN off the open door as Teresa and Wofford followed behind. Tatiana edged toward the back wall, trying to slip behind in the mass exit. Giordano smiled at her attempt, walking over and grabbing a fistful of her sweater. "I'm afraid you'll be leaving with us, darling. Do you care to walk or fly?" he asked, shoving her roughly toward the door. Tatiana turned and snarled at him, then begrudgingly moved through the doorway. Outside, Pitt quickly led the group across the portico to the outlying support columns, then stopped. The sound of galloping horse hooves far to his right told him a patrol near the northern edge of the residence had heard the alarm and was charging toward the entrance. Ahead and to his left, a yelling and commotion was erupting near the stables and security quarters. Pitt could see lanterns and flashlights hurrying toward the residence, carried by guards woken by the alarm and rushing there on foot. Pitt silently cursed that Teresa had set fire to the residence. If Faye had gotten away a few minutes earlier, the confusion might have played into their hands. But now the entire security force was roused and rushing toward their position. Their only option was to lay low and hope the guards surged past them. Pitt motioned toward the rose bushes behind the columns. "Everybody get down flat." "We'll wait for them to enter the house, then we'll move on," he said in a low voice. Teresa and Wofford quickly dove to the ground and slithered behind a row of the thorny flowers. Giordano shoved Tatiana behind a budding bush, then clasped a hand over her mouth. With his other hand, he motioned the Makarov's barrel to his lips and said, "Shush." Pitt kneeled down and pulled the handheld radio from his belt, then held it to his lips. "Rudy, can you hear me?" he said quietly. "I'm all ears," came an equally hushed reply. "We're on our way out, but there's a party starting up. We'll have to meet up on the fly, in about 5 or 10 minutes. I'll wrap up and head toward the garage." Out. Pitt hit the ground as a trio of guards from the stables approached. Running on foot, they bolted by a few feet from Pitt, barely noticing that the entry guards were nowhere in sight before rushing into the residence. Only a few dim lights were turned on near the door, leaving Pitt and the others hidden in the covering darkness. The horse patrol was still 50 yards away. Pitt contemplated moving past the rose bushes and into the compound grounds before they got closer, then thought better of it. The horse patrol wouldn't expect anyone lying around the entrance. With luck, Teresa's fire would be raging sufficiently that they would all be pressed into firefighting duty. The horse patrol, numbering 8 men, had been galloping fast toward the front entry when they suddenly pulled up hard on their reins as they reached the gravel drive. An uneasy feeling came over Pitt as he watched the horsemen fan out in a large semicircle at the edge of the portico, then stop. 2 of the horses snorted in uneasiness as the riders held them still. Inside the residence, the ringing alarm suddenly fell silent as 4 additional guards approached on foot from the opposite side and stopped short of the drive. The fire was either raging out of control, or as Pitt feared, it had been contained before it could spread. The answer came with a blinding glare of white light. With the flick of a switch, a dozen floodlights mounted in the portico's rafters popped on in a bright burst. The light from the halogen bulbs spilled over onto the surrounding grounds. Clearly illuminated under the glare were the bodies of Pitt and the others, stretched out beneath the rose bushes. Pitt tightened the grip on his .45 and casually took aim at the nearest horseman. The guards on foot were positioned farther away and did not appear to be armed. It was a different story with the horsemen. In addition to their lethal bows and arrows, Pitt was chagrined to see they all carried rifles, now shouldered and aimed in their direction. Though he noticed Giordano now had the Makarov aimed at a horseman as well, their odds were not at all attractive. The gunfight became moot when a flurry of footsteps echoed from the marble foyer and 4 bodies burst onto the porch. The 3 guards who had rushed across the compound took a few steps out, then stopped and stared at Pitt and the others. Smoke and ashes blackened their bright orange tunics, but there was no panic in the men's eyes. Of more concern to Pitt were the AK-74 assault rifles they now cradled in their arms. Busting past the gunman was the 4th man, who charged to the center of the driveway as if he owned it, which he well did. Borgen was dressed in a blue silk robe, which contrasted with his beet red face flush with anger. He glared to the side bushes, where the stripped and unconscious bodies of the door guards lie visible under the bright lights. Borgen turned to Pitt and the others with an apoplectic gaze. Then in a measured voice, he growled, "I will have retribution for this 55 of curiosity." I placed the fear surging through Gunn's body when he entered the anechoic chamber. He had seen soundproof test chambers before, but none filled with the array of high-powered electronic gear packed into this high-ceilinged compartment. Row after row of computers and power racks lined the outer platform, reminding him of the computer processing equipment jammed into a Trident submarine. Of greater interest was the odd appendage in the middle of the room, the 3 conjoined tubes that towered 10 feet high. Gunn stared at the acoustic transducers, a chill running through him at the thought of Jager's assertion that it could create an earthquake. The chill quickly turned to sweat as he realized the temperature in the chamber was about 100 degrees. He was surprised to find that the equipment in the chamber was on and running, engaged in a pre-programmed test of some sort. The heat generated from the assembly of power supplies running the electronics had turned the chamber into a dry sauna. Stripping off his borrowed lab coat and black foul-weather jacket beneath, he pulled out the digital camera and climbed up onto the center platform. Starting at the far end, he hurriedly began photographing each piece of equipment. Sweating profusely, he stepped to the entrance and opened the door, allowing a blast of cool air to gush through. Knowing he could better hear approaching footsteps, and also receive calls on his radio, he left the door open and resumed his photography. Gunn stopped when he reached a large console fronted by a plush leather chair. It was the system operator's control station for activating the seismic array. Gunn slipped into the chair and studied the brightly colored flat-screen monitor that faced him. A pop-up message was centered on the screen with the words to Zerl 2 NNNG flashing in German. Gunn had a rudimentary knowledge of German, having spent several months with a German research team studying the sunken World War XI liner Wilhelm Gustloff and deciphered the ongoing software test. He clicked on a box marked abort and a vivid abstract image suddenly popped onto the screen. The monitor showed a TLNEE-dimensional image of sediment layers, each colored in a different shade of yellow-gold. A scale to one side indicated 500 meters, and Gunn correctly guessed that it was a stratigraphic image of sediment directly beneath the lab. Gunn reached for a trackball mouse on the table and slid it toward him. As the cursor moved on the screen, a loud ticking noise emitted from the towering transducers a few feet away. The ticking quickly stopped as the monitor readjusted to a new subterranean image. Gunn noticed that the side scale now read 550 meters. Von Watter had indeed perfected his seismic imaging system to a remarkable degree. Gunn wheeled the mouse back and forth, admiring a crystal-clear image of the sedimentary layers hundreds of feet below him. Alongside him, the acoustic array ticked away as an electric motor rotated the mechanism and its changing angle of penetration. Like a kid with a computer game, Gunn became temporarily engrossed in the images produced by the device, studying the aberrations in the ground layers. He barely noticed when Pitt called him on the radio, jolting him to rush toward the open chamber door so as not to lose the signal inside the protected chamber. Signing off the radio, he took a quick peek down the hallway. Seeing no signs of life, he scurried back to the platform and finished taking pictures of the seismic array and ancillary equipment. He slipped on his jacket and started to leave, then rummaged through some documents and papers he saw on the console. He found what appeared to be the operator's manual, a thick booklet clamped to a miniature stainless steel clipboard. The front pages were missing, presumably torn off by Pitt on his last visit. Gunn stuffed the manual and clipboard into a zippered chest pocket on his jacket, then made for the door. He was just about to exit when a voice erupted from his radio. His heart dropped when he realized the voice was not Pitt's. And what it had to say meant that all was lost. 56 Pitt Trossi slowly to his feet, the Colt held down at his side so as not to incite any trigger-happy fingers from Borgen's machine gun-toting guards. He waited until Giordano jerked Tatiana to her feet and turned her toward her brother, the Makarov held clearly visible against her ear. Tatiana tried futilely to break away from his grip but to no avail. "Let me go, you pig! You are all dead men," she hissed. Giordano simply smiled as he grabbed a fistful of her hair and forced the muzzle of the Makarov deeper into her ear. Tatiana winced with pain, then gave up the struggle. With all eyes on Tatiana, Pitt slowly raised the Colt until it was pointed at Borgen's midsection. With his left hand, he unobtrusively brushed the transmit button on his radio, hoping to clue Gunn into their predicament. Borgen gazed at his sister's peril with a look of mild disinterest. When he studied Pitt and Giordano with a closer scrutiny, his eyes suddenly flared in recognition. "You," he cried, then regained his composure. "You survived your ride in the desert to trespass on my property again? Why do you risk such foolishness? Simply for the lives of your friends?" He nodded toward Teresa and Wofford, who had wisely moved behind Tatiana. "We came to put an end to your earthquakes and your murdering rampage for oil," Pitt replied. "We came for our friends. And we came for Genghis." Pitt's reference to the earthquakes barely registered a reaction. But his mention of the Mongol warlord's name nearly sent a tremor through Borgia. His eyes creased together as his face turned red, and Pitt half expected flames to spring from his lips. "Death will greet you first," he spat, nodding at the guards surrounding perhaps. "But you and your sister will accompany me on the journey." Borgia took a hard look at the rugged man who threatened him so boldly. He could tell by the steely resolve in Pitt's eyes that he had stared down death many times before. Like his own idol, Genghis, he showed no apparent fear in battle. But he suspected Pitt had a weakness, one that he could play to his advantage to be rid of him once and for all. "My men will cut you down in an instant," he threatened back. "But I do not wish to see my sister die. Release Tatiana, and your friends are free to go." "No," Teresa protested, stepping in front of Giordano. "You must let us all go free." Then in a whisper to Giordano, she said, "We will not allow you to stay behind and be murdered." "You are in no position to make demands," Borgia replied. He pretended to pace back and forth, but Pitt could tell he was trying to remove himself from the field of fire. Pitt tightened the grip on his .45 as Borgia stepped behind one of the guards, then halted. The boom erupted like a sledgehammer to an iron kettle, only with an explosive echo. But the blast didn't originate from any of the weapons pointed around the entryway. Instead, the sound rumbled from across the compound, in the direction of the laboratory. 20 seconds crept by with everyone frozen in confusion when a second boom erupted, identical to the first. Tatiana was the first to recognize the sound. With a foreboding sense of dread in her voice, she shouted to her brother. "It is von Watter's device. Someone has activated it." Like the thundering crash of a temple gong, a third boom erupted, drowning her words as the echoes shook from the laboratory. Gunn had shown remarkable cool under pressure. He knew Pitt would have wanted him to take the photographic evidence and escape the compound, contact the authorities, and expose Borgia to the court of world opinion. But he just couldn't walk away and leave his friends to die. Armed with nothing more than a crowbar, he also knew that rushing to their side would result in little more than his own death. But perhaps he thought, just perhaps, he could turn Borgia's demon against its master. Gunn stepped back into the anechoic chamber and pulled the door shut behind him, then raced to the console. He was at once thankful that the system had been left on and that he had taken a few minutes earlier to joyride with the controls. Jumping into the operator seat, he grabbed the trackball mouse and quickly scrolled down, searching for an image he had seen earlier. As the tripod device ticked and hummed to follow the commands, Gunn frantically bounced the cursor about. Finally, he eyed the stratum that he was looking for. It was an odd jump in the sedimentary line, dividing two layers of sediment with a distinct cut. Around the cut were a dozen or so round blemishes, which were actually cracks in the rock. He had no idea if it was actually a fault, or even if there was any pressure built up at the point. Perhaps with the acoustic seismic array, it didn't really matter anyway. Gunn didn't have the answers but rationalized it was the best prospect he had, under the circumstances. He guided the cursor to the crown of the sedimentary cut and clicked the button. An illuminated crosshair began flashing over the indicated point as the tripod ticked again. Gunn rolled the cursor to the top of the screen and quickly scrolled through a series of drop-down menus. Sweat began dripping off his forehead as he worked frantically in the hot chamber. Each new command was in German, the software having been created by von Watter and his team. Gunn desperately tapped the recesses of his brain, trying to resurrect forgotten words and phrases. He recalled Jaeger's report that von Watter was using concentrated packets of high-frequency waves in his imaging, so he selected the highest frequency setting. He guessed meant amplitude, and chose the highest power level, then selected a repetitive cycle interval of 20 seconds. A flashing red box appeared within bold letters. Gunn mentally crossed his fingers and clicked the button. At first, nothing happened. Then a long sequence of software script rolled across the monitor at rapid speed. It might have been Gunn's heightened senses, but the power amplifiers and computers physically seemed to come alive in the chamber, bursting with a low hum. Wiping his brow, he was certain the room temperature had increased by at least 10 degrees. He noticed the tripod was ticking again, but at a higher crescendo. Then with a flicker of the lights, an explosive boom erupted from the inverted tip of the tripod. It felt like a bolt of lightning had struck just inches away. The acoustic blast shook the building, nearly tossing Gunn from his chair. He staggered toward the door with his ears ringing, then stopped and gazed at the room in dismay. The anechoic chamber. It was designed to absorb sound waves. Even the concentrated blasts erupting from the acoustic array would be seriously diluted by the sound-deadening floor panels. His effort at activating the system was for naught. Gunn jumped off the catwalk onto the foam floor and vaulted over to the base of the tripod. He anticipated the next blast and covered his ears as a second acoustic burst was fired from the transducer tubes, expounding with a deafening bang. The thunderclap knocked Gunn to his knees, but he quickly recovered and crawled to the base of the tripod. Frantically tearing at the foam floorboards beneath the device, he counted out loud to 20 in anticipation of the next blast. Luck was on his side, as the foam panels were not attached to the floor and lifted off easily in large sections. Beneath the foam, the floor appeared tiled, but Gunn saw from the dull silver finish that the tiles were made of lead as an extra sound deadener. Gunn was at the count of 11 when he lunged at the console and grabbed the crowbar he had left on the table. Jamming its blade into a floor seam, he quickly pried up one off heavy tiles and muscled it aside. Ignoring his count of 18, he dove down and quickly ripped away 3 other lead plates which together with the first had formed a square beneath the business end of the acoustic array. Gunn had counted too fast during his adrenaline rush to clear the floor and stepped back just as the third acoustic blast fired. Jamming his palms to his ears, he looked down and saw that the device was now firing through a thin layer of concrete that had formed the foundation for the building. "Nothing I can do about that," he muttered after the blast passed, and he made his way to the door. Tugging open the heavy door, he half expected to face a legion of armed guards waiting for him to exit. But the guards had all rushed to the residence, at least temporarily. Instead, he saw a small group of scientists, some in pajamas, swarming at the opposite end of the hallway. Stepping through the chamber door, Gunn was met by a yell from one of the scientists, spurring the angry mob to charge toward him. With just a few yards of leeway, Gunn rushed to the nearest office on his right and stepped like most of the offices in the lab building. It was sparsely decorated, with a grey metal desk centered on one wall and a lab table covered with electronics to the side. None of the furnishings mattered to Gunn. The only thing of importance was the small picture window that faced the compound grounds. Stepping to the window, he silently thanked Giordano for loaning him the crowbar now gripped tightly in his hands. With a powerful thrust, he jabbed the blunt end of the bar into a corner of the window, shattering the glass. Scraping the broken shards off the sill, he dove out the window. His body barely hit the ground when the fourth and final blast emitted from the acoustic array, the impact much less violent to Gunn now that he was outside the building. A chorus of frantic yells could be heard through the broken window as the scientists ignored Gunn and rushed into the chamber. He knew they would deactivate the system before another blast would strike. His rash gamble at inducing an earthquake was finished. So too, he thought with dread, was his chance at saving the lives of Pitt and Giordano. 57 With sound off second blast echoed across the compound, Borgen ordered 2 of the mounted guards to go investigate. They quickly galloped across the darkened compound as a slight rumble echoed in the distance. The deep boom of a third seismic blast quickly drowned out their pounding hoofbeats and the faraway rumble as well. "You have brought friends as well?" Borgen sneered at Pitt. "Enough to close you down for good," Pitt replied. "Then they shall die with you." A crash of shattering glass sounded from the laboratory, followed by the fourth detonation of acoustic seismic array. Then all fell silent. "It would appear that your friends have been introduced to my guards," Borgen smiled. The sneer was still on his face when another distant rumble reverberated off the hills like the sound of approaching thunder. Only this time, the rumble continued to resonate, growing with the intensity of an approaching avalanche. Outside the compound walls, a pack of wolves nearby began howling in mournful unison. The horses inside the compound picked up the cue and began neighing loudly, in nervous anticipation of the pending cataclysm that their human counterparts could not foresee. 1,000 meters below the surface, a trio of condensed sound waves, fired from the three transducers, converged at the angled fracture targeted by gun. The sedimentary cut was indeed an ancient oblique fault. The first two blasts of the seismic array, dissipated by the chamber's shielding, had struck the fault with only a minor pulse. The third blast, however, hit with the full power of the convergent shock waves. Though the sediment held firm, the seismic waves rocked with a vibrating force that rattled the fault line. When the fourth blast arrived, it would prove enough to break the camel's back. A fault line, by nature, is a rock fracture prone to movement. Most earthquakes are the result of energy released from a slippage in a fault zone. Pressure builds up at a point along the fault due to underlying tectonic movement until a sudden slippage relieves the strain. The slippage reverberates to the surface, sending out a variety of shock waves that create a surface rattling earthquake. For the fault beneath the Mongolian mountainside, the fourth and final barrage of acoustic waves struck like a torpedo. The seismic vibrations jolted the fracture, causing it to slip in both vertical and horizontal directions. The buckle was small, just a few inches spread across a quarter-mile rift, but because it was close to the surface the wave impact was dramatic. The shock waves burst through the ground in a sinister turmoil of vertical and horizontal shaking. By the Richter scale, the resulting quake would measure 7.5 magnitude. But the scale didn't reflect the true intensity on the surface, where the shaking felt 10 times more powerful to those standing on the ground. For Pitt and the others, the motion was preceded by the low rumble, which grew in intensity until it sounded as if a freight train was rumbling by underground. Then the shock waves reached the surface and the ground beneath their feet began to gyrate. At first, the ground shook back and forth. Then it seemed to break loose in all directions, steadily increasing in force. Pitt and the guards eyed each other warily as the quake staffed, but the violent shaking soon tossed everyone off their feet. Pitt watched as one of the guards fell backward onto the porch steps, his machine gun sprawling at arm's length. Pitt didn't fight to stay standing but instead dove to the ground, throwing his arms and the .45 out in front of him. The smaller, lighter weapon gave him a sudden advantage over the guards, and he zeroed in on the closest man still standing and squeezed the trigger. Despite the vibration, Pitt hit his target, and the man sprawled backward to the ground. Pitt quickly swept his gun toward the second guard, who was crouching on his knees to stabilize himself. Pitt fired 3 times in succession as the guard let loose a return burst from his AK-74. 2 of Pitt's 3 shots struck home, killing the guard instantly while the guard's errant burst peppered the ground to Pitt's left side. Pitt immediately swung his muzzle toward the first guard, who had fallen down just in front of Borgen. The Mongolian tycoon had scrambled up the steps at the first gunshot and ducked behind the door as Pitt turned in that direction. The guard was scrambling after Borgen and just reached the doorstep when Pitt fired once. Another shot rang out behind him, fired by Giordano after he body-slammed Tatiana to the ground. The shaking was at its zenith and proved too great for either man to aim accurately. With a staggering lunge, the guard dove through the residence door unscathed. At the other end of the driveway, the mounted guards had been of little concern. A chorus of snorts and whinnies still blared from the horses, who had no conception of why the ground was shaking beneath their hooves. 3 of the terrified horses reared repeatedly, their riders clutching the reins for dear life. A 4th horse up and bolted, galloping full tilt across the drive, stomping the bodies of the dead guards as it streaked petrified toward the horse corral. The violent bucking lasted for nearly a minute, making the prone observers feel as if the bodies were being tossed into the air. Inside Borgen's residence, there was a chaotic crashing of glass and fixtures as the lights began flickering out. Across the compound, a lone alarm wailed feebly from inside the lab building. And then it ended. The rumbling ceased, the shaking gradually fell away, and an eerie calm fell over the compound. The lights around the portico had fallen dead, casting Pitt and the others in a thankful darkness. But he knew the gun battle was far from over. Gazing at the others, he saw Teresa and Wofford were unhurt, but that a streak of red flowed down Giordano's left leg. Giordano perused the wound with a look of minor inconvenience. "Sony, boss." Caught a ricochet from Machine Gun Kelly. "No bones, though." Pitt nodded, then turned toward the horsemen, whose mounts were now quieting. "Take cover behind the support columns." "Quick," Pitt directed. He barely spoke the words when a rifle shot rang out from one of the horsemen. With a slight limp, Giordano dragged Tatiana to the base of one of the columns while Teresa and Wofford hunkered down behind an adjacent column. Pitt fired a covering round in the general direction of the shooter before scrambling behind a 3rd column. Tucked behind the marble columns, they were at least temporarily clear of the line of fire from both the residents and the horsemen. With their horses settled, the 5 remaining mounted guards could freely open fire and randomly peppered the 3 columns. But while their quarry was now hidden from view, they stood exposed on open ground. In a quick lunge, Giordano leaned around his column and let loose 2 quick shots at the nearest horseman, then ducked back behind cover. The targeted guard took a hit to the leg and shoulder as his comrades returned fire, chipping the stone column concealing Giordano. The wounded rider dropped his rifle and made a hasty retreat toward some bushes behind the drive. With Giordano drawing fire, Pitt took a turn, leaning out and firing 2 shots, nicking one of the other guards in the arm. The patrol leader barked a command and the remaining horsemen bolted toward the rear bushes. Giordano turned toward Pitt's position. "They'll be back. $1 says they are dismounting and will counterattack on foot." "Probably trying to flank us as we speak," Pitt replied. He thought of gun and reached down for his radio, but it wasn't there. It had been knocked off during the earthquake and lay somewhere in the dark. "Lost the radio," he said, cursing. "I doubt Rudy can do anything more to help us." "I've only got 5 shots left," he added. Pitt had only a few rounds left in his Colt as well. With Wofford and Giordano both hobbled, they couldn't move far in a hurry. The guards were no doubt forming a noose around the compound and would close in from 3 sides. Pitt looked to the open front door and decided the residence might be the best option for a defensive stand. It had been strangely silent. Perhaps he and Giordano had hit the guard after all and only Borgen was hiding inside. Pitt rose to a knee and prepared to lead the others toward the entry when a shadow flashed by the doorway. In the faint light, Pitt detected what appeared to be the muzzle of a gun poking out. A sudden rustle in the rose bushes to his back told him it was too late. The trap had been set with no means of escape. Outgunned, outmanned, and with nowhere to hide, they would have to make a final stand alone where they stood. Then a deep rumble echoed off the hillsides. It was similar, but strangely different, to the roar that had preceded the earthquake. And with it came a new and unexpected cataclysm of death. 58 Pitt listened and noted the rumble originated up the mountain rather than beneath the ground. It was a thundering noise that refused to wane, growing louder each second. The tone seemed to transform from a rumble to a rush as it drew closer. Everybody in the compound stared toward the main entrance, where the sound seemed to be heading. Unbelievably, the rushing noise grew still louder till it matched the roar of a dozen 747 jumbo jets blasting down a runway in unison. Over the din, a pair of panicked shouts burst forth near the compound entrance. Unseen outside the walls, the two front entry guards hurried to open the heavy iron gate. Their cries and bid to escape vanished under the crushing face of a giant wall of water. A quarter-mile upstream, the earthquake had triggered a deep chasm perpendicular to the river bank. The raging river waters swirled in a confused vortex as the force of gravity led it in a new direction. Near the mouth of the aqueduct, the entire river shifted laterally, staking a new course alongside the elevated dirt road. The river had rushed toward Borgen's compound before pooling in a large depression. A high berm, built as an equipment causeway between the road and the aqueduct, created an unintended dam within sight of the compound. The surging waters filled the depression, turning it into a large reservoir before the surplus flow began dribbling over the top. The overflowing water cut a crack in the dirt wall that quickly expanded to its base. In a flash, the entire berm collapsed under its own weight, releasing a surging wall of water. The accumulated pool of icy black water burst toward the compound in a 10-foot-high wave. The front guards, oblivious to the approaching flood waters until it was too late, were crushed by the wave as it smashed into the gate and gushed over the compound walls. The torrent lost little momentum before ripping away the front gate while also breaching a large hole through the wall above the aqueduct. The two swells of water merged forces inside the compound and surged toward the residents in a 6-foot-high rolling wave. Pitt gazed at the approaching wall of water and knew there was no chance of them outrunning it, especially Giordano and Wofford. Sizing up the surroundings, he saw one chance at survival. "Grab hold of the columns and hang on," he shouted. The Doric marble columns supporting the portico were deeply fluted, allowing a firm grasp to be made on the vertically cut edges. Teresa and Wofford stretched their arms completely around a column and linked hands. Giordano reached a thick arm around his column, keeping the Makarov held tight in his other hand. Tatiana abandoned her fright of getting shot and fearfully wrapped her arms around Giordano's waist in the face of the watery onslaught. Pitt barely had time to lie flat, grab the column, and hold his breath before the deluge hit. But the shriek of men's voices arrived first. Encircling the drive in stealth, the guards were caught flat-footed by the flood waters. The men were swept off their feet and devoured by the wave as it rolled toward the residents. Pitt heard the agonized cry of one guard just a few feet away as he was propelled toward the house by the surge. The wave followed the path of least resistance, rolling across the northern part of compound and mostly bypassing the lab and garage. Accompanied by a deep rumble, the advancing wave slammed into the residence with a crash. As Pitt had hoped, the marble columns took the brunt of the impact, but his legs were still ripped off the ground and pulled toward the house. He gripped the column tightly as the initial surge passed over and then the forceful tug of the water gradually receded. The initial fear of being battered and washed away by the flood was supplanted by the shock of the icy water. The bitter cold water sucked the air out of his lungs and stung his skin like 1,000 sharp needles. Grabbing the column, he pulled himself to his feet, finding the flood waters had dropped to thigh level. At the adjacent column, he saw Giordano pull Tatiana up from under the water, the Mongolian woman coughing and sputtering. A second later, Teresa and Wofford emerged at the next column, gasping from the cold. The wall of water had barreled into the house on its quest for a new pathway down the mountainside. Though 2 feet of water swirled through a crater-sized opening that had been the front door, the bulk of the flood waters had been repelled from the heavy structure. The tormented waters finally surged around the northern end of the residence, pouring over the backside cliff in a wide waterfall. Faint screams echoed above the river's rumble from scattered men who had survived the impact only to be washed downstream. Nearby, a loud splash pronounced that the northern tip of the residence had crumbled under the force of the rushing waters. The surge and current eased at the front of the house, and Pitt waded toward the others congregating at Giordano's column. He grimly noted the stiff bodies of several guards floating about the driveway. Reaching the column, He found Teresa staring at him through glazed eyes while shivering uncontrollably. Even the rock-like Giordano appeared numb, the effect of the gunshot wound with the icy immersion sending him on a path to shock. Pitt knew they would all be facing hypothermia shortly if they didn't escape the freezing water. "We need to get to dry ground." "This way," he said, motioning toward the lab, which stood on a slightly elevated rise. Wofford helped guide Teresa while Pitt made sure Tatiana didn't stray from Giordano. He need not have worried, as Borgian's sister was quietly subdued from the icy bath. The diverted river had settled into two main channels through the compound. The primary flow ran from the front gate to the northern edge of the residence, where the waters continued to gnaw at the collapsing walls. A secondary flow swirled toward the laboratory before angling back to the residence's portico. A portion of the waters rolled through the house, while the rest rejoined forces with the main flow tapping around the side. It was the secondary swirl that encapsulated Pitt and the others. He quickly guided the group out of the deepest section, but they still faced ankle-deep flows of the chilly water in all directions. Around them, shouts and yelling echoed across the grounds as the scientists tried to prevent the waters from flooding the laboratory. Inside the garage, somebody shouted as a car was heard starting up. Further chaos ensued outside. The guards' horses had escaped the corral during the earthquake and the frightened herd stampeded back and forth across the compound in nervous confusion. Pitt had his own problems to contend with. Watching Teresa fall to her knees, he rushed to aid Wofford, helping her up. "She's fading," he whispered to Pitt. Pitt looked in her eyes and saw a vacant stare. The uncontrollable shivering had continued unabated, and her skin was pale and clammy. She was on the verge of hypothermia. "We need to get her warm and dry, pronto," Wofford said. Standing in the middle of the flooded compound, their options were limited. They suddenly got worse when a vehicle in the garage came barreling out the bay doors with its lights ablaze. Nearly a foot of water covered the ground around the garage, but the car plowed through it like a tank. Pitt watched anxiously as the vehicle turned in their direction, heading toward the residence's entry. The driver flashed on his high beams, then began weaving back and forth like a drunken snake. In less than a minute, the bright headlights flared across Pitt and the others, and the drivers suddenly ceased swerving and accelerated straight for their position. The frozen group had stopped in a broad patch of open ground. There was nowhere to hide within easy reach. The black water swirling about their ankles prevented a quick escape, even had there been some nearby cover. Pitt calmly eyed the approaching vehicle, then turned to Wofford. "Hold on to Teresa for a moment," he said, slipping her arm off his shoulder. He then raised his .45 and took aim at the car's front windshield and unseen driver behind the wheel. Pitt held the gun steady, his fingers tightening on the trigger. The driver ignored the threat, charging forward, while streams of water gushed off the front bumper and fender wells. As the car drew nearer, it gradually drifted to one side, then started to slow. Pitt held his fire as the car, a jet-black supercharged Range Rover, cut a wide turn, then sloshed to a stop just a few yards in front of him. Pitt adjusted his aim to the driver's side window that now faced him and took a step forward with the Colt extended at arm's reach. The car sat idling for a moment, hissing small clouds of steam that bubbled up from the vehicle's hot underside. Then the black-tinted driver's window rolled quietly down to the sill. From the dark interior of the car, a familiar bespectacled face popped through the window. "Somebody call for a taxi." Rudy Gunn asked with a grin. 59 Pitt placed their Azainth back seat of the Range Rover as Giordano shoved Tatiana in, then climbed in beside Teresa. Wofford took to the front passenger seat as Gunn turned the heater up high, quickly roasting the interior. Giordano stripped off Teresa's shoes and outer clothing, as his own shivering finally abated. The warm interior revived them all, and Teresa soon surprised everyone by sitting up and helping bandage Giordano's leg. "Do we have you to thank for shaking up Borgian's abode?" Pitt asked of Gunn while he stood leaning on the driver's open window. Der von Latter, actually. His seismic device is for real, and very user-friendly. I took a gamble and pressed the button, and the next thing you know, instant tremor. Without a moment to spare, I might add. Nice shake, Rudy Giordano grunted from the back seat, but we could probably have done without the ice water bath. I can't really take responsibility for the bonus elements of fire and flood, Gunn replied with feigned humility. Pitt turned toward the laboratory and noticed for the first time a billow of smoke and flames pouring out the second-story windows. Somewhere in the building, a broken gas line had ignited, sending a fireball through the structure. A disheveled band of scientists were desperately pulling out equipment, research materials, and personal belongings before the whole building went up in flames. Rid of her chill by the car's wan interior, Tatiana suddenly regained her feistiness. "Get out," she hissed suddenly. "This is my brother's car." "I thought it a nice choice as well," Gunn replied. "Remind me to thank him for leaving the keys in the ignition." Gunn opened the door and started to climb out of the driver's seat. "You want to drive?" he asked Pitt. "I'll climb in back with the Wildcat." "No," Pitt said, gazing toward the residence. "I want Borgin." "Go ahead," Tatiana cursed, "so he can kill you dead." Giordano had enough. With a quick jab, he rocked Tatiana's jaw. The screeching died as she melted onto the seat unconscious. "I've been wanting to do that for some time," he said somewhat apologetically. He then turned to Pitt. "You'll need backup." "Not one with a bad wheel," he replied, nodding toward Giordano's bandaged leg. "No, you'd better support Rudy in getting everyone out of here, in case there's more trouble. I just want to make sure that our host hasn't disappeared." "You can't last much longer in that icy water," Gunn said, noting a shiver from Pitt. "At least take my coat," he offered, slipping off his heavy jacket. "Not that you should cover up that fancy costume." He grinned at the soggy orange gel Pitt was wearing. Pitt stripped off the waterlogged outfit and gratefully zipped up Gunn's dry jacket in its place. "Thanks, Rudy. Try to get off the grounds before the whole place slides off the mountain. If I don't find you within an hour, then hightail it to Ulaanbaatar without me. We'll be waiting." Gunn jumped back into the Range Rover and jammed it into drive, sloshing toward the compound entrance. The original gate and a 20-foot section of adjoining wall had been toppled by the flood waters, littering the grounds with chunks of concrete and debris. Pitt watched as Gunn guided the Rover to the large gap in the wall, then bounced the four-wheel drive vehicle over the debris until its taillights vanished outside the compound grounds, wading toward the dark and flooded residence. Pitt suddenly felt alone and very cold as he wondered what Borgin might have in store for him. 60 Though the worst of the flooding had subsided, there was still a half-foot of water seeping through the residence when Pitt waded up the front steps. He stopped in front of the open front door, spotting a body lying face down in the water, its legs wedged behind a large planter. Pitt moved closer and examined the man. He wasn't one of the gunmen Pitt had shot at, but apparently another guard drowned by the flood waters. Pitt noted that the man still clutched a wooden spear in one hand, his fingers clenched in a rigid grip. Pitt bent down and ripped the orange tunic from the man's body, then pried the spear from his left hand. He drove the spear tip through the armholes of the tunic and let it drape down as if hung from a hanger. A fool's bait, he thought, but it was all he had to counter those lying in wait inside. Crouching at the doorway, he quickly slipped into the residence, rotating his .45 in an arc around the foyer. The entrance was empty and the entire house quiet, save for the steady rush of water cascading down a distant stairwell. The electricity had long since been extinguished, but a handful of emergency red lights dotted the hallway ceiling, powered by a remote generator. The lights provided little illumination, casting only patches of crimson shadows off the empty corridors. Pitt peered down the three separate hallways. He could see out the open end of the northern corridor, where the gushing river was continuing to wash away the end of the wing. Borgin couldn't escape that way unless he had a kayak and a death wish, he thought. Pitt recalled Teresa indicating that the study was down the main corridor, so he slowly moved off in that direction. Pitt hugged the side wall, his Colt aimed ahead in his right hand. He brought up the spear and tucked it under his elbow, bracing the tip at an outward and forward angle with his left hand. The ripped orange tunic, acting as Pitt's point man, marched a few feet ahead of Pitt, dangling in the center of the corridor. Pitt moved slowly, shuffling his feet so as not to splash the water and provide an auditory warning of his arrival. He actually had little choice, as his feet were so numb from the frigid river water that he felt like he was walking on stumps. There would be no high-speed foot chases from him, as he fought to maintain a precarious sense of balance. He moved with measured patience, passing by several small side rooms without entering. He would stop past each doorway and then wait several minutes to ensure no one crept up behind him. A fallen credenza and some broken statuettes blocked his path, and he temporarily moved to the center of the hallway. Approaching the residence kitchen, he melded back to the side wall, letting the dangling tunic lead the way down the center of the corridor. Numbed by the icy water, Pitt concentrated on keeping his visual and auditory senses on high alert. When his ears detected a faint swishing sound, he froze, straining to determine if noise was something in his imagination. Standing still, he slightly jiggled the wooden spear back and forth. The burst came from the kitchen, a deafening blast of automatic gunfire that echoed off the walls. In the faint red light, Pitt could see the orange tunic shredded by the burst, as the bullets continued their path and slammed into the corridor wall just a few feet in front of him. Pitt calmly swiveled his .45 toward the open kitchen door, took aim at the muzzle flash, and squeezed the trigger 3 times. As the Colt's booming report receded down the hallway, Pitt heard a weak gurgled gasp wail from the kitchen. It was followed by the metallic clang of a machine gun banging against steel pans, then a loud splash as the dead guard tumbled to the floor. "Basija!" shouted the voice of Borgin from down the hallway. Pitt grinned to himself as he let the query be met with silence. He had the distinct feeling that there were no more henchmen between himself and Borgin. Dropping the spear and tunic, he moved aggressively toward the sound of Borgin's voice. His deadened feet felt as if they had lead weights tied to them. Almost hopping TLN off the water, he brushed his free hand along the wall to keep balanced. Ahead of him, he could hear the splashing footsteps of Borgin suddenly dissipate at the end of the corridor. A loud crash echoed from the side of the house as another chunk of the north wing crumbled under the river's surge. The whole residence shook under the rapid erosion, which edged closer and closer to the center of the house. Perched as it was on the side of a cliff, Pitt knew there was a real danger of the whole structure sliding down the mountain. But he dispelled any notion of turning and heading for the exit. Borgin was close now and he could take him alive. Pitt moved quickly past a few small side rooms, then hesitated as he reached the fire-blackened study. He shook off a freezing shiver from the cold and wet and willed himself to focus on the environment around him rather than his own discomfort. A steady murmur of rushing water had grown louder as he neared the end-off hall. Under the dim glow of an emergency light, he saw that it was the flood waters cascading down a stairwell just past the study. Faint though they were, Pitt could also see a pair of wet prints leading into the dry conference room at the hall's end. Pitt moved slowly past the stairwell and out of the draining water, thankful to at last remove his feet from the icy runoff. He cautiously approached the jamb of the conference room door and peered inside. The late rising moon had crept over the horizon and cast a bright silvery beam through the conference room's high glass windows. Pitt strained to discern Borgin's presence in the cavernous room, but all was still. He quietly stepped in, the muzzle off his Colt moving with his eyes. Borgin's timing was impeccable. The Mongolian popped up from behind the end of the conference table while Pitt was facing the opposite side of the room. Too late, Pitt turned toward the movement as a loud twang erupted. From the spot, off balance and wheeling around on numb feet, Pitt fired a single shot toward Borgin but missed wide, the bullet shattering the glass window behind him. Borgen's aim was to prove more accurate. Pitt saw but a fleeting glimpse of the feathered arrow before it struck his chest just below the heart, penetrating with a dull thud. It struck with a powerful impact, knocking him right off his feet. Thrown backward to the floor, Pitt caught a lasting image of Borgen standing with a crossbow cradled in his arms. The moonlight sparkled off his sharp teeth, which were bared in a satisfied, murderous grin. 61 After slogging the 4UHEELDR1 /E through fallen bits of the entry wall, Gunn turned the Range Rover toward a small rise outside the compound and clawed his way to the top. He swung the vehicle around on the summit, then turned off the headlights. From the elevated perch, they had a perfect view of the disintegrating compound below. The raging mountain runoff pounded TLN off the shattered entrance wall and rippled around the main residence, while smoke and flames grew higher from the laboratory on the opposite side. "I'd be happy if there's not a cinder left of that place," Wofford remarked, eyeing the destruction with satisfaction. "Seeing how we're 150 miles from the nearest fire department, there is probably a pretty good chance of that," Gunn replied. Sweating from the blasting car heater that was drying and thawing the others, he climbed out of the car. Giordano hobbled out behind him, watching the devastation below. The sound of gunfire echoed from somewhere inside the residence, and then, a few minutes later, a single gunshot was heard. "He shouldn't have gone back alone," Giordano said, cursing. "Nobody could have stopped him," Gunn said. "He'll be all right." But a strange feeling in his stomach said otherwise. Bowen placed the medieval crossbow back among his collection of antique weaponry, then stepped to the cracked window and took a hurried look outside. A torrent of water rained down in back of the house, gathering on the rear ledge before tumbling over the cliffside in a wide waterfall. Of greater concern to Borgen was the growing pool of water accumulating in the courtyard and approaching the sanctuary. He gazed with distress at the stone structure. The main edifice was still intact, but the arched entryway had been shaken to bits during the earthquake. Ignoring Pitt's prone body on the opposite side of the room, Borgen rushed out of the conference room and waded down the adjacent stairwell. The cascading water surged at the back of his legs, and he hung tightly to the banister as he moved down the steps. He stopped only momentarily to gaze at the dark portrait above the midlanding, nodding faintly at the painting of the great warrior Khan. The rising water was nearly waist-high on the lower level, until he unbolted the side door and released an icy torrent onto the courtyard. Stumbling like a drunken sailor, he staggered across the flooded yard to the shattered entrance of the sanctuary. Stepping over a pile of fallen stones, he entered the torch-lit interior and was relieved to find only a few inches of water running across the built-up floor. After checking to see that the tombs were undamaged, he surveyed the walls and ceiling. Several large cracks stretched across the dome ceiling like a giant spider web. The old structure was in a perilous state from the rattling earthquake. Borgen nervously gazed from the ceiling to the center tomb, considering how best to protect his most prized possession. He never noticed a shadow flickering by one of the torches. "Your world is crumbling down around you, Borgen. And you with it." The Mongolian spun around, then froze as if he had seen a ghost. The spectre of Pitt standing on his feet across the room, the crossbow arrow protruding from his chest, was unearthly. Only the Colt .45 in his hand, held rock steady and aimed at Borgen's chest, dispelled any notion of supernatural rejuvenation. Borgen could only stare back in disbelief. Pitt edged toward one of the marble tombs at the side of the chamber, pointing at it with the barrel of his gun. "Nice of you to keep the relatives around." "Your father?" he asked. Borgen silently nodded, trying to regain his composure at the sight of a talking dead man. "It was your father who stole the map to Genghis Khan's grave from a British archaeologist," Pitt said, "but that still wasn't enough to locate it." Borgen raised a brow at Pitt's comment. "My father acquired information as to the general location. It required the use of additional technologies to find the specific grave site. Von Watter's acoustic seismic array. Indeed. A prototype discovered the buried grave. Additional improvements to the instrument have proven most remarkable, as you have witnessed. The words dripped with irony, as Borgian's eyes scoured the room for a means of defense. Pitt moved slowly to the center of the room and placed his free hand on the granite tomb displayed on the pedestal. Genghis Khan, he said. Weary and frozen as he was, he still felt an odd reverence in the presence of the ancient warlord. I suspect the Mongolian people won't be too thrilled to learn you've been keeping him in your backyard. The people of Mongolia will revel in a new dawn of conquest, Borgian replied, his voice rising in a shrill cry. In the name of Temujin, we will rise against the fools of the world and take our place in the pantheon of global supremacy. He barely finished the raving when a deep rumble echoed through the floor. The rumble grew for several seconds until resounding in a loud crash as the entire north wing of residence, or what was left of it, broke free of its foundation and slid unceremoniously down the hillside. The resulting impact shook the grounds all around the estate, jarring the remaining residence structure as well as the sanctuary. The mausoleum floor visibly vibrated under the feet of Pitt and Borgian, throwing them off balance. Wobbly and exhausted from the cold, Pitt grabbed hold of the tomb in order to keep his gun trained on Borgian. Borgian fell to a knee, then stood as the rumble and shaking subsided. His eyes widened as a sharp cracking sound rippled from overhead. He looked up to see a huge chunk of the ceiling come hurtling toward the ground beside him. Pitt flattened himself against the side of the tomb as the rear of the sanctuary collapsed on itself. A barrage of stones and mortar smashed to the ground, raising a thick cloud of blinding dust. Pitt could feel chunks of the ceiling smack the top surface of the tomb beside him, but none of the stones struck him directly. He waited several seconds for the dust to clear, as he felt the cool night wind rustling on his skin. Standing in the remains of now darkened sanctuary, he could see that half the ceiling and the entire back wall had collapsed under the shifting ground. Through the piles of stones, he could see cleanly to the corral in back and the old car parked inside. It took him a few moments to spot Borgian in the debris. Only his head and part of his torso were exposed from a mound of stones. Pitt walked near as Borgian's eyes fluttered open, dull and listless. A trickle of blood streamed from his mouth, and Pitt noticed the Mongol's neck seemed unnaturally distorted. His eyes gradually focused on Pitt and flashed with a glint of anger. Why won't you die? Borgian stammered. But he never heard the answer. A muted choke grumbled from his throat and then his eyes glazed over. His body crushed by his own monument to conquest, Tolgo Borgian died quickly in the shadow of Genghis Khan. Pitt stared at the broken body without pity, then slowly lowered the Colt still gripped in his hand. He reached down and unzipped the large pocket on the front of his jacket, then used the moonlight to peek inside. The heavy seismic array operator's manual with metal clipboard was right where Gunn had placed it. Only it was now perforated by a crossbow arrow that penetrated each and every page. The arrow had even dinged the metal clipboard, which had prevented it from ripping into Pitt's heart and killing him instantly. Pitt walked over to Borgian and looked down at the lifeless body. Sometimes, I'm just lucky, he said aloud, answering Borgian's final query. The collapse of the residence's northern wing had funneled more water into the courtyard. A heavy rush of water now flowed along the perimeter of the sanctuary and Eaton to pour into the disintegrating structure. It was just a matter of time before the flood waters would weaken the ground beneath the sanctuary and wash it down the mountainside. The tomb of Genghis Khan would be destroyed in the carnage, his bones lost for good this time. Pitt turned to make his escape before any more walls toppled, but hesitated as he glanced through the open rear wall at the corral in back. He turned and gazed again at the tomb of Genghis, which had miraculously survived the collapsing sanctuary intact. For an instant, Pitt wondered if he would be the last man to see the tomb. Then it hit him. It was a crazy idea, he thought, and he couldn't help but grin through a cold shiver. "All right, old boy," he muttered at the tomb. "Let's see if you've got one more conquest left in you." 62 The feeling was due. I returned to Pitt's feet with a painful tingle as he climbed out the back of the sanctuary and into the corral. He staggered to the side and quickly yanked several timbers off the wooden fence to clear an opening. Tossing boxes and crates aside, he burrowed a wide path through the junk and debris until he reached his objective, the dust-laden old car. It was a 1921 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost Open Tourer, with a custom body by the English coachmaker Park Ward. Decades of dirt and grime covered a unique eggplant purple body paint. Long since faded, the colour once complemented the car's burnished aluminum hood and wheel covers. More familiar on the streets of London, Pitt wondered how such a grand auto had ended up in Mongolia. He then recalled that T.E. Lawrence had acquired a Rolls-Royce armoured car built on a 1914 Silver Ghost chassis, which he used in his desert campaign against the Turks in Arabia. Pitt wondered if the car's reputation for durability in the desert had reached the Gobi years before. Or perhaps a car built before the Mongolian Revolution was the only vehicle of opulence that the Communist Party would allow Borgen's family to own. None of that mattered to Pitt. What did matter was that the Rolls had a silver-handled crank protruding from its snout. Equipped as a backup for the early electric starters, the crank gave Pitt a small hope that he could start the car, even with a long-dead battery. Provided, that is, that the engine block wasn't frozen solid. Pitt opened the right-side driver's door and placed the gearshift in neutral, then stepped to the front of the car. Leaning down and grabbing with both hands, he pulled up on the crank, driving with his legs. The crank held firm, but Pitt grunted out a second effort and the handle inched upward. He rested for a second, then gave another heave. The crankshaft broke free with the extra push, driving the 6 pistons up and down in their cylinders. With his own small collection of antique cars at home in Washington, Pitt was well versed with the intricacies of staffing up a vintage vehicle. Climbing back into the driver's seat, he adjusted the throttle, spark, and governor controls, which were set by movable levers mounted on the steering wheel. He then opened the hood and primed a tiny pump on a brass canister, which he hoped contained gasoline. He then returned to the crank and proceeded to manually turn the engine over. Each pull of the crank led to a series of rasps as the old motor tried to suck in air and fuel. Zapped by exposure to the cold, Pitt's strength waned on every pull. Yet he willed himself to keep trying in the face of each dying whiz from the engine. Then on the 10th pull, the motor coughed. Several more pulls produced a sputter. With his feet frozen, yet beads of sweat on his brow, Pitt heaved again on the crank. The crankshaft spun, the air and fuel ignited, and with a put-put-put sound, the engine lay brought to life. Pitt rested briefly as the old car warmed up, spouting a thick cloud of black smoke out its rusty exhaust pipe. Rummaging around the corral, he found a small barrel filled with chains, which he tossed in the back seat. Taking his place in the driver's seat, he slipped the car into gear, released the clutch with his numb left foot, and drove the Rolls shakily out of the corral. 63 It's /year an hour, Gunn remarked, looking glumly at his watch. He and Giordano stood on the rise, watching the scene of devastation below. The laboratory fire burned in a blazing tempest, consuming the entire building and adjacent garage. Black smoke and flames leaped high into the sky, casting a yellow glow over the entire compound. Across the landscaped grounds, a large chunk of the residence was missing, replaced by rushing water where the northern wing of the house previously stood. "Let's take a quick drive down," Giordano said. "Maybe he's injured and can't walk out." Gunn nodded. It had been almost an hour since they heard the automatic fire from inside. Pitt should have made it out long ago. They started to walk toward the car when a low rumble shook from below. No earthquake this time, they knew, but rather the erosive effects of the flooding waters. They stopped and stared, dreading what they knew was next. From their vantage, it resembled a collapsing house of cards. The northern end of the structure began toppling one wall at a time. The structural failure seemed to build momentum, moving across the residence in a rippling wave of destruction. The central section of the residence simply folded in on itself with a grinding crash, then disappeared under the water. The large white spire over the entrance melted away, disintegrating into 1,000 bits under the flood waters. Gunn and Giordano could only see chunks of debris poking through the water as the bulk of the residence slid off its ledge and washed down the mountain. In just a few seconds, it was gone. Only a small section off Southern Wing survived, standing next to a wide flow of water where the rest of the house had once stood. With the destruction of the house, all hopes for finding Pitt alive had vanished. Gunn and Giordano knew that no one in and around the residence could have survived. Neither man said a word nor made a move. Together, they stood and solemnly stared at the altered river as it glided over the foundation of the house and roared down the cliffside beyond. The rushing of the wild waters competed with the crackling from the lab fire to disrupt the otherwise quiet late-night hour. Then Gunn's ears detected another sound. "What's that?" he asked. He pointed a finger toward a small chunk of the southern wing, which stood on dry ground and had survived the collapse of the main residence. The whirring pitch of a high-revving engine rumbled from the hillside behind. The motor sporadically coughed and stuttered but otherwise sounded like it was operating at its red line. The roar grew louder until it was matched with a pair of lights that slowly crept over the hill. Through the smoke and flames of the burning laboratory, the object appeared like a giant primordial bug crawling out of a hole in the ground. Two round but dimly illuminated lamps probed the night like a pair of large yellow eyes. A shiny metallic body followed behind, clouded by dirt and dust kicked up by its clawing rear appendages. The living beast even breathed vapor, a white cloud of smoke rising from its head. The creature, lurching with great effort, finally clambered over the hill, seeming to fight every step of the way. A sharp gust of wind suddenly blew the smoke and dust away, and, under the light of the burning fire, Gunn and Giordano could see that it was no overgrown insect but the antique Rolls-Royce from the corral. "Only one guy I know would be driving an old crate like that at a time like this," Giordano shouted with a whoop. Jumping into the Range Rover, Gunn charged the car down the hill and stormed back into the compound. Shining their headlights onto the Rolls, they saw that the old car was still struggling to lurch forward, and had a line of chain stretched taut off the rear bumper. The old beast was trying desperately to pull something up the side of the hill. Inside the Rolls, Pitt TLNU a thankful wave toward the approaching Range Rover, then turned back to coaxing the old auto forward. His numb right foot held the accelerator to the floor while the gearshift lever was still locked in first gear. The rear wheels spun and clawed at the ground, the worn, airless tires gamely trying to find a grip. But the weight behind was too great, and the big car seemed to be losing the battle. Under the hood, the overworked engine began to protest with loud knocks. What little coolant that existed in the block and radiator had nearly all boiled away, and Pitt knew it wouldn't be long before the engine seized. With a surprised look, he suddenly saw Giordano appear and grab hold of the doorpost with a wink and a smile. Bandaged leg and all, he threw his weight into pushing the car forward. Gunn, Wofford, and even Teresa appeared, taking up spots around the vehicle and pushing with all their might. The extra manpower was just enough to propel the car in its last gasp. With a sudden lunge, the big car lurched forward. 30 feet behind, a large block of granite teetered over the edge of the hill, then skidded forward easily under the car's newfound momentum. Chugging forward to a safe, dry spot, Pitt killed the engine under a whoosh of white steam. As the vapor cleared away, Pitt saw that he was surrounded by a dozen scientists and technicians, along with a guard or two, who had given up fighting the lab fire to investigate his appearance. He cautiously climbed out of the Rolls and walked to the rear of the car. Giordano and the others had already gathered around and confirmed that the chained item had survived Pitt's tow intact. Fearing for their safety, Pitt gripped his .45 as the crowd surged close to them. But he need not have worried. At seeing that the sarcophagus of Genghis Khan had been rescued from the flood, the guards and scientists broke into a cheer and applauded him. 64 The U.S. Navy cruiser Fornsto turned north from her station off the United Arab Emirates, 100 miles inside the Strait of Hormuz, and headed on a dissecting path across the Persian Gulf. Though far from being the largest ship in the Gulf, the Ticonderoga-class Aegis cruiser was easily the most deadly. With its phased array radar system housed in the ship's boxy superstructure, the ship could detect and target enemy craft on land, sea, and air within a 200-mile radius. At the push of a button, one of 121 Tomahawk or Standard missiles could be dispatched from its vertical launch system housed below decks, obliterating the offending target within seconds. The high-tech arsenal was managed by the Combat Information Center, a dark control room in the depths of the ship. Under its dim blue overhead lights, Captain Robert Bunds studied one of several large projection screens mounted on the wall. The surrounding region off Gulf was displayed in multiple colors, overlaid with various geometric shapes and symbols that danced across the screen in slow motion. Each symbol represented a ship or aircraft tracked by the radar system. One shape, a highlighted red ball, was inching toward the Strait of Hormuz from left to right across the ship's path 12 miles to intercept, sir, reported a nearby sailor, one of several electronics experts seated at computer stations around the bay. Steady as she goes, Bunds replied. A studious but witty line officer highly admired by the crew, Bunds had enjoyed his current tour of duty in the Gulf. Aside from missing his wife and 2 children, he found Gulf duty to be an invigorating challenge, enlivened with occasional danger. "We'll cross Iranian waters in 3 miles," warned a youthful tactical operations officer standing at his side. "They are clearly tracking the Iranian coast for safety. After Karg Island, I don't think the Iranians are up for harboring these guys," Bunds replied. "Pat, I think I'll watch the show from the bridge. You have the CIC. "Aye, Captain. We'll be dialed in just in case." Bunds made his way out of the darkened command center and up to the bridge, which was bathed in bright sunlight reflecting off the Gulf's waters. A dark-haired officer stood near the helm with a pair of binoculars to his eyes, observing a black vessel on the water ahead. "Is that our target, Commander?" the captain asked. Commander Brad Knight, the Anzios Chief Operations Intelligence Officer, nodded in reply. "Yes, sir, that's the drill ship. Air Recon has confirmed she's the Bayan Star, out of Kuala Lumpur. The same vessel that our satellites pegged at Ras Tanura and Karg Island prior to the earthquakes." Knight gazed down at the cruiser's forward deck, spotting a contingent of Marines in assault gear, prepping a pair of Zodiac boats. "Boarding party looks to be in order, sir." "Well, let's see if the Bayan Star will play ball." Bunds stepped to a seated radio communications officer and issued a command. The cruiser began hailing the drill ship, first in English, then in Arabic, ordering the vessel to stop and heave to for boarding and inspection. The drill ship ignored the calls in both languages. "No change in speed," a radar operator reported. "Can't believe those Hornets didn't get their attention," Knight said. A pair off /A-18S from the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan had tracked the drill ship for the prior hour, buzzing it constantly. "Guess we'll have to do things the old-fashioned way and fire a shot across their bow," Bunds said. The cruiser had a pair of 5-inch guns capable of such a shot, and much more. The cruiser closed to within 2 miles of the drill ship when the radar operator barked, "She's slowing, sir." Bunds leaned over and watched the radar screen, seeing the drill ship's blip cease movement on its southwesterly course. "Bring us alongside. Have the boarding party stand by." The sleek grey cruiser angled to the northeast, pulling even with the drill ship with a half-mile of water separating the 2 vessels. The Marines were quickly loaded into the Zodiacs and lowered over the side. As they began motoring toward the drill ship, Knight suddenly alerted Bunds. "Captain, I see 2 boats in the water off the enemy's stern. I think the crew is abandoning ship." Buns picked up a pair of binoculars and gazed at the drill ship. 2 lifeboats filled with crewmen in black fatigues were making their way from the ship. Buns swung his binoculars toward the dilapidated vessel just in time to spot several puffs of white smoke rise from the lower levels. "They mean to scuttle her," he said. "Call back the boarding party." As the Anzios crew watched with surprise, the drill ship quickly began settling low in the water. In just a few minutes, the salty waters of the Persian Gulf began washing over the ship's bow. As the bow sunk lower, the stern rose higher into the air, until the flooded ship knifed to the bottom with a sudden whoosh. Knight shook his head as he watched the trail of bubbles and foam dissipate over the ship's grave. "Pentagon's not going to like that. They were eager for us to capture her intact. Had some big-time intel curiosity about the technology aboard. We still got her," crew Buns said, nodding toward the 2 lifeboats, which were headed willingly toward the cruiser. "And the Pentagon can still have the ship if they want her. She's just 300 feet deep in Iranian waters," he added with a grin. 65 acres _EEZE rippled across the lower slopes of Burkhan Kardun, snapped and taut the multitude of blue and red Mongolian state flags fluttering high overhead. The largest of the flags, a mammoth banner 50 feet wide, wavered above a large granite mausoleum whose carved facade had been hastily completed by local craftsmen just days before. The empty mausoleum was surrounded by a large crowd of dignitaries, VIPs, and news reporters, who talked quietly among themselves while waiting for the future occupant to arrive. A rush of excited whispers swirled through the crowd, then all fell silent as the sound of marching boots drew near. A company of Mongolian army soldiers appeared through the pines, marching up a slight incline toward the waiting assembly. They were the first in a long procession of military honor guards escorting the remains of Genghis Khan to his final resting place. Genghis had been engaged in a battle siege near Yinchuan in northwest China when he'd fallen off his horse and died a few days later from his injuries. A secret funeral procession had brought his body back to Mongolia and the slopes of Burkhan Kardun for burial in 1227, but history doesn't record the details of the cortege. Desiring to keep their enemies unaware of his death, as well as keep his burial spot secret for all eternity, his warrior comrades likely returned his casket in a nondescript, perhaps even coven, procession before burying him in an unmarked location. Nearly 8 centuries later, there would be nothing covert about his reburial. The Mongol warrior's body had lain in state in Ulaanbaatar for a week, drawing visits from over 2 million people, incredibly more than 2/3 the population of the entire country. Pilgrimages from all corners of country were made by the thousands to lay eyes on his coffin. A 3-day funeral procession to his gravesite in the Kentai Mountains drew an equally impressive number of well-wishers, who lined the route holding flags and images of the ancient leader. Women and children waved and cried when the caisson rolled by, as if it was a favored relative who had just passed away. A national day of mourning, and future holiday of remembrance, marked the 3rd leg of the procession. On this day, the caravan climbed up a makeshift road to a peaceful spot near the base of Burkhan Kardun, where the warlord was said to have been born. Pitt, Giordano, and Gunn, with Teresa and Wofford alongside, sat in the front row of dignitaries, just a few seats down from Mongolia's president and parliament leaders. Pitt turned and winked at a young boy seated behind him as the funeral procession drew near. Noyon and his parents, special guests of Pitt's, looked on at the surroundings with awe, the boy's eyes widening in wonder as the Khan's caisson finally appeared. In a splendor worthy of the greatest conqueror the world has ever known, Genghis Khan's body was carried on a mammoth wooden caisson painted bright yellow. A magnificent team of 8 snow-white stallions pulled the funeral cart, seemingly dropping their hooves in perfect unison. Atop the caisson was the granite tomb Pitt had saved from the flood waters, now covered in fresh lotus blossoms. A troop of aged lamas wearing bright red robes and arched yellow hats quietly took up position in front of the tomb. Down the hill, a pair of monks blew into their radongs, enormous telescopic horns that emitted a deep baritone hum heard all down the valley. As the low resonations wafted in the breeze, the lamas launched into a lengthy funeral prayer, incorporating drums, tambourines, and burning incense. At the completion of the ceremony, the lamas quietly filed off to the side as an old shaman took to the stage. The age of Genghis Khan was filled with mysticism, and shamanism played an important role in the nomadic lifestyle. The grizzled shaman, who had a flowing beard and was dressed in caribou skins, danced and chanted around a large fire containing sheep bones. With a shrieking moan, he blessed the Khan's remains, imparting them from the land of the eternal blue sky to an afterlife of conquering the heavens. When the service was completed, the granite sarcophagus was rolled into the mausoleum, then sealed with a 6-ton slab of polished stone lowered by a crane. The spectators would later all swear they heard a distant clap of thunder at the precise moment the tomb was sealed, even though there was not a cloud in the sky. Genghis Khan was at rest again in his beloved homeland mountains, and his tomb would stand forever as a cultural mecca for tourists, historians, and all the peoples of Mongolia. As the crowd began filtering out, Ivan Korsov and Alexander Sargov approached from the rear, where they had been seated with the Russian ambassador. "I see you are as adept at sniffing out historic treasures on land as at sea," Sargov laughed, giving Pitt and Giordano a friendly bear hug. "Simply a bonus for figuring out why somebody tried to sink the Vrishkajan," Pitt replied. "Indeed. By the way, we still have our joint research project to complete on Lake Baikal. The Vrishkajan will be repaired and ready to go next season. I hope you both will join us." "We'll be there, Alexander. Just as long as there are no more psych waves," Giordano added. Korsov sidled up, his usual ear-to-ear grin in full display. "An impressive demonstration of undercover work, my friends," he said. "You should join the Russian Federal Security Service. There is a need for men of your talents." "I think my boss might have a thing or two to say about that," Pitt laughed. The President of Mongolia approached with a small entourage. Sargov said a quick farewell, as Pitt slyly noted Korsov melding away into the exiting crowd. A short, polished man of 45, the President spoke nearly flawless English. "NL Pitt, on behalf of the people of Mongolia, I wish to thank you and your Nunla team for rescuing Genghis for all posterity. A giant of history deserves to live forever," Pitt replied, nodding toward the mausoleum. "Though it is a shame that the riches of the tomb have all been lost. Yes, it is a tragedy that the treasures of Genghis were dispersed to collectors around the world simply to enrich the pockets of Borjin and his siblings. Perhaps our country will be able to buy back some of the antiquities from our newfound oil revenues. Of course, the archaeologists all believe that a greater trove lies with Kublai Khan, whose grave Borjin was thankfully unable to find. At least Kublai and his treasures still reside undisturbed in Mongolia, buried somewhere beneath these hills." "Kublai Khan," Pitt muttered, staring at the mausoleum of Genghis. On its granite facade, he noted an engraving of a lone wolf, whose outline figure was painted blue. "Yes, that is the legend. Mr. Pitt, I wish to also personally thank you for exposing the corrupt activities of the Borjin family and helping put a stop to their lawlessness. I have initiated an investigation into my own government to determine the extent of influence peddling on their behalf. The remnants of their actions will be buried with the body of Borjin, I promise. I hope that Tatiana is proving to be a cooperative witness." "Most assuredly," the President replied with a furtive grin. Tatiana, he knew, was being held at a less than comfortable security site. With her help, and the continued assistance of our oil industry companions, he said, nodding toward Teresa and Wofford, "we shall be able to exploit the discovered oil reserves for the good of a new Mongolia. China isn't going to renege on acceding Inner Mongolia?" Gunn asked. "It's too politically dangerous for them to do so, both internationally and within the confines of Inner Mongolia, whose occupants largely favored secession from China. No, the Chinese will be happy enough, as we've agreed to sell them oil at a favorable price. That is, until our pipeline to the Russian port of Nakhodka is completed. The president smiled and waved at the Russian ambassador, who stood a few yards away chatting with Sargov. Just ensure that the oil revenues go to the people who need it most, Pitt requested. Indeed, we've taken a lesson from your own state of Alaska. A portion of the revenues will be distributed to every man, woman, and child in the country. The remainder will support the state's expansion of health, education, and infrastructure. Borgen has taught us that not a dime of profits will end up in the hands of an individual, I can assure you. That is good to know. Mr. President, I have one favor to ask of you. We discovered a plane crash in the Gobi Desert. My Director of Antiquities has already informed me. We'll be sending a research team from the National University of Mongolia right away to excavate the aircraft. The bodies of those aboard will be returned to their homes for proper burial. They deserve that. It was a pleasure, Mr. Pitt, the president said, as an aide tugged at his sleeve. He turned and started to walk away, then stopped. I almost forgot, he said to Pitt. A gift from the people of Mongolia to you. I understand you have an appreciation for such objects. He pointed down the hill to a large flatbed truck that had discreetly followed the funeral procession up the mountainside. A large covered object sat upright on the truck's bed. As Pitt and the others watched with curiosity, two workmen climbed up and pulled back the canvas covering. Underneath sat the dust-covered Rolls-Royce from Borgen's compound. Should make for a nice restoration project on the weekends, Wofford said, eyeing the decrepit car. My wife Lauren will love it, Pitt replied with a devious grin. I'd love to meet her sometime, Teresa said. Next time you are in Washington. Though I take it you'll be working in Mongolia for some time to come. The company gave us 3 weeks of paid leave for our ordeal. We are both hoping to go home to rest and recuperate before Jim and I come back. From the look she gave Giordano and the tone in her voice, it was clear that the we was not referring to Wofford. I don't suppose you could take it upon yourself to nurse a rabid old sea dog like her one back to health during that time, Pitt offered. I was rather counting on it, she said coyly. Giordano, leaning on a crutch with his lower leg heavily bandaged, smiled broadly. Thanks, boss. I've always wanted to see the Zuiderzee. As the friends parted company, Pitt strolled down the hill toward the flatbed truck. Gunn joined him as he approached the old Rolls. The Mongolian energy minister just told me that the price of oil is down another $10 today, he said. The markets are finally accepting the news that the Avaga Oil Company has been put out of business for good and the destructive earthquakes are finished. Combined with the news of the oil reserves in Inner Mongolia, the experts predict that the price will soon drop to levels below those seen before the Persian Gulf disruption. So the oil panic has subsided and a global depression averted. Maybe the economic powers that be will finally learn the lesson and focus on developing renewable energy sources in earnest. They won't until they absolutely have to, Gunn said. Incidentally, I was told that the Pentagon was none too happy that all 3 of von Latter's seismic devices were completely destroyed, after the last known device was sunk in the Persian Gulf. NUMA can't take responsibility for that one. True. It was a lucky stroke that Summer and Dirk stumbled upon Borgen's brother and the second device in Hawaii. Or he stumbled upon them. Had the ship traveled on to Valdez and damaged the Alaska pipeline as planned, there would have been real pandemonium. It was the Chinese wreck Summer found. It drew them there for some reason, Pitt said. A faraway look crossed his face as he mentally searched the clues. Then his green eyes suddenly sparkled in enlightenment. Gunn was oblivious to the mystery, focused instead on the immediate demands of his government. Not only were all off-seismic devices destroyed, but von Latter's research materials as well. Apparently, Borgen had all of the professor's data in the laboratory building, which is now a pile of charcoal. There's nothing left for anyone to be able to resurrect the technology. Is that a bad thing? I suppose not. Though I'd feel better if I knew the knowledge was in our hands and not the likes of Borgin. Just between you, me, and the car, Pitt said, I happen to know that the operator's manual you lifted from the lab survived the flood and fire. The manual survived. It would give a big leg up to anyone trying to duplicate von Latter's work. I hope it's secure. It's found a safe and permanent home. You sure about that? Gunn asked. Pitt walked to the rear of the Rolls and opened a large leather trunk mounted to the car's luggage rack. Lying at the bottom of the musty interior was the seismic array operator's manual, with the shaft from the crossbow arrow still protruding from its cover. Gunn let out a low whistle, then put his hands over his eyes and turned away. I never saw it, he said. Pitt latched up the trunk, then casually inspected the rest of the car. Overhead, a bank of dark grey clouds began moving in rapidly from the west. The remaining mourners milling about the tomb quickly headed toward their vehicles parked below to avoid the pending deluge. I guess we better be on our way, Gunn said, steering Pitt toward their rented jeep down the hill. So, it's back to Washington. Pitt stopped and stared at the mausoleum of Genghis Khan one last time. Then he shook his head. No, Rudy, you go on ahead. I'll catch up in a few days. You staying here a bit longer? No, Pitt replied with a faraway twinkle in his eye. I'm going to hunt a wolf. 66. The tropical SCB-TWAR.MLY on the deck of the Mariana Explorer as she rounded the rocky lava finger of Kahakahakia Point. The NUMA ship's captain, Bill Stenseth, slowed the vessel as it entered the mouth of the now familiar cove in Kalaulai Bay. Ahead and to his left he noted a red marker buoy bobbing on the surface. 70 feet beneath it lay the mangled remains of the Avaga Oil Company drill ship, partially buried under a pile of loose lava rock. With the depths shallowing, Stenseth took the research ship no farther, stopping engines and then dropping anchor. Kalaulai Bay, he announced, turning toward the rear of the bridge. Seated at a mahogany chart table, Pitt was examining a coastal chart of Hawaii with a magnifying glass. Unfurled beside the map was the cheetah skin he had retrieved from Lee Hunt's crashed Forker in the Gobi Desert. Pitt's children, Dirk and Summer, stood nearby, looking over their father's shoulder with curiosity. So, this is the scene of the crime, the elder Pitt said, rising from the table and peering out the window. He stretched his arms and yawned, tired from his recent flight from Ulaanbaatar to Honolulu, via Irkutsk and Tokyo. The warm, humid air felt refreshing on his skin, after leaving Mongolia during a late summer cold snap that had snow flurries in the air when he boarded his flight. Pitt's return to Hawaii brought with it a certain melancholy, which deepened during his layover in Honolulu. With a TLNEE-hour wait for his commuter flight to Hilo, he rented a car and drove across the Koolau Mountains to the east shore of Oahu. Off a side road near Kailua Beach, he wandered into a tiny cemetery that overlooked the ocean. It was a small but well-maintained patch of green surrounded by lush foliage. Pitt sauntered methodically through the grounds, examining the assorted tombstones. Beneath the shadowy branches of a blossoming plumeria tree, he found the grave site of Summer Moran. His first and deepest love, and the mother of his children, Summer Moran had died only recently. Pitt had not known she was alive and living in seclusion after a disfiguring accident, believing that she had died decades earlier. He had lived the years trying to purge her memory from his mind and heart, until the sudden arrival of his 2 ground children on his doorstep. A flood of emotions resumed, and he painfully wondered how his life would have been different, had he known she was alive and raising their twin children. He had forged a close bond with the kids now, and he had the love of his Efeloran. But the feeling of loss remained, tinged with anger at losing the time he could have spent with her. With heaviness in his chest, he gathered up a handful of the fragrant plumeria blossoms and sprinkled them gently over her grave. For a long while, he stood wistfully by her side, staring out at the ocean. The gentle rolling waves from his other love, the sea, helped wash away the pain he felt. He finally stepped from the cemetery tired and drained, but with a renewed sense of hopefulness. Standing on the bridge now with his children, he felt a warm glow, knowing a part of summer still lived. The adventuresome spirit rekindled, he refocused on the mystery Chinese shipwreck. The marker buoy is where summer laid waste to the drill ship. Dirk smiled, pointing out the window. The Chinese wreck site is almost in the dead center of the cove, he said, swinging his arm around to the right. The artifacts have all dated to at least the 13th century. Pitt asked. Everything has indicated as much, Summer replied. The ceramic pieces recovered date from the late Song to the early Yuan dynasties. The wood samples came up elm and date to approximately 1280. The famed Chinese shipyard of Longjiang used elm and other woods in their ship construction, which is another piece of confirming evidence. The local geological records don't hurt either, Dirk said. Since the wreck was devoured by a lava flow, we checked the known history of volcanic eruptions on the Big Island. Although Kalawa is the best known and most active volcano, Hualalai and Mauna Loa also have a recent history of activity. The closest to our spot here, Mauna Loa has erupted 36 times in the last 150 years. She's had an untold number of lava releases in the centuries prior. Local geologists have been able to radiocarbon date charcoal samplings recovered from beneath the lava flows. One lava sample study, from neighbouring Poyu Bay, dates around 800 years old. We don't know for sure if the lava flows that washed into the cove and buried our ship were from that same eruption, but my money says it was. If so, then our ship would have arrived no later than 1300 AD. Does anything correlate with your cryptic cheetah skin? Summer asked. It is impossible to date, but the voyage depicted shows some interesting similarities, Pitt replied. The lead vessel is a mammoth four-mast junk, which seems to match the size of your wreck, based on the rudder uncovered by Dirk and Jack. Unfortunately, there was no narrative accompanying the images. Only a few decipherable words appear on the skin, which translates as a lasting voyage to paradise. Pitt sat down and studied the two-dimensional artistry on the animal skin again. The series of drawings clearly showed a four-mast junk at sail with two smaller support ships. Several panels depicted a long ocean voyage until the ships arrived at a cluster of islands. Though crudely marked, the islands lay in the same relative position as the largest of Hawaii's 8 islands. The large junk was shown landing on the biggest island, anchoring near a cave at the base of a high cliff. The final panel was what most intrigued Pitt. It showed the moored ship near some crates at the base of the cliff. Fire and smoke enveloped the ship and the surrounding landside. Pitt studied a flag burning on the ship's mast with particular interest. The volcanic eruption fits like a glove, he said. The flames in the drawing look like a brush fire, but that's the secret. It wasn't a fire at all but a volcanic eruption. Those crates, Summer said. They must contain some sort of treasure or valuables. Tong, or Borjan, as you've said his real name is, knew something about the ship's cargo. That's why they were trying to open up the lava field with a directed earthquake. I guess the laugh is on them, Dirk said. The treasure, or whatever it is, wasn't even on the ship. If drawing is correct, then the cargo was taken ashore and destroyed by the lava flows. Was it destroyed? Pitt asked with a wily grin. How could it have survived the lava flows? Summer asked. She picked up the magnifying glass and studied the last panel. Her eyebrows arched just a trace as she studied the crates surrounded by black stone. The image showed no flames on or about the crates. They are not on fire in the picture. Do you really think they could have survived? I'd say it is worth a look. Let's go get wet and find out for sure. But would it have to be buried in lava? Dirk protested. Have a little faith in the old man, Pitt smiled, then headed off the bridge. With a high degree of skepticism, Dirk and Summer followed their father to the rear of the ship and assembled 3 sets of dive gear. Loaded into a Zodiac, they were lowered over the side of the ship by Jack Dahlgren. "I'll have a tequila waiting for the first person who finds a Ming vase," he joked as he cast off the rubber boat. "Don't forget the salt and lime," Summer shouted back. Pitt steered the Zodiac toward the shore, angling to one side of the cove before killing the motor a few yards from the surf line. Dirk tossed an anchor over the side to secure their position, then the threesome slid into their dive gear. "We'll run parallel to shore as close to the surf line as we can get," Pitt instructed. "Just watch out for the breakers." "And what exactly are we looking for?" Dirk asked. "A stairway to heaven." His father smiled cryptically, then pulled his mask down over his face. Sitting on the edge of the boat, he leaned over backward and dropped into the water, disappearing under a small wave. Dirk and Summer quickly adjusted their masks and regulators, then followed him over the side. They converged on the bottom, less than 20 feet below, in water that was dark and turbid. The crashing surf roiled the water with foam and silt, reducing the visibility to just a few feet. Summer saw her father nod at her, then turn and head into the murk. She quickly followed behind, knowing her brother would take up the rear. The bottom surface was a bed of craggy black lava that rose up sharply to her left. Even underwater, she was pushed strongly from the side by the incoming waves, and she frequently turned seaward and kicked hard with her fins to avoid being body slammed into a rising mount of lava. She followed her father's fins and trail of bubbles for 20 minutes before he finally disappeared for good into the dark waters ahead of her. She figured they were roughly halfway across the cove's landfall shore. She would swim another 10 minutes, she decided, then surface and find out exactly where she was. Following the surf line, she felt herself being carried close to a lava rise by a large wave. Turning to kick away, she was surprised by a second, more powerful wave, which pushed her forcefully toward shore. The wave quickly overpowered her, and she slammed backward into the lava wall, her steel air tank grinding against the rock. Unhurt by the collision, she remained pinned against the lava until the wave rolled past. She started to move away when she noticed a dark spot on the rocks above her head. Pulling herself closer, she peered into a black tube that angled slightly upward and toward the shoreline. She couldn't tell in the murky water whether it was just a hole in the rocks, so she pulled out a flashlight and reached inside. The beam of light faded in the water, not detecting an opposing wall to reflect. The opening clearly traveled for some distance. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized that this was what her father was searching for. She braced herself by the opening as another large wave passed by, then reached around and banged the flashlight against her dive tank. A metallic clanging echoed through the water. Almost immediately Dirk appeared, looking at Summer quizzically, then eyeing the opening with surprise as she pointed the way. A minute later her father swam up, playfully patting Summer on the head after spotting the tunnel. Flicking on his own flashlight, he swam into the tube, his kids following behind. Pitt immediately recognized the opening as a lava tube. Its cylindrical-shaped walls were almost perfectly formed, rounded and smoothed as if made by a machine. But the passage was actually the result of a steady flow of hot lava cooling on the surface and creating an outer crust. The liquid center ultimately flowed out, leaving a hollow tube. Lava tubes have been found that stretch 50 feet wide, while a few run several miles long. Summer's tube was relatively small, stretching about 6 feet in diameter. Pitt followed the tube for 30 feet, noticing a gradual ascent on his depth gauge. The tube suddenly flared wide, and he noticed a reflection from his flashlight just before his head broke the surface of a calm pool of water. Bobbing on the surface, he turned the light around him. Steep black walls of lava fell vertically to the water on 3 sides. The fourth side, however, opened to a wide, rocky clearing. Pitt kicked lazily toward the landing as the underwater lights of Summer and Dirk surfaced near him. They all swam to the rocks and climbed out of the water before anyone spat out their regulators and spoke. "It's amazing," Summer said. "An underground cavern fed from a flooded lava tube. Though it could use a little air conditioning." The air in the cave was dank and musty, and Summer contemplated keeping her tank and regulator on. It was likely a much deeper cave at one time, but became sealed off by the lava flows gushing down the mountainside, Pitt said. "It's a fluke that a lava tube happened to form at its entrance." Dirk dropped his tank and weight belt, then flashed his light around the clearing. Something caught his eye in the rocks. "Summer, behind you." She turned and gasped at the sight of a man standing just a few feet away. She stifled a cry at realizing that the man wasn't real. "A clay warrior?" Dirk asked. Summer shined her light and noticed another figure standing nearby. They were both life-sized figures, with painted uniforms and sculpted swords. Summer crept closer, eyeing the artisan's detail. They were soldiers, and each had braided hair, and a stringy mustache beneath almond-shaped eyes. "Emperor Qin's terracotta warriors of Xi'an," Pitt said. "Or perhaps a 13th century facsimile." Summer looked at her father quizzically. 13th century Hat are they doing here?" Pitt stepped up to the two figures and noticed a small path that ran between them, cut through the lava. "I think they are guiding us to the answer," he said. Stepping between the clay sculptures, he followed the path, with Dirk and Summer in tow. The worm trail twisted around several walls of lava, then suddenly opened into a wide, cavernous room. Pitt stood at the threshold with his two children, shining their flashlights in awe. The huge chamber was filled with an army of clay figures flanking the walls. Each wore a heavy necklace of gold or an amulet studded with gemstones. Positioned inside the clay warriors was another ring of sculptures, mostly scale figures of animals. Some were carved jade or stone, while others were gilded with gold. Deer grazed fearlessly next to large falcons. A pair of prancing white mares was showcased near the center of the room. Interspersed with the sculptures were dozens of small lacquered cabinets and tables covered in dust. On a large teak table, Summer noticed an elaborate place setting that shone under her light. The plates, flateware, and goblets sitting atop a silk mat were all cast in gold. Adjacent to the table was an assortment of silver and gold ornaments, some adorned with Arabic lettering and literary Chinese script. Other tables held mirrors, boxes, and art objects glistening with decorative gemstones. Summer crept to a nearby cabinet covered with scenes of battle painted in bright colors and pulled open a drawer. Inside, trays of amber, sapphires, and rubies filled the silk-lined case. The sculptures and jewels didn't interest Pitt. He stared past the artifacts toward the centerpiece of the entire chamber. On a raised stone platform in the middle of the room stood a long wooden box. It was painted bright yellow and featured detailed carvings on each panel. Pitt stepped closer and shined his light at the top of the box. A stuffed cheetah, its teeth bared and a clawed paw scratching the air, seemed to hiss back at Pitt. He lowered his light to the top surface of the box and smiled at the image. A large wolf, painted blue, was emblazoned across the surface. "May I present the late Emperor of the Yuan Empire, Kublai Khan," he said. Kublai Khan, Summer whispered in reverence, her eyes wide. "It can't be. I thought he was buried somewhere near Genghis," Dirk said. "According to popular legend." But the tale just didn't seem to add up. Borjan was able to locate the grave of Genghis Khan with his seismic device, but he never found Kublai. They should have been buried in the same ballpark. Then your Dr. Tong appears here, sidestepping a mission to disrupt the Alaska pipeline in order to visit a shipwreck. There was obviously a greater draw, something only the Borjans could appreciate. I suspect they may have found an empty tomb for Kublai in Mongolia, or discovered some other clue that he was buried elsewhere. I still don't see how that leads here, Summer said. The story is in the cheetah skin. It was discovered at Shang too, so it had an original link with Kublai. The emperor was known to possess trained cheetahs used for hunting, so the skin may have even come from one of his pets. More relevant was that the cheetah skin was unearthed together with a silk map that purportedly showed the location of Genghis Khan's tomb. Borjin's father acquired the silk map, and Borjin himself admitted that it helped lead to the grave site. For some reason, the significance of the cheetah skin paintings was overlooked when first found. The blue wolf was the trigger for me. What blue wolf? Summer asked. A design motif, he said, pointing to the image painted on the elevated wooden coffin. It was a known emblem for the imperial Khans, originated by Genghis. If you look at the cheetah skin closely, you can see a banner of a blue wolf flying on the mast of the burning junk in the last painting. It wouldn't be flown except in the presence of a Khan. Your wreck, which matched the depiction of a royal vessel departing China on the panels, was dated 50 years after the death of Genghis. Too late for him to be taking a cruise. No, the dates align with the era when Kublai ruled and died. The secret of the cheetah skin is that it shows the final voyage of Kublai Khan. But why was he brought to Hawaii? Summer asked, passing her light across the length of the sarcophagus. She held the beam momentarily on a twisted wooden staff that leaned against one end of the tomb. She noted curiously that a shark tooth necklace dangled from its worn grip. His last years were difficult ones. Perhaps his voyage to paradise was a plan to spend eternity on a faraway shore. Dad, how did you know his tomb survived the volcanic blast and that we could find it? Dirk asked. Whoever painted the cheetah skin had seen the tomb and treasures and had known they survived the lava flows, otherwise they would have been depicted in flames as well. I took a gamble on the entrance. The sea levels are higher than they were 800 years ago, so I figured the entrance might now be underwater. The treasures here must represent the riches accumulated during his lifetime of conquest, Dirk said, stunned at the sheer volume around him. Perhaps some of the items were amassed during the reign of Genghis as well. It must be worth an untold fortune. The Mongolian people were cheated out of Genghis Khan's treasure. It would only be fitting if they secure the riches of Kublai Khan. I trust they will find a more appropriate burial spot, on Birken Kardun, where Kublai can spend eternity. The wonder of the hidden tomb played heavily on their inner thoughts, and the trio found themselves whispering as they roamed through the ancient treasures. Illuminated by just the glow of their flashlights, the Shadow-Eye chamber teemed with the mystery and aura of the Middle Ages. As the beams of light played off the glistening walls, Pitt was reminded of the real Xanadu, and the haunting poem by Samuel Coleridge. The shadow of the dome of pleasure floated midway on the waves, he recited in a low voice. Where was heard the mingled measure from the fountain and the caves? Summer approached her father and squeezed his hand. Mom always told us you were a hopeless romantic, she smiled. Their lights running low, Pitt and Summer moved together toward the passageway. Dirk sidled up as they took a last look around the chamber.